Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're closely watching Georgia. That is the first of 7 high-stakes presidential battlegrounds on the line tonight. Kamala Harris trying hard to make Georgia stay blue after President Biden flipped it 4 years ago. Donald Trump, of course, eager to win Georgia back. That's a state where he has been criminally charged with trying to overturn his 2020 election loss in that state. Let's check in with our campaign correspondents now. First, Abby Phillip at Harris Campaign Headquarters here in Washington, D.C. Abby, as we stand by waiting for the vote to close in Georgia, what's the latest you're hearing from the campaign?
Well, Jake, they're watching very closely
what
has been happening throughout the day, and it's seemingly increasingly as we get
Let me know if you can
that
hear.
closing deadline
How's my
at
sound?
the top of the hour, which is that there have
How are
been
we
bomb
doing,
threats
y'all?
being called in to polling places
Sounds
throughout
good,
the state of Georgia, Fulton County, DeKalb County, Cobb County, and others. These threats
all right, Australia. That's right. Sounds good. All right.
But they are being investigated.
Love
as
it,
a
love
result,
it, love
some
it.
of these polling places may be temporarily
You can hear Abby, you can hear me. All right. Excellent.
I was speaking to a senior Democrat
good to
down
see
there
you. Good
in
to see
Georgia,
you, everybody.
watching
Welcome.
this
Come
very
in.
carefully,
Instagram. Make your way over to
Anyone who might
YouTube.
have
You
been
know how
scared
this
away
goes.
in those periods of
YouTube
time
family,
will come
good to
back
see you.
and
It's good
cast
to
their
see you.
ballots. Some
Please
of those,
hit that like
also,
button.
Jake, are being kept open a little bit after the top of the hour. So this is an ongoing situation that they are watching very closely.
Hit that like button. Hit that like button.
This is
on your way in. It lets YouTube know that we're here. It lets other people know there are going to be people that are going to be wanting to watch this. They want an election night watch party. You all know how we do.
Polling places that are closed
So
temporarily, that's a problem.
You know, this is the place that you want to be tonight.
Sure that those voters end up
so good to see some familiar faces in the chat.
Let's go now to
I did this for 6:45 so that we could get settled in.
What are Trump campaign aides, the top aides, going to be looking for when these polls close?
Because it's in my ear kind of loud,
especially in the battleground state of Georgia.
7 o'clock, they're going to make some predictions with only 10% of the vote in. And that's why this is a theater. This is why it's a circus. Because what are they doing? Brother Anil, what's good, family? What's good? Vivian, good to see you, sis. Who else is in here? Let me see. Oh, India, my girl. What up?
For Donald Trump, but he is
what up?
Who is feuded with
Kia, what up?
Republican governor there,
good to see you.
Who held
a lot of our folks.
Events recently and said he will be supporting.
I don't
Donald
even want
Trump,
to call y'all. Should I
really
call y'all theater goers? I don't know.
Endorsing him and out of the campaign trail.
Daddy, what's up? Welcome back. We missed you too.
But that was really it.
I'm so sorry to hear that you were sick, but we're glad that you're back.
That is going to be something Trump allies are watching to see if it has any kind of an impact. Because
all right, hit that like button. Hit that like button.
Very sophisticated political machine in Georgia.
We're gonna be in. We're gonna be in for tonight. Yeah,
and that is all something that Trump
theater fam. I like theater fam. That works too.
So watching the vote share there very closely as well as North Carolina, because obviously.
Did they lose some?
Okay,
that wasn't me. Wasn't me, y'all.
Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some new.
I was going to be fancy this evening, but I didn't. I decided to put on
to share. David, what issues are
my revolutionary black woman shirt? Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. Hit that like, share, subscribe. Need you all. Yes. Somebody on Instagram said they need their edible to kick in. Listen, I'm not even. I'm going to take an edible around 8:30 because then it'll kick in by 9. Because I want to be around for y'all. My friend gave me some that sent me to the stratosphere. I would be no good. I was thinking that maybe I take a shot every time Harris wins a state. But on the East Coast, I'll be gone by 7:20. I'll be on the floor. And I don't want to do that.
Federal hurricane aid is getting to the
I'll die.
50% say no, but it's not.
No, you're right.
To handle
the exit polls don't mean nothing. But you know, we got to rock with our brother John King. Somebody was asking me, should I, do Steve Kornacki, and love to him, but my man John gets too excited. This is his moment. This is John King's moment. He waits for this every 4 years. He's got that wall up there.
Of Joe Biden's approval rating.
They gotta bring him in.
David Chalian. Let's go big picture.
But they got Jake here. I don't know if I want to listen to Jake.
Georgia for the Harris campaign, for
you know
the
what?
Trump campaign?
I think that you're onto
I think
something.
It's more important for the Trump campaign
I think you're onto
than it is
something.
for the Harris campaign, just because there are
Whiskey
other ways.
for one outcome.
There are other ways for both of them to
do diet.
Get to 270.
Mountain Dew for JD
Georgia's
Vance. I heard that's a thing.
When
this is
Joe Biden won it in 2020. I think it was the first time since Jimmy Carter back in 1980
yeah,
the
man.
Democrat had taken
he got one
Georgia.
so
shock to Donald Trump too.
One.
Yeah. And so the idea
John got one, and they're going to be like, we're going to throw it to John King in the wall of whatever. He got one job.
So I think were Harris to repeat Biden's
up
victory,
already.
that would be
they haven't even called a state.
We're
cutting up already, I tell you.
Not as big a problem for Harris if Trump takes it.
Although we should note, Dan Abash, I mean, if you
did we already talk about who I voted for?
From Georgia,
I posted, I think, on Instagram who I voted for.
That seems.
I think I put it in my stories. I think I also posted on Threads.
You look at that number about who would you rather trust in a crisis.
I will say that I did not vote for either of these
Kamala
people.
Harris, and then
so
more voters in Georgia say that
I told you I
Hurricane
knew I wasn't
is not
going
going to the people who need it the most. That was a message that Donald Trump was putting
you don't
out
have to
there
worry about that.
after the hurricane.
That's it.
Too many migrants were getting that aid from FEMA instead.
Oh, did y'all see? I just got my purple
coffee.
It took like 3 months to get here because it came from halfway around the world.
And still, that was a Trump message.
It was. I'll just add to that numbers that David showed us on the economy. Huge,
that's what I voted
huge
for.
issue
that was my
for
vote.
people in Georgia as they go to the polls, as it has been across the board. And Georgia is really interesting to me because, first of all, you have.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I mean, right now,
I received that. Some protection magic because you know what?
Stations, threats. In Georgia,
we don't know how these people gonna act, y'all. We're not gonna have a president tonight. I don't think, unless
the fight over 2020 and the misinformation that Donald Trump
jumps
put
the shark altogether. In case America decides that she wants to end today,
than Arizona,
I don't think we're gonna have
country, and it was Republican versus
I don't think we're gonna know by the end of the night. But listen
slim majority.
This is what I got. I promise y'all, I will be here
Trump
until at least
and Kamala Harris, which makes me think we're going to see
what time California. I'll be here at least till about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Looking better.
I am not telling you what state I voted in
because
it's none of your business about where I live.
State that's the home to Marjorie Taylor Greene and Raphael Warnock.
I voted in a blue state.
Had this moment, and we saw the Biden of like, is it transitioning? Does it represent the?
Oh, you said 11 is the soonest possible, and that's not going to happen. All right, well, you know what?
Suburban community.
I'm gonna ride this out as long. Okay.
Sort of an interesting
until the edible puts me on my ass. I'm gonna ride this out. And before we get started, before they get all like whatever, I'm gonna put my little ticker at the bottom.
Trump over
right?
Harris.
And
democracy.
I'm gonna mute them for a second. So I love hosting this stuff. I do it. You all, been rocking. A lot of you been rocking with me since the beginning of this. I definitely appreciate the monetary support. For those if you don't have nothing, please I don't, but if you do have a little extra and you want to donate to the situation. Also, I'm kind of sort of fundraising. I had my car stolen, y'all, and it sucks, and I don't even like talking about it, but if you want to put something towards a down payment on the new one, that'd be great. But also just because I'm here to host, and I love you all so much, and we do this together because we cannot do this alone. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna put them back on.
Use his
thank you. I appreciate
political machine.
All the love and support that y'all give me.
Because both campaigns have tried to look to the voter and say, it's okay.
Well, which one of the Goonies?
You may not feel so confident about this, but
the GOP is the ones acting like some goddamn goons.
Giving us updates from the battleground states.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Here we are.
I appreciate it. I just really need a down payment.
Start closing. Still lines.
I would like
across the country. Voting is about to end in Georgia. Victor Blackwell, that's where you are, and I know
you have anything you want to give me.
Talking to officials
if you want to donate throughout the night, I really appreciate it.
Just watching
they are so excited. It's 6:52. At 7 o'clock and 3 seconds.
We are just minutes away from the polls closing here in Georgia, with the exception of those 10 precincts across the state where there have been extensions granted to compensate
they gave extensions
for the evacuations and the voting stop because of those non-credible bomb threats that were called in throughout the day.
I'm always really interested in the other votes too, the other elections, because we've got a lot of senators. Like this whole election, it's for executive office, it's for Senate, control of the Senate. It's for control of the House.
Now, those are
like
all
this
in
could
the
either
Atlanta
make or
metro
break
area.
America, y'all. Like this shit is no joke.
Southern
And I
Georgia,
think
near
what
the
really
Florida
bothered
line,
me
that
is
will be
that
closing at
I felt like
7:35. For
this is what I
all
felt.
other
I felt like
precincts across
the
the state,
Democrats,
voters have to
when they
be in
decided to
line
run
by
a woman who
7
is half
p.m.
black and half
So
Indian,
as long as
they
they are
had
in line, they will
they
be
knew
allowed to
they were going
cast
to be
their vote.
fighting
And then once
against
the voting is done,
misogyny.
the
They
memory
were going to be
cards
fighting
from the
against
scanners will
anti-blackness.
go in
They were going to
one
be fighting
vehicle.
against xenophobia,
Speaking
right?
specifically here in
And
Gwinnett
so for
County,
me, I
Gwinnett
just would
County,
have
to
liked
the voters
them to focus
elections
more
office, and then the
on
ballot
what
will be sent in a
who she
separate vehicle.
is, what
So
she
you'll
plans
have
to do,
hundreds of
and
cars,
less
2
on
from each
attacking
of the
Trump.
156
And you know what I'm saying? I
precincts
just saw a
in a
video of her today
caravan
talking to
off
this
to
young
the
girl, and the
office,
girl
and then
was
they
just
can
losing her
begin to
mind,
be
and she was about to
tabulated.
cry and stuff like that.
Caravan,
And
a
I was like,
parade of
see,
sorts. And what's
this
so
is the
important is how
person people want to
transparent
get
it is.
behind,
Secretary of
right?
State Brad
And
Raffensperger
I'm like, why
the other
didn't they
day telling,
push this narrative more?
by every
And
15-minute period what they expect to have come out.
and
They
the
just want
whole
everyone to see the transparency there.
genocide
All right,
thing,
as those
right?
polls
Like
get ready to close, you
there
see
are
Victor
people,
there
and
in
I will
Georgia. Let's
include
go to
myself in
Pennsylvania, another
this,
battleground
who
state.
would have
Polls getting ready to
loved
close
to
there in
vote for her
just over an hour.
with
Brian Todd is in a
gusto
polling place
and
near
all of
Pittsburgh,
that.
crucial part of the state. Brian, what are you seeing there?
Couldn't. And y'all know this. Y'all know I couldn't.
Aaron, heavy voter turnout.
But I
in
have a
Washington
sadness
County, just
in
south
me
of Pittsburgh, and you
that
mentioned
I
the polls
could not
closing in
take
about
joy
a little over an hour. We're
in
expecting
voting
a little bit of a
for
late surge
the
here at
first
these
black
precincts. 2
woman
precincts are voting
to
here.
reach
I
this
have Craig
place, right?
Zemba here.
Like
He's a
that's
voter here in
hurt me a
Washington County,
lot,
just
and
voted.
I've just been like,
Craig, the
oh my
operative question
God,
we ask so
like
many people: who did you vote for and why?
I don't want Trump to
Donald
win.
Trump.
Okay,
And
why?
if she
And
wins, we will
really
understand
comes down
the
to just
gravity of that.
inflation,
But I
cost of
wish that
living,
I was able
and
to feel the
how
joy that
things have
so
gone in
many
the
of
last 4
my
years.
like peers and
The
friends and
process.
things
Do you
are
trust
able
the
to
voting
feel. I
process? Did it
don't.
go smoothly
And
for you? You
so,
know, there's
as a black
flare-ups that
woman, it
a lot of
hurts because
hype
I
and
would have
misinformation
loved
is out there. Do you
to
trust the voting process?
rally
I
behind
do.
her with gusto, and I
I've
just
lived here for
couldn't.
a while, and everything's
Right?
always been
That
very
said,
smooth.
Okay. Thanks for talking to us, Greg.
I hope
Good
she
luck.
does
Thank you very much.
win,
Okay, guys,
right?
back to you as we
I hope
expect
she wins.
maybe a late surge here in Washington
I've
County.
done
1
my
hour left
part.
till
I
poll
cast my
closes.
We'll
vote,
see if there's a surge.
and
And
at
again,
this
another
point,
voter
it's
there. You
just
see that
like
Trump voter
I
you're
hope
talking
the
to, talking
Democrats
about
win.
the economy, as we have heard from other Trump voters. Brian, thank you. And let's go over to Pamela Brown at the voting desk now. So, Pamela,
The
first
voting
round of
desk.
statewide poll
Okay.
closings coming.
So we've
Georgia's
got a
going to
voting
be
wall. We've
in
got
that
a
list here in just a few moments.
results
What
wall.
are you looking for?
We've got a
Right.
voting
This is huge.
desk.
Polls are closing there in just minutes, most of the polls, and then an hour
Yeah,
from
no,
now,
I
we're gonna
agree
get
with
those
this. And
first
so I
results from this
actually
key
was listening
battleground
to some
state.
podcasts, and
Georgia's
they've really been
Secretary of
pushing that
State
issue,
is
like,
telling us that
you
turnout
know,
could exceed
just because
5
you see the
million.
early
That's more than
like numbers coming
70%
in, just keep
of
voting,
all
go
active
vote
voters in the
anyway,
state.
vote
So
anyway.
clearly
But
high interest there
also,
from voters.
you're
We're going
living
to
on
find
the
out that
West
total
Coast. Why would
number
you just not
sometime after
vote
the
because
polls
somebody
close.
else did?
So
Like,
we
if
also
you're
know
really committed
from
to this,
Georgia
if this is
election
what you're
official
about, then
Gabriel
why would you do
Sterling, who I've
that?
just
You
been
know what I
speaking
mean?
with, that tonight's
So
first results
there's
accounts
that.
Counts for 75% of the overall
Yeah, like
votes. And
this
the
race should
Secretary of
not
State there says
be
that he's
close. And I can
optimistic
just
we'll
imagine for
know
her
who
that it's
clinched
just kind
Georgia
of like,
by
God
the
damn,
end
why
of
couldn't I take
tonight.
this?
Now,
I mean,
one
you
note
could
on
have,
Fulton
right? She could
County,
have.
Georgia's most
She
populated
could have
county and
ran
home to
away with
Atlanta.
this.
We saw
Again,
several
there were
non-credible bomb threats
700,000
earlier
people
today. We just heard a little bit about
who
that from Victor Blackwell.
were
5 polling locations
chomping
were
at the
granted a
bit.
voting extension as much as 45
So,
minutes past 7 p.m.
and
Eastern.
just
Once polls close,
drop the
the county
ball.
will have up to
And
an
that could
hour
have
to report early
made
vote
a
results.
huge
Though
difference. You
the
could have ran away
expectation
with
is that
this.
most precincts will report by just about an hour from now, 8 p.m.
So
Eastern.
good to see
We'll
y'all,
be
folks.
keeping a
Good. Tell
close
people, let
eye
people
on
know
this
we
key
are
battleground
here.
state that
We are
Biden
live.
rarely
I
flipped
know
in
it's a little bit
2020
early
as
for
results
some
start to roll
folks,
in,
but
Aaron.
That's right. One
we
way
will
and then
get there.
the
How
other
is
way. It was so
Pennsylvania? I don't
close.
know. I'm actually nervous
7,779.
about
But who was
Pennsylvania.
counting?
I
Dawn
trust
Buckland
Philly.
at
I trust
Raffensperger.
Pittsburgh.
All right, Pam, thank you
That's
very
it.
much.
I don't know why
Here's
she
one.
did that last push.
Yes. Pam's right.
You
In
chuckling?
Philly.
County. I was chuckling because Georgia, a little PTSD.
Yeah.
I got to
Georgia and all
stop
that.
looking at my
But you see
messages
the big clock here.
because
It's Pam
I
just
get
said votes will be coming in
distracted
soon. 3 minutes, 30
by by very
you get some big
attractive
polls
people.
closing. We'll get to those in a second. I want to look quickly at one thing we have already.
Anyway,
the polls are not completely closed.
I don't know why she did that last
again,
push
we're looking at the early
on
results
the Rocky
just to see if there are any
Steps
clues, right?
at
We
the
don't
Art
want to overplay
Museum,
things. We also don't want to ignore things that we see. Right, so you come right up here, you see one dot of blue in the middle of the Indiana map.
Again,
right?
I just don't.
That's Hamilton County. It's just north of Indianapolis. This, if you went back 20, 30 years ago,
If anyone's wondering, there's vodka, a lot of vodka in here.
Suburban, especially as you get closer to Indianapolis. Why do I raise that question? It's blue, right? 58% of the vote could flip. Look how close it is. It's 50 to 49. So it could well end up red as it did in 2020 and 2016. But it's just, is this a signal that Kamala Harris in the first election post-Dobbs, in an issue where we know Donald Trump struggled in the suburbs in the 2018 midterms,
some polls
struggled
some polling, some states are closing their polls at 7.
Is this a
some
sign?
close at 7 Eastern, some close at 8. different. At least
Joe
where
Biden
we're at. So
46
we
in
are
this
going to be
county
thinking about that.
in 2020, and
Somebody
Hillary Clinton
said
was
IDK.
at
I have a hard time
37%
trusting mail
in this county in
voters. As you
2016.
should.
So the suburbs are
As you
critical in key
should.
races.
A
Indiana
little
is
too
most
much
likely to
machismo
stay
in
red.
there.
Let's be very clear about that. But as you come back to 2024, again, as you look at these early results that we're getting in some states, you try to see, is it possible? We can look at some other places. Look in some of the battleground states
that's what's
and
up.
the close-in suburbs. So something to keep an eye on as we go.
Because she's
Kentucky.
Boxing.
This one's about to close. Some more results have come in. Let's just see if it's any mass to it. Again, Kentucky is a reliably red state. We expect it to stay that way. But you will.
It's our guy.
Scott Jennings was talking about this earlier. Fayette County is Lexington.
We always got to blow him up. This is our man. This is his time.
Franklin County.
He is going to explain everything about voting that you never needed to know.
42%.
Our man.
48% for Joe Biden. So right now, in Indiana and in Kentucky, you see the vice president at the moment overperforming Joe Biden in some suburban areas. Now they're in red states, so we don't know whether that's going to matter as we get into these states.
Oh, yeah. No, a lot of these things are going to come up like they did with Hillary.
Virginia has been
why didn't you stop here? Why didn't you stop there?
So here's the question in Virginia.
But let's remember at the end of the day, this is the Electoral College bullshit. The only reason this man has a chance of winning is because of the Electoral
College. You get Democrats winning by 10. That
so we care about Pennsylvania, we care about Michigan, we care about Nevada.
Will go blue, or do you get a 5-point race? As we had in 2016, that would tell you that Donald Trump not only is running up the score in these red rural areas, but that he's improved his standing in the suburbs.
Good to see you, Dr. Hall. See you there. Ryan, what up? We see you.
Down around the Richmond area there.
Jonathan, what up?
And then also,
good to see you. We are out here.
Of course, one of the biggest battlegrounds of all, as Pam Brown was just noting, 11,779 votes. That was the margin.
They're going to cut him off with the
Joe Biden flipped Georgia. The last time they got Democrat, Bill Clinton eked it out in 1992, thanks to Ross Perot in part there. But it's been a long time since Georgia. So
no, for real.
Noted, is it a state in transition?
Exactly.
Or is it a tug-of-war
you have to know state by state
that's
which
what we're going to find out. Again, 11,000 votes 4 years ago.
Again, this is the problem. This is why it's a circus.
Second now. And again, you look at Atlanta, you look at the suburbs.
Ranked choice voting.
See all that red?
Everywhere.
Base coming out to vote.
All right, and we are just moments away from
Look, they're counting down.
Of poll closings. Voting's about to end in 6 states, 6 with a total of 60 electoral votes at stake. Keep an eye on the pivotal battleground of Georgia, as most voting is ending there right now.
It's fine. Jones is fine.
Bring you a projection now. CNN projects that Kentucky goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
How do they know this?
8 electoral votes, and CNN can also project
8
that
votes.
Vermont will go to Kamala Harris.
Go to Kamala Harris.
3 electoral votes.
All right. I'll take a half a shot.
It is too
How about this? I'm
early
going to take a half a shot.
In Georgia, Indiana, South
Carolina, take a half a shot.
And Virginia. Let's take a look at the electoral map now to see where the candidates stand. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Donald Trump has 8. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert.
All right,
now.
8-3.
Indiana. Donald Trump is with 60.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 38.1%.
They're like, we ain't calling this.
Donald Trump has an 86,829 vote.
Way too early to call. Way too early to call.
13% of the votes in. Let's go to John King now at the Magic Wall. John?
So
Magic Wall.
Right? You have the states that
we're back at the Magic Wall.
Kentucky.
Yeah, she ain't going to Kentucky. We know this.
You expect. But so what are you going to get here? You see some first votes in Florida. Look at that. Let's just take it out. Okay, it's just south here. It's in Osceola County, just south of Orlando. We like to look at votes when they come in, right? Florida tends to be a reliable.
Kentucky is not a surprise at all.
Whether Harris can improve their standing in the suburbs, or put it this way, whether Trump can improve his standings in the suburbs, whether Trump's collapse in the suburbs continues. First votes in Florida.
This is why we
take a look. But what we're waiting for is the battleground just north of Florida, which will be essential in this race. Again,
8-3, y'all. 8-3.
Blue wall states, but Georgia is a competitive state. What are we
you're right. They're not. It's not surprising.
The Democratic Foundation, which is Fulton County. Sarah Murray noted black votes in the suburbs here. Some polling places will stay open, but we should get votes pretty quickly. And when you're looking at Fulton County, Atlanta is here. You see how it stretches. A lot of suburbs around it, right? We're at 0 right now. What are you looking for? You're trying to see if she can not only match the
We're
president.
We're gonna be fine.
73% of the vote.
I don't know why. It's okay. It's okay. Y'all still early. It's early.
Math margin.
No
because
anxiety.
If you look here and you come out here,
it's all good.
59 counties.
We got community. We got each other. No matter what. No matter what.
I'm just picking one randomly. They're small.
He's just picking one randomly. Our man.
So we're going to watch that. Is the Trump base in
rural
America coming out in battleground Georgia? It is absolutely essential.
Don't nobody know how to fill up some time like John King
in places like that. But if that is the
it's
case,
just the beginning.
That's what we expect to be the case. The Trump base comes out.
I say get a shot. You say you need a shot. You need a shot. Go get a shot.
In Fulton County, Atlanta.
Hey, Instagram. If you're watching on Instagram, please come over to YouTube. That way, when you're commenting, I can share the comments with everybody else. Folks will see us, see what we got a community over here. YouTube folks, don't forget to hit that like button for me. Oh my God.
To offset the Trump rural numbers.
Okay.
So that's one test, and then
we all right.
But you get out to the.
I gotta pace myself.
Let's go out where Victor Blackwell.
So we ain't gonna make it.
Gwinnett County. Right, look at that. Joe Biden got 58% of the vote, Jake. Right? You don't have to go back too far.
That's right, India. India knows. India been part of Theater Fam from the beginning.
Before that, John McCain won this county.
All right. Those of you that are new to this channel,
right? Georgia was a
please understand.
Look at Romney's number. The Republican
we have been covering
2012
this election
in the suburban area is
from the beginning.
Right, that's what we're looking at tonight. How does Donald?
I like to call our group the actually progressive
group. 45% under Trump in 2016. He still won Georgia then at 45%.
The intricacies of American politics.
Trump's share drops to 40%. You cannot win in a competitive state if you are getting trounced like that in the suburbs. So can Trump get that number back up?
We're gonna be here for each other, and at the end of the day. That's what matters, right? And I hate to say it like that, but
as long as Harris gets out her base,
we did our best the first time he was around. Not everybody survived because there was a pandemic that was totally mishandled by this.
They are just evenly split. They're tug of war. So we're going to see. And it does.
This fucking nincompoop.
It does come down to
motherfucker is so.
Can you take me to Florida?
It's so stupid.
You want to come back to 2024? You want to see results?
Okay. You all know.
We have 1 million votes in from Florida.
But I hate a dumb motherfucker.
What do we have?
194,000.
Dumb motherfucker. Sorry, I'm not trying to be ableist, y'all. Y'all gotta let me use dumb tonight because I'm talking about Trump and that's a dumb motherfucker. Okay. So I think that's what insults me the most.
Is there anything we can
That's
divine
a dumb motherfucker.
from where the vote has come in?
Wait, what happened to my
more than
banner?
1 million votes have come in, and Donald Trump with a 224,000
They
plus
take my
lead.
banner.
The number one thing I would
didn't do
define
that,
is we
did
have another example, this time in a very
shit.
large and very complicated state.
There's my banner.
That, people have learned the lesson.
I know, Touch. I gotta slow down.
Counting early votes and getting early votes.
It's only 7:05. We got about 4 more hours together. Those of you that want to stay, cool. Wherever you at, watching me from bed, watching me from home, watching me in your car. So happy that you're here. Are we running these numbers up?
So
hit that like button on the way in. I said I'll take a half a shot.
Although Florida used to be a very competitive state, you would say
not
who's winning
do that.
Duval County.
But I said I would take half a shot.
Bush versus Gore. You go to Duval County. It's not so much as a competitive state
every time Harris gets
county. As you see right there,
some electoral votes.
So you go back in
Palm Beach is here. All right, somebody we got somebody from Australia too. Where's our Australia family? We got some Australian folks here.
Donald Trump's a little bit more competitive.
Yes,
this time, if that
this is community care. We are
here
to support each other as we get through this shit. If you're feeling anxiety, listen, I'll start doing stand up. I'll do some jokes.
The I-4
that's what I need
St. Petersburg, Orlando, over to the beach, and you see it. And then, the Democrats, again, I have no expectation the Democrats are going to win Florida. But again,
there's something to be said for being so dumb that a segment of the public can paint their own stupidity on a blank slate that is whiteness projects into the world. Dr. Hall, I think that's a little too smart for a lot of people.
Unhappiness over Israel.
Not folks here, I'm just saying, maybe some people watching.
And the White House, you'll see a little bit of that down here.
Sixth grade reading
when you get to suburban Philadelphia.
Remember that.
And out in the Detroit area.
All your comments need to be at a 6th grade reading level henceforth. All you fucking fancy doctors and smart people.
Sometimes you get surprised.
6th grade reading level.
What's interesting about
gotta be back. You'll be back. All right, go eat. Go eat. Go get. We gonna be here. We gonna be here. This is what I do. I'm here.
As I recall,
I'm here.
Governor DeSantis.
No, a lot of people don't have cable no more. They don't have.
I think he won Miami-Dade when he ran for
CNN. I'm here for the people.
I think we can look.
You have.
We gotta watch. Oh, what just happened? Okay, are we back?
Shouldn't be.
Oh, what the hell? That ain't nothing but the devil.
Yeah.
Are we here? We still here? Uh-oh.
That's the Rubio race. We got to come to governor.
I think I may end up
he won Broward.
Cutting.
No, Chris won Broward.
Chris won Broward. Sorry.
They don't know what they're doing. I may end up cutting Instagram,
and that was
because it might be fucking with the feed. How about that?
Better than traditionally Republicans had done with the Hispanic
Instagram. My last call.
And that's one.
Come on over to YouTube. I'm about to end this live on
the vulnerabilities
on Instagram.
Absolutely. Although
come on over.
Florida, you have the most complicated, diverse Hispanic
vote. We're going to end Instagram.
It's just much more diverse than in other places, which makes it more complicated and fascinating. But it has become. You're absolutely right that it has become, especially down here, more Republican. In other states, it was Obama won 2/3 of the Hispanic vote. Now it's become more of a fight in some of the other
I'm sitting comfortably in my house.
One of the reasons Florida has
because I have neighbors with Trump
because of the Republican success
signs.
I would also argue,
and I was like, really, you like some of them? I was actually kind of
for another day, because this is what we're worried about tonight.
Indeed. David Chalian has more exit polling from north of Florida in Georgia, the battleground that we're watching right now. David, how is the vote splitting among key groups of Georgia
exit polling? Yeah, we know we don't trust the exit poll. Right. Please smoke some. I'm not hungry. But listen, I am cooking some Cornish hens. Don't ask me why. I made Cornish hens, roasted sweet potatoes, and cornbread stuffing today. Yes, I did.
I want to note here that 86% number.
Shout out from Canada.
4 years ago, Joe
shout out to our Canadian family. Shout out to everybody here that is not from the United States, but you're watching because
higher than he was 4 years ago.
A black woman might become leader of the free world. That's all I'm saying. Like, whoa.
Under the age of 30,
whoa.
Harris is winning them. They make up 18% of the electorate. Harris is winning them 60% to 39%.
Yeah.
She is doing better with young voters in Georgia than Joe Biden.
Better with young voters
4 years ago. Trump got 43% of the youth vote in Georgia 4 years ago. He's down to 39% now. So that'll be something to watch. And then non-college.
Bay Area, Phoenix. Where else y'all from? Let me know. So Canada is in the building. I see it.
White, non-college educated voters. Trump's winning 81% of them.
Every time they talk about non-college educated voters, I'm like, do they know that, like,
4 years ago,
not even a third of American adults have college degrees? I don't.
A share of the overall electorate's come down.
We're only 1/3 of the population, maybe.
A tick under
right?
where Biden was 4 years ago. This will be the story of these exit polls.
How do you get a plate? See, you're hungry. You're just hungry and greedy. No.
That is
no, you don't get a plate.
What they made up 4 years ago. Trump is winning them.
I remember Del Taco. All right. See, that's what I'm talking about. Come on over from IG. You see, it's lit. It's so much better on YouTube. I'm telling you.
Independent voters in Georgia.
I'm telling you. In New York City, that's my hometown.
So we've seen.
Shout out to the hometown. Anybody here from the Bronx?
20 points.
Anybody here from the Bronx?
In terms of the margin from 9-point advantage 4 years ago.
No,
for Biden.
It's just not even 1/3 of American adults have a bachelor's degree. Like that's where we are.
When it comes to young voters, she's doing slightly better. Non-college whites,
Florida, Trump is up.
He's doing slightly better,
but
that
by like only 100,000 votes.
Wild.
It's a huge.
All right, Florida. Anybody in the chat from Florida? Ohio in the house. Anybody from Ohio? Where my Ohio people? BX all day, son. BX all day, son. All day.
28% of the Georgia vote, and now
BX in the building all day, son. All day.
Excuse me.
Cincinnati, Ohio.
And it is a total flip.
From the Bronx, living in VA. I get it, because I no longer live there, but that's my home. Portland, Florida. Come on now. What's going on in Florida? Did you vote?
Kind of ran.
I hope you voted.
4 years ago, and of course he won the state.
BX and Aries. What a wonderful existence.
What
a
the
wonderful
reason
existence.
There would be this dramatic flip.
We are only 1% of the general population, and people still talk to us like we don't know a goddamn thing. Ain't it funny?
How you explain that independents would have gone so much more for Trump this time than they did for Biden.
I told people I've been to a Scotch bonnet today,
for projection.
and I had people telling me I needed to drink.
And we
they got a projection.
CNN projection. CNN
What's happening?
That Indiana.
Indiana.
Donald Trump.
Indianapolis. What happened to the map?
We'll go to Donald Trump. Let's look at the electoral
map
now to see where the candidates stack up.
Come on.
270 needed to win. Donald Trump has 19 electoral
votes.
Come
on, Indiana.
Harris has 3 electoral votes. They both still have a lot of electoral votes to get up to 270. Let's do a key race alert for you now. In Florida, Donald Trump is in the lead.
Indiana. You know what?
The vote.
Where's Harris
has 47.7% of the vote. Donald
What
Trump has
happened,
a
Gary? Gary, Indiana,
138,912
Indianapolis.
vote lead. I'm sorry, that just went up. A
Wait, Florida went up. Oh shit!
Vote lead. The votes are coming
That's
in
300,000.
as I do this. That's with more than a third, 35% of the estimated vote in from Florida, with its big fat packet of 30 electoral votes. The Commonwealth of Virginia,
Netherlands. Hey, all right.
Donald Trump in the lead.
You might fall asleep. I feel you. I feel you.
Appreciate
Appreciate you. Thank you for
Harris
checking in.
40.6% of the vote. That's only with a handful of votes in as of right
no,
now.
No, like I get it.
1,600 votes.
I
as
get
we
it.
stand by for results from the crucial state of Georgia. We are counting down to the end of voting in the battleground state of North Carolina. This historic election night is just
you're gonna do the same thing
with us.
When Hillary lost. Okay, we gonna do the same thing when fucking Hillary lost. You feel what I'm saying? All right, they're going to a commercial. I'll mute them. Don't listen, y'all. We gonna be all right. Like here's why I think we gonna be all right. Like I said, presidency, the Senate, and the House are all up for grabs. If Trump wins, but we retain control of the Senate, he's not getting anything done. You feel me? He's not getting anything done. He get executive order all he wants. He's not getting anything done. So much will have to go to the Supreme Court. And there's only so much that they're going to do, right? I just hope nobody goes and picks up another fucking infectious disease and back of our plane. We lost too many people because of this fucking dumbass. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All right. You took an anxiety nap when you came back. Yeah, you took everybody took a nap but me. I've been up since 5 o'clock. So I am sleepy, drunk, and at 8:30, I'm gonna be high. I'm Anderson Cooper on New Year's Eve. Okay, folks. I got my shot glass. From Palenque in Costa Rica, 500-year-old community of African people. I got a whole bottle of Tito's. I got juicy juice. I've got my vapes. I've got drugs. We're in this together. We're in this together. Hold on. My hens are done. I had to son to take them out the oven for me. Y'all don't want to hear the commercials, do you? It's all good, right? Okay. Oh, it's so amazing. I love it there. It's one of my favorite places in the world. There was a lady that was selling mangoes, and I was, how much was it? And she was selling me one for $1, and I gave her $10, and she started crying, and I was just like, so I gave her some more money because I was just like, that's what I do when I travel. I just give everybody money. This is why I could never be a millionaire, because I would never make it to the point. And that's not to say I haven't made enough money in this world to be a millionaire. I just always give my money away. And that's why when my car got stolen and stuff like that, and I just feel like it'll come back to me because I have given so much, money to the world. I believe it will come back to me because I believe in that, And so far I've gotten support from folks like you. You guys can see that ticker on the bottom. I am trying to if you want to support, I am trying to raise some money. But I appreciate you all so much. Juice is the lick. I don't want nobody, but they were on sale for $2.50. So Juicy Juice is good, 100% juice. I like fucks with Juicy Juice. Juicy Juice was good for my kid, and he's still a kid that drinks it. Well, he's not a kid. Oh my God, my son is not a kid anymore. That's really funny. We're so impulsive. All right, they're back. Let's get some sound. They're back. I know I'm never going to be rich, and I'm fine with that. I just want to be able to pay my mortgage, pay my car note. That's all I'm asking. All right, let's see what they're talking about.
Donald Trump has 19 electoral votes. Kamala Harris
19 electoral votes. Indiana let us down.
70 electoral votes needed to win, and now we have a key
respect.
In the state of
those
Georgia,
of you that are
Donald
sober
Trump is in the
living,
lead with 51% of the vote.
sound
Kamala
ironic,
Harris has
but I toast to you
48.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a
people who don't use
4,556
drugs.
vote lead. That's with only an estimated 3% of the vote in. The polls just closed at 7.
Listen, we all got to do something new every time. We got to do something new every time. Oh, Florida, 45.9% of the 3 million. Oh shit. Oh, that's 30 fucking votes, y'all.
That's with
I remember Hillary, man. Like, God, I was watching. I was watching like, what the fuck is this?
5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 40.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 2,871 vote lead. Still a lot.
No, I feel you. I feel you. And I don't like, you don't have to define the Green Party by what that lady named, that white lady, Jill Stein, or even Butch Ware. You know what I mean? Like, what the Green Party internationally stands for, it's the right thing. Socialists stand for the right things.
And West Virginia. North Carolina is one of
the Democrats used to be a decent party. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Have made it more competitive for Democrats than in some past elections.
Oh, I know that's right.
Is in a heated battle right now with
Barbados. I was there early
in both of his
in March.
Narrowly,
I went to Barbados to celebrate my dissertation defense.
From the Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Abby, tell us more.
Yes, Harris is at Howard, and they got the black woman there, Abby Phillips,
North Carolina the last time around, but by the slimmest margin of the states that he did.
Yeah, they do. Y'all teetotalers just face the world as it is.
What I've heard from the campaign tonight is that they are seeing in some rural counties lower than expected votes. Those counties are expected to go for Donald Trump. So they see that as a positive sign. And then on the other hand, when they look at where their voters
I love Abby, but
it's in places like the Raleigh-Durham area where you're going to have a larger portion of those voters educated.
Oh my God.
A lot of people.
Oh no, you don't understand. Like I'm sitting there and I remember it, and I'm just like,
in those communities, and
Hillary's going to win. And this was back when I actually was like,
gave them
supporting these people
and hope as they go into this poll closing deadline in just
like,
a couple of minutes. So
wait a minute.
The campaign has been
what
talking
the fuck
about
is happening right now?
All these
and they kept calling shit for him, and I was like, wait.
They see North Carolina.
Hillary's not about to lose, is she?
Abby, thanks so much. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the Trump headquarters. Caitlin, what is the Trump campaign looking at right now?
Now you
know.
Jake,
obviously, when it comes to North Carolina,
I think she's going to appoint, if she wins, Liz Cheney will be in the cabinet, y'all. Y'all all know that, right? If she wins, she already promised it. So here's what I need y'all to, I'm going to mute this person. Here's what I need y'all to understand. Cheney has not been out here stumping for Harris for no reason, okay? She's already been guaranteed a cabinet position. They tested that out on The View to see how people react, and them motherfuckers clapped and cheered for that shit. Remember when Harris teased and said that she would have a Republican in her cabinet? It's because she had already signed the dotted line and made the promise to Liz Cheney. So you all can expect Liz Cheney to be part of the Harris administration if she wins.
Tonight. I was told that he was just on the phone calling into radio stations inside Pennsylvania, urging people to get out and make sure they get to the polls and vote. And Jake.com says some of his top surrogates are also posting online, urging people to get out and vote. Stephen Miller himself urging men to get out and vote, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump headquarters. David Chalian has some exit polls coming in from North Carolina.
Exit polls, let's see what they're saying.
Driving voters in the Tar Heel state.
Yeah, Jake.
I hate Jake's face. I'm sorry, y'all. I really do.
How people feel about the way things are going.
Real quick, hit that like button if you didn't on your way in. Please hit that like button. It lets YouTube know that we're here. It lets other people know that we are here. There are people that are going to be on YouTube. They are looking for somewhere to watch these election results. They will come in. They will join us. Everybody needs community. We need something. We can't do this by ourselves. So hit that like button, subscribe, share it on Threads. If you tag me on Threads, I'll repost you. Okay, so send people the link on Threads, and I'll repost you on my timeline. Please, let's get the word out.
Who are dissatisfied and angry with Trump's dominance in our politics. So that'll be something to watch later in the evening. We also are looking here at the most important issue. Economy actually ranks top.
I like that tie.
Like it is nationally.
That tie is
like
nice.
We saw in Georgia, though, a tick down from that. 36%.
I would love somebody to wear a tie like that while we're having sex, and I would just kind of yank it. Okay.
Well down then is abortion and immigration in the teens. We also asked about hurricane aid here. Is federal hurricane aid getting to the people
I
who
think
need
I
it?
heard something about they were making provisions for folks.
Say yes, federal hurricane aid
I
getting
hope
to where it
so.
needs
I
to
hope
go.
so.
46% say no. And then Joe Biden's approval rating, it's 1 point higher here in North Carolina
it's okay.
than it is in Georgia
It's
or
all
nationally.
good.
42% approved. 56%
Anointed time,
Again,
not the
Harris
appointed
campaign
time.
would like to
Okay,
make sure
you're
they
here
get some
now.
of those
You're
Biden
here now.
disapprovers into their fold.
My brand is
but
strong.
that kind of
My
approval
brand
by
is
Biden
strong.
is what is
Purple,
giving the Trump
everything.
campaign hope.
Purple.
in a place
I
like
got a
North
purple
Carolina.
keffiyeh on.
Interesting. All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And let's talk about
Jake
this
cut him
again.
off. Jake was like, interesting.
Again,
Anyway,
headwinds for Kamala
he does
Harris
not
here in
care.
these exit polls. First of all, 70% of North Carolinians of Tar Heels are either dissatisfied or angry with the state of things. The economy is the number one issue. That's terrain that where Trump
I would like to
traditionally
have some
polls
sex.
better.
I'm sorry. Like, I would like to do that.
Then,
that would be
bad,
awesome. Right.
Job approval rating for Joe
Oh,
Biden.
man,
her
Katie.
boss.
Oh, wow.
It is
I would
true
hate to have
about
been
70
pregnant.
or 71%.
No disrespect. I
of
mean,
people
we
who are
love your kids,
dissatisfied
right?
and
But
but I think, unlike what Chris said before, saying it was that it's a very good sign for Donald Trump. I think that what you are maybe not calculating, and what David and David with Anderson are not calculating,
and so,
is that there are a lot of women and men who are.
Let me be quiet, Dana. Those of us that grew up in New York, those of us who are old enough to remember what happened with the Exonerated Five and how scared that made us as young people, thinking that these people were going to come after us, right? We knew this man was a clown. We remember when he opened up the Trump shit in Atlantic City, gutted Atlantic City, fucked them up. We remember all of this. This man was constantly in the tabloids. This man has been seeking, reputation, redemption for so long. We know he's a clown. And it's like the rest of the country finally found out that this Donald Trump was the laughing stock of New York. You feel me? Like, come on.
Around the world, rather.
Like,
inflation.
God.
They don't like the way things are going. They want somebody to fix it. And that's Donald Trump's basic pitch at the end, which is it's broken. I'm going to fix it.
That man took a full page ad
about
calling
what people
for these
mean
kids
when
to
they
be
are
killed.
dissatisfied. It's the same thing about what they mean by democracy or being independent. It's not
does everybody remember every fucking hip hop song that came out after that that was still referencing him as though he was a good fucking person?
Aaron?
Come on, man.
We're just moments away from
Come
polls
on.
closing in a lot of these states in these final crucial
Come on,
minutes.
it's not cool. It's not cool.
Minutes. Brianna, where you
All right,
are in Charlotte,
let's see what we
people
got.
still have to vote, and we're starting to see some of these exit polls.
It wasn't
concerns about
cool,
the economy,
man.
The dissatisfaction that people have. What have voters been telling you?
They've been telling us, Aaron.
No, that's real. That's real.
Matters.
New York was like, the fuck out of here, bro. Like, we not even
closely watched.
We're not even on that.
66% for Joe Biden in
2020.
Scarred. And this is going to be very
scarred. And if you guys ever been to Atlantic City, you know that the surrounding areas are distressed and impoverished.
Voter Brian Flores.
Come on,
you just
man.
Voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how
Correct.
you came to this
Thank
decision.
you for saying this.
So
they could have taken this Epstein thing and ran with it, but you know why they can't? Because there's a number of their favorite Democrats that are on the hook as well, including Hillary's husband. Okay.
But it's funny to say that.
So she asked you. She asked.
I know that's right.
To vote for Harris.
I know that's right. I said I'm not going to take an edible to like maybe 8:00. I think maybe 9 o'clock because we here for a long night. If I take that shit too early,
you were just going to stay.
I'd be no good. I'd be no good.
And so you came just before polls closed. But here's the thing: how long did it? Most people have been saying it's taken them 5 or 10 minutes. Tell us how long it took you to vote.
So I got off of work at 4:30. Drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much. Aaron, back to you.
Well, that's devotion.
Tell my kid to
That's devotion. 2 hours to fix the address and to stay there.
Boy, all right, I'm back.
All right, John, but those are the stories.
Right. 19-3, y'all.
You know what?
I've only had to take one half a shot.
Was not going to be there yesterday or the day before.
That is right.
Which in a competitive race It starts with one.
Oh,
and that's how you
see,
build.
Florida knew.
So what do we have
Because
so
when you're
far?
an evil person, you take that with you everywhere you go. So he wasn't going to be able to hide
It's
it.
early. That's the big
You
headline.
feel me?
Here.
Like he wasn't going to be able to hide it.
We have a lot to count.
I know that's
tonight.
right. Come on,
but
let's
we have
do
some
it.
interesting things happening.
Let's do it. I'm
let's
here
start
for
in Battleground,
everybody.
Georgia, the
We
one
need drugs.
battleground state where we do have some results
Like
right
that.
now.
We
and
need.
You have a very narrow lead for Donald Trump, or that's I guess better than that.
We need drugs.
Lead for Donald Trump, 54,000 votes now. I say narrow and it grows. That's what happens on live television. You see that right there. But this is very, very early in the race. We have 7% estimated reporting.
Ooh,
so you're looking at the map. You see the red
that's
filling
right.
in the small rural counties.
Let's
That is
pour
the
it up.
bedrock
Hoe
of the
up.
Donald Trump movement.
Hoe
We live
up.
big in rural America. The challenge for Harris is to run it up here. We have nothing from Fulton County. Subject to Blackwell earlier tonight in Gwinnett County. Very early on. You have a little more 1,000, 1,100 votes there if you add that up. So we have a long way to go. Just for comparison
I'm prepared. I'm ready, y'all. I got my cups.
So can the vice president keep it there at 59
I got mixers.
as we move through the night? Again, that's an
incredible
early rationale.
This is like my favorite Starbucks tumbler. Just so y'all know. I know they Zionists or whatever, but it's like my favorite one. And I broke mine originally.
In some areas, can you make it up somewhere else?
And my provisional boyfriend found me another one on eBay
competitive race.
and sent it to me,
Virginia
y'all.
used to be a battleground state.
I say provisional because he's still proving himself.
But important clues tonight.
So far, so good.
Because if you look through right here, only 2% of the vote in. Again, you see what 45,000
sign-ups are still open though.
This is a state that's going to be around 4 million votes, maybe even higher than that by the end of the night. So this is very, very early on. It's 2% of the vote. But you look at the map and say, are there any surprises? This would be a surprise.
I know you're watching, so he's gonna be
Prince William County in the suburbs. You see, DC is right here. Very blue suburbs here. Fairfax County.
No.
Years,
we are taking shots every time Harris wins a state.
It's only 5% of the vote.
That's what we're doing.
By 6 points.
Every time she wins a
state.
state.
Take a peek. This was blue.
We're gonna take.
It was decidedly blue. So it's very early. That vote total could be one precinct. Could
provisional.
be one Republican area. Just
provisional.
You mark it
you got to try it out.
Right now, that's what Biden did very well. At the moment,
we got to see how it is. I don't move fast. I don't move fast.
In the exurbs, that's his path.
I can love you to death and beyond, and still,
this plays in. What else are we looking for here? This is Chesterfield County. Richmond, Virginia is the capital. Suburbs beneath it to the south. Suburbs around it to the north. Only 6% of the vote in. Harris getting 51%. Again, your test is matching up to Biden. He had 52. She wants to stay where his number is. You say, oh, it's a point or so. A point or so can matter. Maybe not in Virginia. She may still win the state. But if she's underperforming Biden in the suburbs, that would be a warning sign. This is way too early to say that's the case. I pointed out just that these are the markers we're going to go through as we go through the night, as we look it out. When it comes to Virginia, here's my test here. Again, this is 2%. Those numbers, forget about them. We're going to get a long way to go there. Here's the number you want to look at. This was a 10-point race. 10-point race 4 years ago.
That's crazy.
It was not a 10-point race in 2016. Right? It was still blue in both races. That's Obama. Sorry, I went all the way back to Obama there. Let's come to 2016. Run the clock. There we go. Oh, that's not going to work for me. There we go. It was a 6-point race there. That matters. Virginia might.
Wait, how do I do it? I can do it.
The question is,
I don't know what ASMR bottle tapping is. What do I got to do? I can do it.
That's what you watch. Counties come in. You take a look. You try to learn some lessons.
All right, and we're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Harris-Trump presidential race.
Oh, 9 seconds, y'all. Come on.
Ends in the battleground state of North Carolina, as well as
North Carolina. Next polls close at 7:30. Here we go, y'all. Here we go.
Right now,
projection.
CNN can make a projection.
Donald Trump, West Virginia. We knew that was coming.
West Virginia, and it's 4 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. Too early to call. Too early to make a projection in battleground North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes, or in Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the electoral map at this hour now that we've called a state for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has 23 electoral votes in the lead of Kamala Harris, who has 3 electoral votes. 270 electoral votes are needed to win the race. Both are far from that. Let's bring you a key race alert now in the battleground state of Georgia.
All right.
Donald Trump in the lead with 58.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 41.4% of the vote. Donald Trump, 69,586 votes ahead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote in.
Yeah, we're not thinking about 8%. John King.
Lead there with 49.6%.
We know this is your day, baby. But John, we're not trusting no 8%. Wait, that's Jake Tapper. See, this is the problem. We don't need Jake Tapper talking about this. We need John King,
Virginia. We have 2 more
the Magic Board King, coming through. Oh shit, 600,000.
Kamala Harris with 45.5% of the vote.
He's up by 600,000
a 586,779 vote lead. That's with most of the vote in, a majority of the vote, 64% of the vote in the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes. In New Hampshire,
it doesn't make sense. They should be Democratic.
8.7%
but
of the vote. Donald Trump,
them Dixiecrats, Appalachian folks,
5,500.
I don't know. I think
vote lead.
I think they done phased out a little bit.
4% of the vote.
Yes,
John
you
King,
can.
Magic wall.
Yes, you can. That's why we are here together. Stop the bullshit. You can do it. You will do it. We're here together. Jersey closes at 8. Okay, Jersey, New York. There's going to be some love. We're going to be all right.
In Georgia,
West Virginia is a deeply red state.
Donald Trump in the lead right now. Joe Biden had 2.47 million when he won the state 4 years ago. So we have a long way to go in the count.
She's a strong, black, independent black woman. She don't need no man to do it for her. She going to represent her
Trump
goddamn
24,
self.
Trump 20, Trump 16. Can Harris match Biden? Will black turnout rival Obama? These are the questions you have coming into the election, and then you actually get results, and it'll be the Harris coalition versus this year's
I'm
Trump
working
coalition.
on this,
and we want
Katie.
to play out. So
Perhaps you did not see my shot glass.
Well, if that's the case,
if more blue states come in,
that would be a big deal.
It's a party.
Overinvest 277 to 186. So you've got fewer than 500 votes, as you can see. A long way to go in Cobb County. So sometimes you get an early precinct or early batch of votes, and it draws your eye. If that stays that way,
it's too early. Don't worry. No,
this is the key to
we are not having another HRC. I swear to God, we are not.
So you come off that,
come
back to 2024 and see where we are. Not much of it in yet, right? So let's just take a peek around it and look.
Oh, no, for sure. East Coast is going to come in. So that's the thing. East Coast closed at like 8 o'clock.
So they're getting some votes in there pretty quick.
We wait. And some of this is all early. This is all early.
Let's see how
this is all early. And they're calling places they can call because they have smaller populations, and so you know they can make the estimate. You know, but
anytime you flip counties, you're helping your math. So let's come back to 2024 again. Let's watch and see if that holds. Let's come back in and come over here, and you come down here to Rockdale County again. Here's Atlanta, right?
Well, if we fast forward, then we don't have time to talk to each other, Katie. And that's the fun part. That you don't have the opportunity to see me get drunk.
Sometimes that changes.
That's what we're all doing here. If you just come in and hit that like button, hit that like button and share it. Let people know that we are here. You can share it, post it on Instagram. I hope you're not still posting on Twitter. Post it on Threads. Let people know that we are here, that they can come and join us in this community. We are here for each other.
Victor Blackwell is here, keeping an eye on Gwinnett for us. It is a larger, more populous suburb to the northeast.
I have
of
no
Atlanta.
idea where
Again,
my phone is.
15, 20 years ago, it was Republican. Mitt Romney carried this in 2012.
I want to find my phone.
57 right now.
So,
it's almost more important to look at his numbers sometimes. Can Donald Trump improve his standing in the suburbs? He doesn't have to win. He just has to improve his standing in the suburbs. If you can make that a 46, you know, that makes you more competitive. So 43 right now in Gwinnett County, 2024. But look at
not responding to my text
812
messages.
votes. Harris is in the lead. By the time we're done, you're going to be in the 200,000.
I know.
Right? So we have a very, very, very long way to go.
But CNN is my favorite place to watch. Y'all want me to put it on something else? No, we're going to stick with John King. This is the election king.
Early count. We don't even have
just the election king. Gwinnett County.
Number of votes. But that's what you're doing early on. You're just looking, placing some markers to try to do the comparison as you go back and forth. And Jake, I just want to pull out quickly to the map and look at it here. Everything else,
right? Just stick with me. I wanted you to have time to get your food.
North Carolina, we do have some first votes in. And it is blue at the moment
to get settled in. Which drink?
1,820 vote lead. There you go. It just moved again. More votes came in. 8,732 vote lead for the vice president. But again, 17,782 votes. It might change even as I speak. This is just
I told him to bring my phone. He was like, your phone's on the washing
machine. It takes 2.7 or more to win North Carolina in a high turnout election. So we're very early in the count, but North Carolina and Georgia, critical battlegrounds. If Donald Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, the vice president cannot win this race.
Splitting between me and C-SPAN. It's so much more fun over here.
If he takes those two off the board, North Carolina and Georgia, she must win Pennsylvania. So as these counts come in these battleground states, we're starting to get into the point we can start doing some electoral college chess. North Carolina and Georgia are critical. If Harris loses them, her path becomes incredibly narrow. If she can win one of them, she has more options.
All right, give me a second. I'll be right back.
Sanchez, who was our first projection of the night, in the fight for control of the
wait. We got another projection. Oh,
take a major projection to bring you.
Oh,
in their quest to
no.
take control of the U.S. Senate, Republicans have their first expected pickup, and it comes from West Virginia.
God damn it.
Two-term Governor Jim Justice, the Republican in this race, is projected to defeat the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia.
Oh, wow. Why are you like
Justice,
the greatest kid ever? I love you.
Now expected to take control of the seat held
kid.
by
You see what he
retiring Democrat turned independent Senator Joe Manchin, as he now
Raise him up.
retires. Kind of gives you an idea of where West Virginia is headed.
Raise them up.
So this is
the way you want them to go.
But it is significant for the math.
I don't have to go nowhere.
A MAGA acolyte known for taking his 4-year-old English bulldog everywhere with him. It appears that Baby Dog and Justice are now headed to the U.S.
Come on.
So
you got to be here with me.
Republicans
you got to be here with me.
Control of 2 Democratic seats to take the upper chamber.
I'm not going to get drunk if she don't win some goddamn states.
Where Democrats hold a seat. Let's get you some key race alerts now and show you exactly where that is on the map.
Oh, God.
We start with Ohio, still very early there, but Colombian-born businessman Bernie Moreno is leading Democratic incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown, seeking his 4th term.
Brown about to lose.
16,000 votes, still very early though, 3% of the vote in the state of Ohio. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at the map, you're looking for opportunities.
If you're wondering,
to pick up a Republican
you've never been here before. You're wondering why I'm laughing.
In the Sunshine State,
because this shit is all absurd.
Elected by winning only about a 10,000 vote margin over his previous opponent back in 2018. Right now, he's 1,000 votes ahead of former Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Mercosur.
Nah, he don't care about this shit.
Still a lot of votes to count, but this is with 60% of the vote in the state of Florida. So stepping back, looking at the raw numbers, what does this mean for the balance of power in the U.S. Senate?
That's crazy.
Democrats hold 28 seats, Republicans 40, with that one important pickup
because
in West Virginia.
It's CNN.
32 seats remain.
And they ain't got shit else to do.
You need 51 for control of the chamber. All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let me bring you a CNN key race alert right now. In North Carolina, Kamala Harris is in the lead with 68% of the vote.
Not even 100,000 votes, but okay.
Kamala Harris has at this hour has a 41,599 vote
I
lead.
see. Thank you for the
Venmo.
Venmo.
Estimated 2% of the vote.
Thank you
from the big battleground of North Carolina with
thank you so much,
votes.
Ruth AR.
Georgia, Donald Trump.
Thank you
with 60.6%.
Thank you, Danny.
Kamala Harris has 38.9%.
Appreciate you.
Donald Trump as of this hour with a 109,841 vote lead. That's with an estimated 9% of the vote in from that key battleground state.
We don't care about 9%.
16 electoral votes.
10% or nothing.
Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris has 59.7% of the vote.
Thank you.
38.8% of the vote.
Thank you. I'm gonna do my. That's why I wanted my phone so I could do my best to shout out everybody that's made a donation
from the Commonwealth of Virginia with its 13 electoral votes. We expect more votes to come in from key battlegrounds at any time, and we're going to soon get the first results from a third high-stakes presidential battleground, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
In the chat,
in the Commonwealth. Just a few minutes
from now. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Pennsylvania is going to Harris. Put a 2 in the chat if you think Donald Trump is going, that Pennsylvania is going to Donald Trump. 1 for Harris, 2 for Trump. We're going to mute them because we don't do commercials. All right. What y'all think? What y'all think? Pennsylvania is going to Harris. Put a 1. Going to Trump. Put a 2. I think it's going to Trump. I think it's going to Trump. Are y'all saying 1 because you don't want to put the negative energy out there? Like, is that what it is? Okay. Okay. I'm not counting on Philly niggas. Don't let me do this. I'm sorry. Philly niggas be real hotepy. But Philly women are the ones that are actually able to vote. So, hey, power it up. Power it up. That was fucked up. That was fucked up. But I'm not wrong. Not wrong. Philly don't do nothing but put all the niggas in jail. So they're not even qualified to vote for a cop. I'm just saying. And Northwest Philly is Germantown, Mount Airy, the Oak Lanes. That's Sherelle Parker territory. I know because I lived in Sherelle Parker territory when she did absolutely nothing for East Oak Lane. Anyway. Philly niggas with them beards, and they be posting pictures with the white lines. Philly niggas love biggin, okay? Biggin, that shit that you fill your color in. And they paint beards on their faces. You think them niggas is voting for Kamala Harris? Well, sorry, those of you white people that may be offended by my use of the word nigga, but my channel, and I'm talking about niggas. I don't know. You know what? So I've spent the last, during the pandemic especially, I spent a lot of time at Pennsylvania gun ranges. They love that man. I was at the gun shows at Oaks. If you know, you know. They love that man. They love that man. He wasn't even in office. They love that man. They love that man. So yeah, Bucks is going to him. I think Moco is going to go to him too. Delaware County will go to Harris. Philadelphia County will go to Harris. But Lehigh, Trump. All right, they're back. Lehigh's going to Trump. The Amish are going to vote for Trump. Well, I don't know. Do they vote? Do the Amish vote? Do the Mennonites vote?
Coast, and we're heading into one of the busiest hours of this election.
Lancaster County is going to go to Trump.
270 electoral votes stands right now. Donald Trump has 23 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes. Both of them.
They don't vote? Okay.
270 needed
I appreciate you saying that.
We have some new results to share. So here's a key race alert.
No, they love him. Like, come on. South Philly's going. They're going to vote for Trump.
Has 36.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a healthy 166,655 vote lead. That's with 13% of the estimated vote.
Well, that's because
still a lot of votes to be counted.
They ain't got DeKalb County and
North Carolina.
Atlanta ain't checked in yet.
7.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has 31.4%
I think Harris is going to get Georgia.
Has 40,000.
I don't think she's going to get Pennsylvania. I'm happy to be wrong, folks.
Trump, but it's still
what do I
very
know?
Early. 2%
I think she's actually going to get Georgia.
Still a lot of votes in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris has 58.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 129 vote.
The Amish vote.
It's still very early. Only 15% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In Florida, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 44.7%.
No, that's true. Yeah, Lancaster is, like I said, Lancaster is going to Trump.
That's with an estimated 71% of the estimated vote in from Florida. In Ohio,
they're not calling Florida with 70-something%. You see what I'm saying? Because they know that's too, that's too important a state to call.
Vote lead. It's still very early in Ohio.
Thank you, Key. I appreciate you.
Estimated vote in. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 10,020 vote lead. Still very early in New Hampshire, only 7% of the estimated vote in.
Am I wrong? Y'all think she's going to get Pennsylvania?
We're only minutes away.
She's going to get Jersey. She's going to get New York.
She's
going to get Maine.
Entire presidential race.
She's going to get
We're counting down to the top
Massachusetts.
8 p.m. Eastern. When a total of 171 electoral votes are on the line. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win.
Upstate New York is going to be mad, but New York City is going to always hold the Democrats down.
The District of Columbia.
She's going to get Delaware.
Florida.
Her headquarters, headquarters in Delaware.
Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts.
Niggas in Delaware can't vote either.
Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma.
8 o'clock is about to be it, y'all. 8 o'clock. Go get what you need right now. Go get what you need right now.
Pennsylvania in this hour ahead. It is one of the make or break battlegrounds up for
same day we get rid of
racism.
racism.
There has been 48-48 or 50-50. Kamala Harris.
I think she's going to get Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania,
Okay.
as President Biden did 4 years ago.
I'm happy to be
Donald
wrong.
Trump
Please, I don't need to be right.
2016 victory there. Let's check back with our campaign correspondent. First, Abby Phillip, anchoring at Harris headquarters in Howard University here in D.C.
I agree.
Abby, what is the latest from Harris campaign headquarters?
I think
when it comes
people
to
are going to go third party or protest votes.
North Carolina.
I don't think she's getting Michigan, which is unfortunate.
Jake,
they're playing Beyonce at Howard. I know that's right.
Has some new reporting about what's happening in the state of Pennsylvania. Jeff, what are you learning?
Well, Abby, there's no doubt that the Harris campaign is watching Pennsylvania closer than any
all
other
the niggerati are there.
Looking to Philadelphia in particular.
Come on, DC. DC is turned. You know, DC is turned out. DC is turned out at Howard.
Key precincts in
love it. Oh, you said it's midday. You pouring whiskey.
The vice president is to
every hour of the day
in Pennsylvania. She
we don't
must do well in Philadelphia. Abby, as you well know, she closed out her campaign last night in Philadelphia with that big rally on the Rocky Steps. That's where the marathon ends. It's called the finish line. The big question for her campaign, if she reaches the finish line in the presidential race, can she have big enough margins in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh to carry the state? The Harris campaign is a little worried about North Carolina and Georgia. They've always said the most straightforward path is the blue wall, but all eyes are on Philadelphia right now. That's why, as we speak, they're trying to get the rest of the voters out to the polls.
I love that song.
Just a couple of minutes left. Jeff, thank you for that.
I love Abby, right? She is so beautiful.
Collins at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Caitlin.
What up, Abby?
Yeah, thanks, Jake. We're here at the convention center where Donald Trump is hosting his election night party. I'm with CNN's Kristen Holmes and Philadelphia and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's how they accent, and that's the thing. It's like,
but after Donald
we
Trump
may not have an official result today, but the next few days are going to be real tense, y'all. Y'all got to be safe, be careful, be safe and be careful.
There's more than 400,000 Puerto Rican voters in Pennsylvania, and he actually went to Allentown. There wasn't huge protests, but they were very concerned. Now, a lot of their concern focuses around some internal drama, which was that essentially after that comedian took the stage and made that joke, there was a lot of finger pointing as to who was to blame, who brought him on the stage, who did not vet him. Now,
what are they talking about?
They have been circulating polls.
The Trump headquarters is in West Palm Beach.
Who was asked at multiple times, "Did this hurt my campaign?
They don't have
is
fun
this
music.
Going to hurt me with Puerto Rican
he's
voters?"
worried about it.
He was worried.
All right, everybody.
He was worried.
Let's talk to Sarah.
As he often does.
Let's make sure that she does not have an anxiety attack or a panic attack.
They weren't going to
It's
vote
fine.
for him. And of course,
we are fine. We are all in here together.
Given the
it's
fact
all
that there
good.
are so many Puerto Rican voters, and one thing, Caitlin, it's not just Pennsylvania. Across all of these swing states, there are large swaths of Puerto Rican voters. So whether it's not self-preservation because these people want to show that they didn't impact the Puerto Rican vote, or it's because they actually think it could impact him in the long term, they're watching those numbers very carefully.
Yeah, and when the margins
I think this is something that we all think about, right? Like, what happens in our daily lives, right? Me as a Black woman, I go to the grocery store, and you guys know I live in I live in Whitelandia. Like, they're generally really nice.
Democracy is the number
but
one
this
issue for voters.
election, I'm just like, do I to walk around with a piece? Even though I don't have a jersey concealed carry?
Then abortion at 15, immigration at 12.
I will get off.
Do you think it should be mostly legal?
You ain't fucking with me.
Illegal? 64%
no. Good reminder. Everybody drink some water if you have been drinking alcohol.
Illegal. We also asked for a view on fracking in Pennsylvania. You want to understand why Kamala Harris
for these shots that I'm about to take.
55% favor fracking, according to the exit polls.
I'm gonna do a half a shot.
36% oppose it.
Oh, everybody wish Marcel a birthday. Happy birthday, Marcel. It's almost your birthday. You're not going to let this depress you because, girl, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. Hey, hey.
At least it's based on this exit poll, a slightly better terrain in Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, with democracy as the number one issue.
Go get the bottle. We got about 9 minutes till they start calling a whole bunch of states, y'all.
Legal abortion.
Go get what you need to get. Protect yourself.
Bad, but not as bad.
I think it's night and day. I mean, as compared to Georgia and North Carolina, 48% of people in Pennsylvania said either abortion or democracy
all about the birthdays.
was the most important issue.
seems like a very different.
Wait, another one of our theater fam had a birthday. Dr. Hall had a birthday. Rich Hall, you see him in the chat. He had a birthday yesterday. So we love birthdays around here. We celebrate all the birthdays.
Nebraska is enough.
Yeah,
listen, you make it to your birthday.
These numbers
we celebrate you.
Ostensibly,
we celebrate you.
Pretty good for Kamala Harris if democracy is the top issue, but the economy is right underneath that.
Yeah.
As we know, has been
happy birthday to
a big
everybody.
headwind for Kamala Harris. What we don't know yet, and what I'm really interested to see, is what Caitlin and Kristen were just reporting on. And that is
happy birthday!
That very large,
happy birthday to you,
Latino population, but the Puerto Rican population in places like Allentown and Redding, whether or not those are going to
flip,
or maybe
I wouldn't pass the
because one of the thing about those comments is that it draws attention to the campaign and not the way they want. Kamala Harris tried to take advantage of that. She had Fat Joe. She had Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
All right, y'all, give me like 2 seconds. I'll be right back before they do the 8 o'clock. All right, give me 2 seconds.
Pennsylvania, it's not just about the mistake. It's about being able to draw attention to it and use that as an opportunity to wake up maybe low propensity voters.
Yeah. Pennsylvania with the third biggest Puerto Rican population in the mainland, behind only Florida and New York. Back to Aaron Burnett following the action in the battleground states.
Right, of course, chief among them right now, you're talking about it, Pennsylvania. So let's go to Kate Baldwin in Bensalem, where you have been throughout the day, Kate. And now, we're seeing these exit polls. Polls are going to close. This could truly become, as so many thought it would, the must-win state for Kamala Harris.
Absolutely. And since we last spoke to you, Aaron, we have moved to Philadelphia. This is the warehouse where all of the counting is happening. This is where the action is. And we've just learned from a source close to the counting process inside that Philadelphia will be posting, when it posts its first votes at 8:01 p.m., they will be posting just over 110,000 ballots. These are mail ballots. This is the long-awaited first batch of mail ballots to be posted, and it represents, I'm told by this source, more than 50% of all mail ballots that they have received. This also, for context, puts Philadelphia well ahead of the pace, their counting pace from 2020, which we've all become so familiar with. But this is a big moment that we're learning first here on CNN. They'll be posting just over 110,000 ballots, and we'll see the results of that when it posts online.
It's so crucial, Kate, as you say, faster than we had seen last time. And the context that Kate just gave around that number, that would be more than 50% of the mail-in ballots from Philadelphia. It's a start, but it's a better start than we've seen before. Pamela Brown is at the voting desk. And Pamela, with the spotlight on Pennsylvania right now, what are you looking for in the context of those numbers that Kate just shared with us?
So you have the early votes that are about to be reported shortly after 8 o'clock, and then you have the overall turnout. And sources I'm speaking with there in Pennsylvania and on the ground in Philly say that turnout in Philadelphia and some other places across the Commonwealth have exceeded expectations. So let's talk about that Democratic stronghold of Philadelphia and what I'm being told there. An official there tells me at Temple University, the line was around the block today. I'm told they had to bring in extra machines to tabulate. I told you I was making some Cornish hens. I'm not about to not eat them. 2 that is typical per this official. The Philly official. Oh gosh! All right, I'm back. They have an exact number for voter turnout today. They just don't have that data right now. That turnout has certainly exceeded expectations. Shout out to everybody celebrating birthdays this week. We love you. Ballots had to be replenished today in several polling places. Yes, I have Cornish hens, stronghold. Sweet potato. One state source speaking to election officials in Philly. I made some cornbread stuffing, but I already ate some. Quite high and seems through the roof. Let's look at the swing county here of Northampton. The state official also tells me at Lehigh University their lines were up to 4 hours long. I'm told this is not because of my stomach if I'm going to be drinking issues, just that the turnout there was stronger than they had anticipated at this university, where there are a lot more younger voters. Now, I'm told right now, as it stands across the Commonwealth, so all the major states come in. Fewer mail-in ballots compared to 2020, but officials aren't done Trump might actually lose. And they tell me it's actually more mail-in ballots they get to the Midwest, than they were expecting. And then Texas comes in. Our first big look at those mail-in ballot numbers right there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at 8 p.m. A lot coming our way this hour. Texas,
absolutely. As Kate said, more than 100,000.
You're gonna let us down.
Could be more than 50% of the gonna let us down for Philadelphia. John King, amazing.
Dallas ain't finna let us down.
4 hours of lines, and we have
I was just in Dallas.
Pennsylvania to Nevada, that young people have turned out.
Hopefully everyone's turning out. I just want to say quickly, seeing Kate Baldwin in that spot.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
You want to trigger some Johnny 2020
Let's
PTSD.
say that's real PTSD.
Yeah, that is.
What's he saying? Okay, now we're talking about Pennsylvania.
2020. Let's look through what we have.
All right, let's see what John got to say about Pennsylvania
right now. Again, this is the biggest of the battleground.
We're on the magic wall.
19 electoral votes. Whoever wins this state has more options to get to 270 because it's 19. The next biggest one is 16. But so what are we looking for here, right? Kate was just right here in Philadelphia. It's the biggest basket of votes. If you're the Democrat, you need to run it up in Philadelphia.
She's going to get
just said we'll get about 100,000 votes, right? So let's just go back in 2020, just as a reminder. Joe Biden
Philly has 1.23 million people
of the vote, and just over 600,000.
Terrell Parker won with like 250,000
It's a building
votes.
block. We're going to have to wait to
Folks
see
don't be
what
turning
keeps
out,
coming
but I'm
after
hoping
that,
that for this
especially if
election
those are
they
early
do.
ballots, and we'll see. Are the early ballots this year as disproportionately Democratic as they were in 2020? That's one of the things we'll see. But this is the building block for any Democratic victory.
We have to do this together. I would not be sitting and watching this shit by myself. Absolutely not.
You want to do some raw math there.
Absolutely not.
Then we get into the suburbs around Philadelphia, the Collin County blocks, and Montgomery and Delaware.
I believe in
and then
community.
You start moving out.
I don't do that rugged individualism.
Pam just noted two places that I'll keep an eye on tonight. Again, I said this at the beginning of the program. Maybe you weren't with us. There are 25 counties in America. Only 25 counties in America that voted twice for Barack Obama.
Anybody know the most expensive county in the country?
Right. So those are your bellwether counties. Two of them.
Without Google,
Pennsylvania.
Who knows the most expensive county in the United States?
There's Erie. Look how close it was in 2020. But the winner goes on to win the White House, right? And then you come over here. Pam just mentioned Northampton County, which is right along the Jersey border, right here. Been there a few times in this campaign, part of our All Over the Map project. A great group of voters there.
John King has not said so.
Northampton County. She mentioned long voting.
So until John King says it, it's not real. Okay.
Who said she was confident that Harris could pull it out, but that's a bellwether there. That's Pennsylvania. Now let's come back to 2024 and see what we have on the map. At the moment, we told you this early on, the vice president is leading in battleground Ohio. Not much of a battleground anymore. This is a reliably red state. So just take this. It's 20% estimated reporting. You'd rather be ahead than behind. But remember, we told you some states you're going to see a lot of early votes first, and then you get election day voting.
Y'all look
always good to be ahead, but it's only 20%.
Guess making some good
expectation by the end of the night is Ohio turns back to red, but we want to look at the votes. To be fair to the former president, earlier tonight, I talked about Hamilton County, Indiana, a suburban county just north of Indianapolis, where the vice president was leading when we were in the 50%. We're above 62% now. Still very competitive. Still could be a sign that she's competitive in Republican-leaning suburbs, but Donald Trump has taken the lead in Hamilton County, Indiana, which, of course, is a red state already in his electoral map column. Let's just check in on the Commonwealth of Virginia, and then we'll move south.
Santa Cruz, y'all. Santa Cruz.
Joe Biden had a 10-point win here, right? If you want to recreate the 2020 map, you want the states to come out roughly like they did then, only at 22%. But right now, she's in the ballpark for a 10-point win. We'll keep an eye on that. If you get that 10-point win there, the question is, can you carry it over? This has always been Democrats' frustration. How did we get Virginia,
Kings County,
North Carolina? Demographically, they're very similar. You could even say there are some more advantages for Democrats in the research triangle. Younger voters, more black voters. Right now, the vice president has the lead. But again, we are very early on in the state of North Carolina, 59%. Just want to go back and look at the comparison. 126.
We ain't watching. We ain't trusting C-SPAN.
Why do we know?
If John King don't say it,
it ain't true. About 2.7, 2.8 million to win the state.
And we're not doing spoilers from other networks.
Battleground Georgia before we get to the top of the
this is
hour.
CNN
we're going to start to see votes coming in. It's time to do some serious math at the top of the hour. Donald Trump leading at the moment, 182,000 votes ahead. We're only about a third of the vote counted, and not much in yet from the Atlanta suburban area. But Jake, in the hour ahead, a lot of votes.
It's 8 o'clock. John King, let's go. All right. Why is Jake Tapper doing it? Where's John King? Bring John King back. That's the problem. They got Jake Tapper doing it. That's why she's going to lose. Because this nigga got bad juju.
The battleground that could decide the presidential election. And let's bring you some CNN projections. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes, as expected.
Oh, fuck
Donald Trump, CNN projects, will win the state of Tennessee, as expected, with its 11 electoral votes. Missouri will go to Donald Trump. Missouri, as expected, will give Donald Trump 10 electoral votes. Here are two more projections for Trump.
Oh, my God.
Will go to Donald Trump with its 9 electoral votes. And Oklahoma, CNN projects, will go to Donald Trump with its 7 electoral votes. We have some projections for Kamala Harris as well. CNN projects
told you
Massachusetts with its 11 electoral votes, as expected, to go to Kamala Harris. CNN can project that Massachusetts, as expected, with its 10 electoral votes.
I'm going to take a little bit. Yeah, I'm taking a little bit. Massachusetts.
CNN can project that the District of Columbia, with its 3 electoral votes, can go to Kamala
Maryland
Harris.
and D.C., we're doing one together.
Where the polls just closed, where we are not prepared to make a projection. They include Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. No projection.
They have no projections. They're being smart.
Here is the electoral vote
90 to 27.
Donald Trump has 90 electoral votes.
God.
Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Neither of them.
I combine D.C. and Maryland together.
Key race alert for you now in the big battlegrounds. North Carolina, Kamala Harris is in the lead there with 51.8% of the vote. Donald
that's
Trump
not the point of this.
0.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris with an 11,000 plus vote lead.
Very smart.
Only 5% of the.
I'm not taking my edible till 8:30. So I'm putting some food in my system now.
Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 54.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 44.6% of the vote. That's with a third of the vote in Georgia. That's 33% of the estimated vote. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead with 54.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 43.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a healthy 115,000 plus vote lead.
We need the V in the DMV to come through.
25%. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 55.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 43.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 9,517 vote lead. That's with only a 10% of the estimated vote counted in the state of New Hampshire. In Ohio, Kamala Harris in the lead there, 54.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has 44.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 144,000 plus vote lead in Ohio. That's with a quarter, 25% of the estimated vote in the state of Ohio. John King?
They haven't called Ohio. So until Jake Tapper and John King, fuck Jake Tapper. Until John King calls Ohio,
looks a little different.
We don't know.
A lot different than it might look at the end of the night or the end of the count.
Did C-SPAN fuck up at one time too? Now we don't trust them.
I say that because at the moment you see Texas is blue.
CNN has gotten better.
Texas is most unlikely. Rule out nothing, but Texas is most unlikely to be blue at the end of our count. At the moment, the vice president's leading 61% to 38%.
That's Houston. That's Dallas.
Texas voted, as you can see.
It might even be San Antonio. Definitely Austin.
There's a long way to go in Texas.
Definitely
also,
Austin.
The Senate race there we'll be keeping an eye on. But that one's not going to happen right there. We have our first votes. Look at that in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Again, only 3%
DMV stands for D.C., Maryland, and Virginia.
If you can be. 73% if you round up for Vice President Harris, 27% for Donald Trump. But again, where are they from? They're all from right out here in Allegheny County, which is the Democratic stronghold. Just for
that'll make me shit.
They say that's about 25% of the estimated vote.
Black,
so it could change, dramatically. But she's getting 73% if you round up. And if you come back here, Joe Biden got 59%. So if Harris can keep that number, that would bode extraordinarily well. Look at the president 4 years ago was at 59, and she is at 72.5.
There's a lot of silent watchers. You could join the chat. It's fine.
Tend to be more Democratic.
We're family here. You may be new here.
And see if she can hold, but you'd rather.
And you're just watching because you wanted to see CNN. That's fine.
That's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Let's wander back through the map. North Carolina, a critical battleground. If Harris can win North Carolina, Trump's math gets a lot more complicated. If Harris loses North Carolina and Georgia, her math gets a lot more complicated. Here's where we are right now.
So I can retweet or repost or whatever.
Only 6% of the vote in. Again, she's got 179,000 and change just for the context.
Yeah, thank you so much, y'all, for posting.
2.7 million plus to win this state in 2020. So a long way to go.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all so much for all the love.
Is it filling in the way each candidate would want it to fill in?
Yeah.
So let's start here. Actually, Mecklenburg is the largest population center, and Vice President getting 70% if you round that up. This is where she needs to win.
Thank you.
The African American community, the suburbs around it. If you're going to compete in North Carolina, you start in Mecklenburg County, Charlotte. So 60.
If you want to make a donation, a sister is going to have to get a new car after my car was stolen. For those of you that are new to the chat or new to me,
it's a little confusing. But if you're Harris and you can keep that advantage, that's what you want, right? You want to run ahead of where he was.
Be quiet, John King. So a couple of weeks ago, my car was stolen. I'm going to have to buy another one. And, if you want to donate to support me hosting this, I'd appreciate it. I don't like asking for that, but if you want to, I have stuff scrolling at the bottom, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. I really appreciate you if you want to do that. Okay.
You come back here,
we're back.
62%. So again, in the early returns in North Carolina, the Vice President of the United States in the key areas, the Democratic building blocks, is running ahead of Cornish hens are. They're 4 years ago. It doesn't mean it will hold up. Let's just scoot over to Durham and take a look. Biden got 80% there. And you come back to Harris now, she's getting 84%. Again, it's only 5% reporting. Early votes tend to be disproportionately Democratic. So let's watch and see how it plays out. Early in the campaign, since I was a teenager, list. Are we above or below? Just
want people to know
where we want to be. And if you're above, you take it.
Or maybe like I was like 1920, I think, when I met here. I'm 40. I'm 45.
This is the part of the state
I've known this sister for a very long time.
By Hurricane Helene, there have been questions. Could
that's
people
my Aries
vote?
sister right there. I appreciate you.
Job, getting the facilities open and making people to vote. Buncombe County is where Asheville is right here.
That's the problem.
Again, only 7%.
You're watching on and off.
77%.
You got to be on
for the vice president
all the time. This is how we survive this. Thank you, Henry, for the cash app. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Who just narrowly
lost love.
North Carolina 4 years ago. So if that holds up, it tells you keep an eye on North Carolina. At the moment, she's doing what she needs to do. But I just want to be cautious that it's early.
Thank you, Vivian. I appreciate you for the Venmo. Thank you.
So let's wait until we get more. Only at 7% in North Carolina, but we keep counting from there. So then Georgia is.
We are going to make it. What is this pessimism? Y'all, how long we been doing this? We have been doing this shit all election season. We are here together. It's all right. The outcome is not. Listen, I'm telling y'all. I just. Okay, be quiet, John King, because now I get to do my little rant. The Senate and the House are up. Control of the Senate and the House are up. There's a lot going on here, y'all. There's no need for the pessimism. Like, if he wins, he wins. But guess what? We gonna be all right. We already had him one time. We understand how he moves and doesn't move. Do not forget that his first administration, he left over 1,400 positions vacant because the motherfucker would not put together a team to hire up those positions. Okay? I'm just saying, his main promise was getting rid of ACA. He did not do that. Like, I'm not saying that I'm just saying he's a dumb motherfucker. And I don't want y'all to like lose your shit because he's been talking a lot of trash, getting rid of the fluoride in water. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. It may not be the best, but we're going to be all right. All right? So I don't want y'all. We always survive. We survive everything. And maybe that's because I'm a Black woman. Maybe I come from a people that have had no choice but to survive, right? And I'm a woman. So nobody know oppression like a woman. So I'm just saying that I just feel like, and I hear y'all on Vance. Like, they made 25 this motherfucker, and I get it, and put Vance in there, and I get it. And it may be Handmaid's Tale, but this is why I've been telling y'all to fucking arm yourselves. Y'all doing? Shoot these motherfuckers in the nuts. Shoot them in the nuts.
Vice President there. One thing the Harris campaign has been saying is
he doesn't like he doesn't know what he's allowed to do, what he's not allowed to do. But that was the thing that really got to me. It was just like this man didn't hire the people he needed to run his administration.
Well ahead of President
Biden. He really acts like this is The Apprentice.
Have a higher vote count, Jake, in Georgia.
He's got Elon Musk in his ear. He's got Kennedy in his ear. But he don't like them.
Make a fair comparison.
He don't like anybody who tries to be above him. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, come on, y'all.
Kamala Harris in the lead with 77.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 21.5% of the vote. Harris has a 187,924 vote lead. But it is very, very early. It's only
yes, it is. Yeah, stop fucking playing. Because also,
Pennsylvania, with a big packet of 19 electoral votes.
I just want you all to remember that Pennsylvania has had some issues with ballots and things like that. I know there's like 3,000 people and stuff that didn't get their ballots in time. So there's a lot of stuff going on in Pennsylvania. I don't know if they're going to be able to call
very early.
This is very, very early. Very, very early.
In the battleground.
2% in, that's nothing. That's nothing.
Electoral votes. John King.
Jake, I was just in your whole.
Yeah, and so a lot of these numbers are coming from the mail-in votes. So like we can't
electoral votes. It's not so fast.
We can't think too much.
It's looking good. Here we go. Where are those votes coming from? Well, number one, they're mostly coming from Philadelphia. Kate Baldwin told you just a few minutes ago we were going to get them.
They're coming from Philly.
She said we would get 100,000 votes. We got a little over 100,000 votes, right? 17% though of Philadelphia, 87% in the first batch of votes in Philadelphia for the vice president. Again,
yeah,
bit of a broken record, but you compare her. Joe Biden won Pennsylvania, so you want to go back and look 4 years ago and how is she doing vis-a-vis Joe Biden? 87% in Philadelphia. He got 81% in Philadelphia. It's early in the count.
Right.
We know these are early votes. Kate told us that. Early ballots tend to be disproportionately Democratic. So will this number hold up for the vice president? We'll see as we play.
We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right.
She'll be in good stead
we gonna
in
be
Pennsylvania,
all right.
but we need to get more votes.
Come on.
We're going to come out here
we have
now
no
in
choice.
Lancaster County.
We have no choice, y'all, but to be all right. We got to look out for each other. We got to take care of each other. We're going to be all right.
There, fewer than 800 votes. You come back
now,
4 years
if she
ago,
wins
Donald
and
Trump
you
won
have
this county convincingly,
immigrant family members, they might not be all
round
right.
it up. So we got a ways to go as we wait that play.
Because I want us to be very clear. The border policy that Trump tanked was a continuation of his own fucking policy. Again, this man is dumb. I don't know if y'all paid attention to Harris's border policy, but it called for a continuation of building the wall, y'all. They've been deporting people's family all year, right? So either way, you got immigrant family members and loved ones. They call her the border czar for a reason, because she's doing everything that they say that they want to do.
See the red? See all that red? Those are the building blocks of the Trump coalition. Talked about the Democratic coalition. Urban areas.
And I know some of y'all ain't come here to hear somebody, saying negative things, but come on now.
All these small rural counties. I'll just pick one randomly. Wilcox County.
Well, I tell y'all all the time, Malcolm X said, I'm for the truth no matter who tell it.
Vote. You say, well, that's only 1,500 votes. That's not a big deal. It's a big deal if you're getting it here and here and here and here. There are a lot of counties, right? You've got 159 counties in Georgia. 159 counties in Georgia. The Democrats win 13. They carry the state. Right? They're all in Atlanta and the other urban areas. So that's how Donald Trump runs it up in these little tiny counties.
As Haitian immigrants,
another one, Jackson County,
and the family that loved them, how this year has been for them under the Biden-Harris administration.
78% in 2024, 78% in 2020. Donald Trump's base is Donald Trump's base. Let's just pick another one just to compare it out. Hall County, again, slightly bigger. You see, 49,000 votes. That matters.
They're justifying their calls. I love when they do that.
30,000 votes out of one county in a state that is very competitive. 73% 2024. Let's just come back and look. 71%. So in that county, Donald Trump's overperforming.
There's a lot of people that feel the same way, and this is a safe space. If you're new to this particular chat, this is a safe space for that. Because again, just to remind people, I did not vote for her either. So
71% for the
we
vice
get
president.
it. We're just here,
Still no math. Cobb County. If that one stays red, Donald Trump's
either way,
it's still very early in the count.
The Biden-Harris administration's immigration policy.
The Harris campaign is tracking and saying, okay, this is good news for us. Why do they say that? She's about 76% of the vote count in. She's at 66% when you round that up. And Joe Biden was at 62% 4 years ago. So again, it's relatively populous, suburban area, southwest, exurban area, southwest of Atlanta.
I love how he be getting into counties that, we don't be thinking about.
Harris number in those counties, and you say we're doing a little better than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. And that's good for the vice president, especially if she's going to lose
Taylor County.
If she's not matching Biden in places, you want to
that has a population of 100.
So Jake, you look
at the map. 90 of them went for Trump before against Clinton.
North Carolina still at 9%.
But then 40 of them went for Biden.
All right, John, let's go to Boris Sanchez now for new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris?
All right, let's see what's happening with the Senate, y'all. This matters too. This matters too. Oh, God.
Let's start with the Sunshine State of Florida. There, incumbent Senator Rick Scott, the Republican, will defeat
Rick Scott.
Former Congresswoman Debbie Merkersell-Powell.
Oh, man.
The Sunshine State.
That's not good.
Tennessee, the first all-female Senate race in the volunteer state's history. Incumbent Republican Marsha Blackburn will win her second term, defeating Gloria Johnson.
Come on, Tennessee, what's going on?
Meantime, in Indiana, Congressman Jim Banks, he will defeat Democrat Valerie McRae, a clinical psychologist. This is for the open seat left by retiring Senator Mike Braun, who's now running for governor. Let's show you some Democratic polls beginning
In the Northeast,
okay, come on, give us something. Shit.
There you have
right, Elizabeth
Elizabeth Warren seeking her third term
we
in
could have
office.
had a
The
bad
former
bitch.
presidential candidate is expected
Y'all
to
wasn't.
defeat John
This is
Deaton,
the smartest woman that's ever ran for president. Let's be honest.
Staying in the Northeast, another projection.
All right, well, we need her as a senator. Keep doing your thing, Elizabeth. Come on, Chris Murphy. That's right.
Senator Chris Murphy
all right.
will win his third full term in office.
All right.
As he defeats Matthew Corey, a
fucks with Chris Murphy. Fucks with him.
Who's run for statewide office now 5
Let's
times.
Go.
The 5th time, not the charm for him. Murphy wins re-election in Connecticut.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Sheldon up in Rhode Island.
Sheldon Whitehouse.
We keep forgetting Rhode Island exists, but it's there. We need that Senate seat. That's right. That's right.
Of the state house. And now in Vermont, the longest-serving independent in congressional history.
Of course, Bernie won. Bernie was going to win. Bernie was going to
win his 4th term as he defeats Gerald Malloy, a business executive. So what do all those projections mean for the magic number, the number that Republicans need to pick up in order to take control of the upper chamber? With the
they just need one?
West Virginia, they started out
Come on, y'all. Can't let them get the Senate. Because that way, if the Democrats retain control of the Senate,
let's take a look at some key race alerts now. And
his presidency is as good as
the state of Texas.
No.
This is a welcome sign for Democrats. It is still early. But right now, Democratic Congressman Colin Allred from the Dallas area has about 41,000 vote lead over Republican Ted Cruz, who's seeking his 3rd term in office.
I didn't expect that.
Democrats love to see this, but it is still
early. It's very early. Only 18% is in. Wow. Wow.
His lead up to
oh my God. If Texas gets rid of Ted Cruz.
Let's get you an update from Pennsylvania. Here in
Bob Casey, of course.
Bob Casey, seeking his 4th term in office.
That's pretty easy. He's gonna. I think Casey's gonna.
Former CEO, I should say.
Coast to this.
McCormick. Casey right now with a 223,000 vote lead. Still very early though, 6% of the vote in, and it just updated.
Wow!
A 222,000 vote lead now for Casey with 6% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. An update for you. One of the closest races we are expecting tonight coming from Michigan.
All right.
Their Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 60,000 votes ahead of former Republican.
All right, Alyssa, come on.
This is for the open seat left by
the open seat. All right, all right.
3%.
All right, come on, Alyssa.
Wolverine state of
all
Michigan.
Right, yo.
So, looking at the balance of power for the U.S.
Yeah,
Senate,
no, that's real. He's got it.
Democrats hold 32 seats. Republicans 42 with that one important pickup in West Virginia, but 26 seats are up for grabs.
I think that's a good point.
Contest right now in the U.S. Senate.
I think that's a good point.
Seats to control that chamber, Jake. All right,
Raphael is a loser.
We're waiting more votes in the crucial presidential battlegrounds of Georgia.
See, this is why we do it together.
And Pennsylvania. We're watching.
This is why we do it together.
Michigan
to have some hope.
We're also looking ahead to 9 p.m. Eastern when all voting is going to end in Michigan and another blue wall battleground state, Wisconsin. Voting also ends soon.
All right, Wisconsin, what y'all doing? Anybody here in the chat from Wisconsin? Anybody here from Wisconsin?
After this quick break.
All right, they're taking another break. We'll mute them. Let's see. You know what? He does it. Oh my God! I've never thought about Ted Cruz as the Zodiac before. Oh my God! That's what we're here for. They have turned American politics into a fucking national pastime, and that's why we call this political theater with Dr. T, because it's a circus. It's a circus. At the end of the day, we all fucking lose. So. I feel you. I feel you. I don't love him after he pulled that shit either. Like, and then I just looked into him and I was like, yeah, all right. We just want your seat. We don't necessarily need you. Yeah, I agree. He's a shoo-in. I ain't got to worry about that. The fact that people are calling him Zodiac, that's hilarious to me. I did not take Northeast shots. I'm trying to pace myself, y'all. Okay. What y'all say? Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I think so too. Not New Mexico's stepchild. No, I agree. I think it's going to be entirely too close. And it shouldn't be this. This should be a runaway election. And again, this is why I get pissed off. This should be a runaway election. Okay, like it really should. Well, she only needs 270 to win. So a hot fucking mess. It should not be this close. And to be honest, I don't think it would be this close if Biden was still running. I'm just gonna be honest. But then I think Walz injected some energy that progressive people like us actually wanted to see. I just think that they didn't do enough with him because he was doing some really interesting campaign stuff that just didn't get enough attention, in my opinion. No, we're not gonna know. We're not gonna know.
Deeper into this election, let us take a key race alert right now.
Let's go.
Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 72% of the vote. Donald Trump has 26.9% of the vote. Harris has a 240,000 plus vote lead. But
have y'all gotten Lehigh Valley in Bucks County
from Pennsylvania? In Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 61.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 37%.
Their polls don't close till 9.
58,000 plus vote.
9 o'clock is gonna be major. We're gonna get Jersey. We're gonna get New York.
The estimated vote is coming from Michigan. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 55% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 44.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 275,000 plus vote.
The same reason they voted for her in the first damn place.
8% of the estimated vote in from battleground Georgia. In battleground North Carolina, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 46.5% of the vote. Harris has a 36,000 plus vote lead.
I'm here for it. I am here for it. Okay.
North Carolina.
I would say rest in peace to Quincy Jones, but he's a piece of shit. But you know,
in the Commonwealth of Virginia, Harris
that Brand New Day. That was Luther Vandross wrote Brand New Day, so we ain't even got to think about Quincy Jones. Luther Vandross.
1,000 vote or so.
Luther Vandross.
That's with more than a third of the vote in.
Listen, I'm here for the people. I'm here for the people. We have a good time over here. Thank you so much. Appreciate all your support, y'all.
Fill in more on the map and start to figure out where to go.
Man.
I want to caution everybody, if you look at the map as we start to fill in more as we move at least to the Midwest, you have Kansas blue at
Thank
the
you,
moment.
Jake.
Very reliably red state. We'll count the votes, see what happens. Remember, it shocked us after Dobbs with the referendum there. Ohio is still blue. We expect as more votes come in, that will swing back. But again, that's why we count votes. If you look at just big picture at the moment, Donald Trump in an unusual position. We'll see if it holds up. At the moment, he's leading in the popular vote. He, of course, lost the popular vote in both 2016 and by a much larger margin, more than 7 million votes in 2020. At the moment, he's 2.5 million votes ahead in the popular vote, but that's about 17% of the national vote. So we have a lot of counting to do tonight, into tomorrow, and beyond. It will take. So let's wander through some of the battleground states. Let's start in the biggest battleground.
The word you're looking for is dumb.
Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes right there. The vice president at the moment with a big healthy lead. Guess what? Pennsylvania's not going to end that way.
You think so?
Even if she wins
but
it,
you know,
it's just too competitive a state.
What's the tea in Kansas that I don't know? What's the
right
tea?
Down here in Philadelphia and the Democratic suburbs, but can still be instructive. Number one, we're still at the same place, 87%.
She has been,
17%
for sure,
there at 87%. Sure. We haven't moved in Philadelphia. She's ahead of where President Biden was 4 years ago, but that's a tiny percentage of votes.
Tasha, PA only had 18% of the damn vote in. Come on now. I don't know.
Delaware, Montgomery, and
Bucks. I don't know.
Bucks has become the most competitive. At the moment, the vice president is getting 66% if you round up in Bucks County. But again, it's 11%.
See?
If the vice president ends up above 60% in Bucks County at the end of the night,
he's
going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But it is very, very early. Why do I say that?
It's going to come down to Bucks County. I'm telling you.
2%. This is
that's where my gun range is.
Strong Trump base
Target world.
in Bucks County. So what
Bucks
you see
County.
at the moment is mostly early votes.
They love
and we see
Trump.
Another place here is Montgomery
They
County.
love the police
Again,
and they love Trump.
This is where Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush won elections. No more. It's a Democratic stronghold now. But you see right now, It's very early on, 800 votes when you add that up. So we won't.
Why are you going to Montgomery County with only 800 votes? Those are mail-in votes, John.
Of the vote in, so we can take a look here. I was just here the other day.
I told you she was going to get Delaware County.
It's overwhelmingly Democratic, but you do see some Trump support. This is one of the places. It's a key test. He's not going to
Southwest Philly airport folks
standing in the suburbs just a little bit. That's Donald Trump's
Upper Darby.
That's Delaware County. Suburbs just a little bit. 15%. He's at 24% right now. If you go back 4 years ago, he was at 36%. So if he stays where he is, he's in trouble in Pennsylvania. But again, these are very, very, very early results. So we've been looking at this from the vice president's perspective.
That's okay. Everybody lies to their therapist.
And look at it from the former president's perspective, and that is these red areas out here. So this is Butler County. This is where the rally was for the assassination attempt was made on the former president's life. Very small smattering of votes right here, but this is Trump country. This is Trump country. 81% of the vote
most
at the
of PA
moment right
is
now.
Trump
you go
country.
Back 4 years ago, 67%. So let's see. Let's see. It's very
break down some Jersey counties because right over the bridge.
Does Donald Trump match or exceed
there's a lot of folks
2020 performance in these
with
smaller,
Trump band signs.
rural counties? That is his building block in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and in all of the battlegrounds. He runs it up in the small rural areas, and he goes from there. Let's move down. North Carolina. Jake, I'll take it back to you. I'll be back in a minute.
When my iPad shuts off during the middle of a talk or a speech. Oh, here we go. What's the projection?
CNN can project that South Carolina will go to Donald Trump. South Carolina, as expected, to the Republican with 9 electoral votes. Let's take a look at how that affects the electoral map. Donald Trump in the lead with 99 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Neither of them are particularly close, though obviously Donald Trump in the lead. John?
Dr. Hall weighing in.
So let me just wander over here. It's very early in the night. I just want to wander over for a minute. These are the ones that project the states.
He working for that money.
And you see, as Jake just noted,
he working for this is his New Year's Eve. Anderson got New Year's Eve.
We're very early.
John got election night.
The thing you look at when you look at this map is, are there any surprises? And the answer as of now is no. That the states that are red are states that Trump has won consistently in the Republican states, and the states that are blue.
Make sure you share this. If you're new and Trump's coming in, hit the like button. Subscribe.
But you always watch on election night. Every now and then you get a surprise. At the moment, the map is filling in as expected.
Thanks for letting people know that we out here.
Tend to be the swing states and the battleground states. Just one point I want to note as we look big picture. Last time we were here, just a few minutes ago, Ohio was blue. Ohio has turned red now. Donald Trump with a very narrow lead, but as the election day votes start to come in,
King don't call it
reliably one color or the other, one party or the other.
If John King don't call it, it ain't real.
Trump now narrowly ahead.
C-SPAN was a little too early.
Do it. So let's look at the battleground states that will matter most. If that map fills in over there, who can get to 270?
And it's so wild because black women in South Carolina really helped shape the future of the election.
I believe.
But when it comes down to it, their votes don't really count for nothing.
Votes are about half the count. Half the count is good, but there's still a long way to go. Just want to check. This is where the Democrats have to run it up. Remember, Cobb County, last time we checked, Trump was winning. Harris is now winning with 57% of the vote, 57% of the count in. She's got 7% of the vote. You move over. That's around where Biden was 4 years ago.
Last summer,
that's what she wants to do. You go up to DeKalb County. Biden was at 83. The vice president is at 75. Very early in the count there. Keep an eye on that. She'd have to make that would be a big, if she's underperforming Biden there, that would be a big deal. And again, just want to show you the Trump base. I'm going to just pick one randomly. Wilcox County. I did that one before, so let's pick another one.
He loves this damn map, y'all.
95% of the vote in.
He loves this whiteboard so much.
For Donald Trump. Not a lot of votes.
Is it a whiteboard or is there somebody behind the scenes following his finger wherever he touches?
A little bit. 100 votes here, 100 votes there. Can matter as you're trying to win a battleground state. We'll see how that one
Katie,
plays out.
y'all.
Pop up to North Carolina.
That's ferocious Katie.
51%
on Instagram and Threads.
If you round that up. This is an incredibly competitive state. And again, I just want to check in on how Trump is doing in these small rural counties. 80% of the vote in Macon County. He's got 68% when you round up. You come back here, 68%, little running tiny bit behind, but that's about equal to where he was before. So you're looking right now, battleground North Carolina, battleground Georgia, battleground Pennsylvania. Come back to 2024. The votes coming in slowly in battleground Michigan as well. As we continue to count and go, just checking to see if anything else is changing up. Let's take a quick look at Michigan before we have to go here. 59%, but look at all the votes are here.
It's irresponsible.
This is Kent County, a key suburban area. If Trump can hold on to this one, he'll win Michigan, but we're very, very early in the count, Jake.
All right, John. Well, polls are about to close in deep red Arkansas, where 6 electoral votes are at stake.
Okay.
And CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Arkansas. As expected, Donald Trump will take home Arkansas's 6 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the electoral map count now. Donald Trump in the lead with 105 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Let's take a look at where there are states that have not.
They really gonna be shooting.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris has 71.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 27.8% of the vote. Harris with a 238,000 plus vote lead, but it's early. Only 8% of the estimated vote has been in from Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan,
it's not enough. We can't call this stuff. It's not enough.
Donald Trump has 40.5% of the vote. Harris with a 50,000 plus vote lead. That's with 6% of the estimated vote in.
Wait, what did he just say?
A lot of votes.
Did they call a blue state and I missed it because my kid texted me? He asked me if his girlfriend could come over.
But Donald Trump bringing up the rear, 48.9% of the vote. Harris has right now a 7,200.
Oh gosh! I'll be right back. Yeah,
that's with 14% of the estimated vote in North Carolina counted. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 55.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris bringing up the rear with 44% of the vote. Donald Trump with a healthy 322,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half of the vote counted in Georgia. 53% of the estimated vote in Georgia counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead with 50% of the vote. Donald Trump with 48.2% of the vote. Harris with a 30,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a third, 39% of the estimated vote in from Virginia counted. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.3% of the vote. Harris with a 13,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 18% of the estimated vote out of New Hampshire counted. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 41% of the estimated vote in from Ohio. And now we can make a projection in a closely watched race for governor. CNN can project that Democrat Josh Stein will be elected governor of North Carolina. Stein is the current attorney general. We are projecting that he will defeat his Republican opponent, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who had Donald Trump's endorsement. Robinson's history of controversy became a major issue in the race, including recently uncovered, shall we call them, inflammatory.
Oh my God, I'm so happy. Mark Robinson lost. That nigga was crazy.
Will hold on to the governor's office in North Carolina with Attorney General Josh Stein replacing the term-limited governor.
Motherfucker was
and Jake, one of the big questions in North Carolina.
Your man was on Nude Africa talking about, I want to piss on my best friend's wife.
Them, and the Trump campaign was nervous.
Oh God.
And with the Republican candidate Robinson in trouble, would Trump be impacted by that?
They
so let's
said
just take a quick look at it. You see North Carolina, this is the presidential race, very close at the moment. We're only at about 15% of the statewide vote counted. So a long way to go.
Needed that.
We expect to be tight. It is tight from the get-go in the early count. I just want to switch over and look at the governor's race. Excuse me.
They were interviewing people who were like, we still got to vote for him.
The Democratic candidate for president.
We don't believe it's true.
Race, Josh Stein winning 56% of the vote. So you have
the man was on Nude Africa talking about, I want to piss on your wife's face. I had a fantasy about her and your sister.
And so at least at the moment, not the benefit that the Harris campaign was hoping for, at least no evidence of a giant benefit that the Harris campaign was hoping for in North Carolina from the scandal around the Republican gubernatorial.
Your man said, I got a fantasy about your sister and your wife.
North Carolina, Georgia, and then we go west, Arizona and Nevada. 648 votes ahead. That's why we call them battleground states. But we're only at 14% of the count. And so you come out here, let's just go west to east. 73% for the vice president, 26% reporting. You just go back and check. Joe Biden came close.
Right. He act like he don't know that motherfucker from a can of paint. He's like, no, that's
and then
it.
You want to come over to the biggest population center is Charlotte in the suburbs. That's Mecklenburg County.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Got 67%.
I take my edible now.
You round up.
So I take it now.
4 years ago, you come back here, she's getting 70%. So in the early count, it's neck and neck. This is one of the great tug of war states in the United States.
Because if I do the edible,
and we'll continue
then it'll hit me kind of hard.
Let's pop
at least this I can like microdose a little bit.
50% last time. So we're moving up slowly. And again, trademark Trump, just running it up in the rural areas. And so we pick one randomly. You come down here, Bacon County, 95% in. So we're close to the full count here. But look at that, 87% of the vote, right? This is how he does it. It's 4,000 votes to 600 votes. In a state this big, you say, oh, that's not such a big deal. When you do it in county after county after county, that adds up. So just go back and take a look. 86%. So Donald Trump is at least matching his performance in most of these rural counties of 4 years ago when Georgia was incredibly close. So if he matches in the rural areas, all he has to do is improve a little smidgen in the suburbs or in the urban areas, and you're more competitive in the state. So let's just check the suburbs around Atlanta, because this is where if Trump is performing in the rural areas, as it looks like he is, turning out his base, then the race will be settled here by the margins in the suburbs. Only 16% of the vote in, so let's be careful.
Y'all think I'm lying? Mark Robinson said he wanted to piss on his friend's sister and wife.
In the suburbs right now, Gwinnett County suburbs, it was 40%. So at the moment in this suburb, he's got some work to do. We'll see if he can
make
do
me
it.
pull up the
Let's
receipts.
move down here to DeKalb County. This is the most
Your man was wrong.
Just to the east of Atlanta. 83%.
Your man was wrong.
Winning the state 4 years ago. The vice president running a little bit behind that right now, but look, that's not even 1,000 votes.
Your man was talking about fucking people in the ass.
Before we have to worry about any comparison there. Let's drop down to Clayton County, the Atlanta airport, just south of Atlanta. Big Democratic stronghold. This was critical
like booty
to Biden
shooter
coming back in Georgia as they counted the votes in 2020. Trump had an early lead, but as the count went on into the day after and the day after that, Clayton County was one of the places where Joe Biden got a lot of votes, and you see 85% for the vice president, about 3/4 of the count, 76% right there. So how does that compare to 2020? About the same, right? You got 85 when you round that up. You got 85 when you round that up. So here we go in Georgia again. So far as you go through it, you've got a very competitive race. So that one's competitive. Let's come out of there. I want to go up and look at Michigan. We haven't spent any time here yet. Only 6% of the vote in. So be careful about anything, but you're trying to look and see what happens. Again, this is Kent County. Both campaigns focus on Grand Rapids and the suburbs. Used to be a reliable
like over a decade ago.
Trump at the moment, but once again, we're under 1,000 votes right there. Trump at the moment, but here's what you're running against. Right? Joe Biden gets 52%.
Votes. John King,
go back
please.
To 2016, Donald Trump gets 48%. In a state, if Michigan's going to be very close, it's 154,000. It's the biggest lead Biden had in any of the battlegrounds.
Now we got some time. I'm going to look this shit up because y'all think I'm playing. Hold on.
If you can't turn it red, you would at least like to narrow that margin for Donald Trump. So we'll watch and see how it plays out in 2024.
Yeah, I think I'm playing.
Map here.
We going to get some images. Here we go.
I say on the phone. It's texting. It's the
same
thing.
Here we go.
With a key Democrat
here we go. Hold on.
Who said they're a little nervous about here, not
County, but Wayne County. It says mature content. Are you over 18? Hold on.
Down a little bit in Wayne.
Hold on, yeah. Hold on. So I just asked you again. Yes, I'm over 18. Not so. Oh my God. I'm currently having an affair with my wife's sister, and I just needed a place to say out loud that she has the best smelling, best tasting pussy and asshole in the universe. My God, today.
To go a Republican suburb, 58% right now. We're just approaching 40%. 58%. Remember, Joe Biden carried Michigan 4 years ago to 56%.
I thought I was joking.
Above Biden. Maybe you get.
I don't be lying out here, y'all. I don't.
Losing a little bit in the city. We'll see.
I don't be lying, y'all.
I just want to pop down to bring this issue on the table as well. Washington County, absolutely critical. Young voters were critical to the Biden coalition in 2020, even more critical when Governor Whitmer won re-election in 2022, and the Michigan Democrats made gains in the legislature. Washington County is the home of Ann Arbor. It is the home of the University of Michigan. Been there 4 times over the last year, and it's gone now. The school won't allow a protest anymore.
I'll be right back, y'all. Let me go get my
about the Israel-Hamas conflict had hurt President Biden. The question was, after the switch to Vice President Harris, could she heal that wound in the Democratic coalition? So you see her at the moment 22%. So we have a long way to go. 60% for the vice president there right now. 72% for the president of the United States. If that number stays that way, that's a problem. That's a problem. If 73%, if you round that up in Washington County, 61% or 60% actually, you can't round that up quite yet. So that's something to keep an eye on as we go forward. And I just want to come out just the other day. I was also here. Michigan State is in Lansing in Ingham County. And again, you're trying to get students to turn out. Was at a Trump phone bank here. Mostly young men, college students, young men there. 50% for the vice president right there. You come back in time, and 65% for the president of the United States. So as we go through battleground Michigan, it's early.
I'm gonna take half of this.
So I'm not, this comparison is not in cement yet.
Because I got to stay with y'all
at the moment. In a couple
we got about 2.5 more hours.
Ingham County and Washington County, Jake. She's trailing the president, so she needs to. If you want to get your math up in Michigan, watch 7 hours ahead.
All right. Now let's check in on the all-important race to 270 electoral votes as we head into another round.
All right, whatever. If you want to make a donation, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, really appreciate it. Check the ticker on below. If you're new here, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're going to let YouTube know that we are here, and the more likes that we have, we get dominant, whatever. All right, too early to call. So why y'all calling it a key race alert when you say it's too early to call?
Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump taking the lead there in the first time this night. Donald Trump has a 69,000 plus vote lead.
I'm sorry. You got to ration it out.
21% of the estimated vote in from Battleground, North Carolina. And Battleground, Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead with 56.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has 41.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris currently
we gotta check on you tomorrow.
Plus more votes.
Send me a message on Instagram. Let me know you all right.
It's still very early. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the all-important battleground, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 69.8%.
Takes about a half hour for it to kick in. That's why I took it now.
Kamala Harris with a 323,000 plus vote lead, but that's only 11% of the estimated vote in. It's still very early in Pennsylvania. In Battleground, Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 55.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 43.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has currently a 339,000 plus vote lead.
Well, we're gonna make it, yeah. We in for the long haul. I know some folks said they was coming in later. Some folks said they was coming around 9. So, we here.
Now,
we here. I'm hosting. We here. Appreciate you all being here. Let people know we are here.
163 electoral votes are at stake in 15 states.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Yeah, my car got stolen, y'all. I'd like to put a decent, deposit down payment.
Kansas,
so I can
Louisiana,
lower my monthly costs.
Michigan,
if y'all have anything y'all want to contribute, it's all going to that.
New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Battleground, Wisconsin, and Wyoming.
They start. I think they start counting when the polls close in Pennsylvania.
On the line in the hour ahead, pillars of the Democrats' so-called blue wall that crumbled in 2016 but was rebuilt to help seal President Biden's victory 4 years ago. Out west, Arizona is another major presidential battleground that we're watching. We're heading into a high-stakes hour in the Harris-Trump contest, with polling places about to close in 3 states that could decide the race. Let's go to Abby Phillip at Harris Campaign Headquarters in Washington.
There was bomb threats?
And Abby, voting is about to end in 3 battlegrounds. What's the outlook in the Harris campaign?
Thank you, Tiffany. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think the banner that you guys have right now is pretty much.
Oh man, that's a loss. That's a loss for us. That's a loss. Let me tell you something. The fact that I can drive right down, I can go right down there and get me some herbs.
For that reason,
I was just talking to my friend about it. He's like,
the battleground.
We can just go down the street and get some herbs legally.
The linchpin of a strategy to get to 270. If they get Pennsylvania, the rest of the path becomes much more clear. So as I've been talking to people tonight, they're really waiting to see how these results, as they are coming in, really shape the picture. But right now, it's really not that clear to them. And I just want to be transparent about it because they've got great numbers, but they're not willing to go out on a limb on any of this stuff just yet. In Pennsylvania, though, I think what I am hearing is
it like infused in the? I mean, I've cooked with cannabis before, and I guess they just use the butter. You make some can of butter, and then you butter the turkey with it.
And if
I can do that.
That would make, again,
I should have a canna party. That's what I should do. A canna food party.
All right,
where everything there is.
Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida now, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, what is the Trump campaign going to be looking for in the next round of poll closings?
Well, Jake, you just mentioned Wisconsin, and that is obviously a state that they are going to be watching closely tonight. I've talked with several campaign officials. They're not expecting to get a real sense of those numbers until much later in the evening, but they will be watching Wisconsin very closely. They want to see how abortion lands there and how close the margin could potentially be. But Jake, one thing that President Donald Trump will be doing that maybe no other
American US
has done
dollars
is watching the returns come in. From Wisconsin.
American US dollars
also on the ballot in Wisconsin. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He fought to get his name off the ballot, but the Supreme Court there told him no because it was too late. He was already on the ballots that people were getting.
First of all, I already make perfect turkey.
Jr. is at Mar-a-Lago
I am the turkey queen.
Tonight, watching.
But I was just thinking about that. I could probably, the same way, like when I have my butter and my seasonings and stuff, it makes it up. So I could put the
with the margin as small as it could potentially be there, that it could have an effect.
Great.
The margins are everything in this race, as we are starting to see in these numbers coming in. So Trump will be watching that come in alongside RFK Jr., both of them on the ballot.
Yes, can of butter on lobster rolls, steak, the whole thing, the whole thing. It's really just making the can of butter and then just having, you know, a vat of that. But then also,
we're hoping to hear from.
Well, we're not doing exit polls, but also the tinctures are good for the sweet stuff. Tinctures are good for putting in the sweet stuff. Ooh.
Critical battleground states. I wanted to look at.
I used to make these brownies with this fudge icing that was filled with. Oh, so good.
Nationally, his approval rating has been updated to 40% in the exit polls.
So this was my cookout this year, except we were all high on shrooms. I had a lot of new people who had never done shrooms before.
In Arizona.
Everybody was high on shrooms. We was all fucked up. It was
approval.
It was amazing.
Again, slightly above where he is nationally at 40. But Wisconsin's a different story. His approval rating, the sitting president, Joe Biden, is at 38% in Wisconsin. That is below where he is nationally. 61% of Wisconsin voters in this election disapprove of the job Joe Biden's doing. That's a hurdle.
Happy early birthday to you. We love birthdays around here. Birthdays, it's show day.
All right, David Chang,
it's show day. We had Dr. Hall yesterday. We got Marcel tomorrow. We got ATM on Friday. This is a good birthday week. We celebrate you.
And we have
Thank
no
you.
idea
Thank you for spending your evening with us.
What I'm saying. But there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and recriminations and wondering. But these approval ratings for Joe Biden are brutal.
6 in 10 in Wisconsin say that they don't approve of the president. I mean, it is brutal, and there's no other way to look at it.
Catherine, do you know that Americans are dumb?
No question, a big headwind for Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she has been trying to separate herself, despite the fact that she is saying that she wants to turn the page and that she's a new generation and all the things that we've heard at every one of her stump speeches. That is,
you know what? And it all depends on the shroom that you have. So I have these clarity shrooms that I take. They don't get me high. They just clear my mind. And for somebody that has attention deficit disorder, they help a lot with that. Then you've got the mood regulators, the ones that make you so happy you're forced to smile. So if you are depressed, even when you're depressed, you don't. You can't help it because you're laughing and smiling so much. You're like,
difference, and you didn't.
Well, and then of course there was her.
I can't stop being happy. Those are my favorites.
Was asked, what would you have done differently?
Oh, happy birthday, Craig. Happy early birthday, Craig. Saturday is your birthday. Nora, you're on Thursday. Hey, we got a whole week of birthdays. It's beautiful.
May just sort of big picture be looking
at
this
and saying, hey, sacrificial chicken is your birthday. Yes, right. We love
Harris has got 27, and there's a half a.
Yeah, so go to Alice. Alice Mushrooms.
And I think
they have one that is a clarity shroom. Get that one.
And I think of it as a tennis match.
It's really good.
There are no surprises.
I take it before I have to do a lot of writing and stuff like that.
Serve, if you will. Right. All the states that Trump won in that he's won tonight are states that he won in 2020. All the states.
Not for real. Like, so my therapist had put me on shrooms.
No swing states flipped yet, and there is every. Just the
when I was having a very acute, severe depressive episode,
get a lot of the early calls,
go drive 95 miles into a brick wall. But she put me on those, and it gets you in this place where you ain't got no choice but to be happy.
To 270, yeah. It depends on states there is.
This is it's a good point. This is pretty much where everybody expected.
You can't stop laughing. You can't stop smiling.
We still have not.
Everything makes you happy. So
New York, we still have not.
If you happen to be somebody who has certain ideation, it'll stop you.
I mean,
you're just so goddamn happy against your will. You're happy against your will. That's how I'll describe it.
Close race in Virginia, which has gone blue since 2008 and Obama, the last 4 cycles. And if you remember, Trump had
I love Scorpios. They are ruled by Mars, just like Aries.
That's a blue state.
Scorpios are among the few people who actually understand me.
But it's 49-49 right now.
But John King set the table on that earlier, where he said, "Is this assuming she wins Virginia? Is she going to win the way Hillary Clinton won it with 5 points in 2016, or is she going to win it the way?"
Well, we got 10 minutes to the next one, yeah.
In 2020, and I think.
Which I think we're going to get Jersey in.
From her
Jersey's going to go blue.
And how narrow
New York is going to go blue.
And just going back,
I think they're going to call,
which I think is really important, Chris. And now we're looking at Virginia, which we were talking about before. But
Delaware,
just,
I think. Did they call Delaware already? Am I missing something?
Returns coming in from the
Craig, you be quiet because I know we know that you're watching C-SPAN and you keep leaking spoilers, and we're not doing that.
It is early,
we're on CNN.
Pennsylvania
with John D. King.
We cannot stress enough how
did abortion win in Florida
is that you're looking at right now.
Anybody?
To Kamala
Let
Harris.
me give y'all the link to the clarity shrooms.
Things go the way that they traditionally go.
It's called
for
Brainstorm.
a Republican,
here.
Unlike 2020, he could win the White House without Pennsylvania. It is hard to see in most of these paths, Kamala Harris winning the White House without Pennsylvania, and you see there 68%. That's what she has now. It is still extremely early, only 13% in.
Right, and this is the point that Chris is making about the larger electoral map. It also applies to the vote that we see in Virginia and the vote that we see in Pennsylvania. If
we're so glad you made it home,
Pennsylvania, and who knows,
so glad
he's not going to win it with more than 60% of the vote. That's crazy. No. Like it is anticipated to be razor thin. We're still waiting for all the votes to come in. So brew a pot of coffee. Sit back. Pots. We got a lot.
Jake said brew coffee. I said get drugs. We are not the same.
Voting's about to end in 3 of the crucial.
We are not the same. He said go get coffee. I said get drugs.
You are in charge of it. Your Battleground Command Center.
Okay, except for my sober living people. Please go get some water. Sober living. We're here for you. Shout out to everybody doing the sober living. Shout out to the teetotalers.
Look at Michigan.
We love you. Somebody's got to drive.
You are now. This is the nuts and bolts.
Speaking of driving, it'd be nice if I had a car.
How the counting is actually happening.
So if you want to hit that Cash App or that Venmo or that PayPal, I really appreciate it.
That's right, in Detroit, and they were expecting about 100,000 absentee ballots in Detroit, but this is key because of changes in Michigan state election laws.
Especially because coffee is a drag.
They were able to begin counting those absentee ballots received before election day, prior to election day. So at this point, they've already counted 92,000 of about 100,000 expected absentee ballots, and they expect when those 8,000 come in over the next couple hours, it's not going to take them long to finish up that count. In fact,
remember when
a short time ago that here in Detroit, expected by midnight tonight or perhaps a bit after, they will have counted
Sarah Lee
absentee ballots
was
in
like
Detroit, but
2 shots of ballots and poured the whole bottle. Remember that
voting that took place today as well. So you're seeing the effects of that law, which allows for counting to begin as early as last Monday. One more note, this is important.
That's right.
Because
somebody got to drive.
This site in downtown Detroit.
Because I'm lit. So I'm not a mean drunk. I'm not an angry drunk. I'm a happy drunk. I am very much a happy drunk. Okay. I'm also a drunk that wants to.
You have that law. You were able to start early. We're not seeing any of those protests here now. And there's going to be a truck arriving in the next couple of hours. Going to pull up at that door there with absentee ballots collected from dropped boxes.
But I'm also
around the city as well. Again, that's not fraud. That's not vote dumping. That's part of the process.
Tito's and apple juice is very good.
To move very quickly tonight.
All right, very quickly. We'll
Sandra Lee. Was it Sandra Lee or Sarah Lee? I don't know. The one that cooks.
Which, of course, was the day after midday. Secretary of State said she hoped it would be a little bit earlier than that. Well, we'll see as the count comes in. Kyung-Wha is at a Maricopa County counting facility.
I like to think that I'm a classy bitch.
Phoenix, fastest growing in the country, as they say. Kyung, one of the most important counties for the entire election.
Well, we really are.
For the entire election. That's why you have so many reporters here. That's why we're watching Maricopa County so closely.
105 to 27.
Let's take a look at the clock. We only have a few more minutes, about 7 more minutes before polls close here in Arizona. I want you to take a look at what we are watching, though, here at the county. What's happening here on that split screen,
that's so smart.
That you're looking at,
what's y'all's emotional support snack? Put it in the chat. What do y'all you go to? Should go to. Mine are Munchos.
All of this
Mine are
is
Munchos.
Early vote. After the polls close, about an hour after polls close here in Arizona, we are anticipating to get the first
DUI. Stay
home.
Home.
Arizona.
Stay
that
home.
Will be only the early vote, the ballots that have been processed up until election day. And then as the night moves on, Aaron, those ballots that are out at the vote centers will be processed. They're counted, separated in there, and then brought over here to the tabulation center to be processed. And that information is going to start to come out as well.
So his emotional support is whiskey. Listen,
time. There has to be signature verification. The ballots have to be cured here in Maricopa County.
Gummy bears, I love it. I haven't had chocolate pudding in like 27
right
years.
In Arizona, as we watch
Oh,
this
I love
clock
some
wind
olives.
down
There's an
before
olive
polls
bar
close,
at
is that
my
there's still long lines.
I'm gonna
at
mute
some
her because they're just talking about shit that nobody's listening to. I got an olive bar at my grocery store that I really love. Peanut butter and Frito scoops. You take your Fritos and dip them in peanut butter? That is some white shit. I'm gonna try it though. Only because you have one of my favorite names online. Haagen-Dazs chocolate chip. Yeah. Corn casserole. Interesting. Chocolate cake. Clam dip. Clam dip. I love it. I love it. Look, bread and butter pickles. Listen, as a pickler, as somebody who makes her own pickles, yes, bread and butter are always, always. Okay, we got a couple of the extra toasty Cheez-Its, folks. Love it. Malamars, very old soul. That's all I'm gonna say. Pancakes or chocolate covered pretzels. Whoever decided to put pretzel and chocolate together was a genius. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. You can't go wrong with a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You can't. My emotional support chicken wings. Yes, I'm here for it. Ooh, I love me some salted butter on some bread. Yes, come on. Lay's chips with an ice cream cone. That is so colored. Well, that's because AP is jumping the gun. They're jumping the gun. Buffalo chicken dip. We got a few people saying that. Speaking of which, I have a duplicate recipe on my Patreon for cheddar bay biscuits you can make in your house. That's what Halloween is for. Hey, we are not doing spoilers, okay, y'all? We are watching CNN and we are watching John King. If John King does not call it, we don't call it. Take it away from the drama. It's a theater, political theater. Okay?
Going more slowly.
She's talking a lot of
One
shit.
more thing I want to note. I'm told they're going to keep up 24-hour shifts in Maricopa to keep things moving. They understand how important it is to get those results
one of my faves.
accurate results as quickly as possible.
Bought it where the honey was swirled in. It's great.
You take all of that together, look at where we are. What do you see, John King?
That tells me to tell the people at home
See,
either slow
John
down
King.
the popcorn or make some more. Because
John King said, wait.
Maybe brew an extra pot. But I just want to start in Michigan because Pam was just talking about Macomb County, Michigan. You see Detroit right here. This is Wayne County. We have no votes. The reason we can't say much about Michigan right now is we have zero votes.
I'm still trying. I'm still deciding if I'm going to sell them.
And then she mentioned Macomb County, which is right here, blue collar. Back in the late '80s, early '90s, this is where they were studying Reagan.
If y'all keep posting spoilers, I'm gonna kick you out, and I don't think you want that.
Debate continues.
If John King don't say it, it don't count.
It's a huge test out there, but it's very early in Michigan, only 8%. So let's get
like he said, it's very early.
More votes. Let's check here. Only up to 15% of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The vice president with a big lead. Pennsylvania's not going to end. No matter who wins Pennsylvania, it's not going to end a 30-point race. We just know that as we count more votes. So we'll wait and try to get more in Pennsylvania. This is one of the surprises. A lot of surprises on the map right now. Unlikely to end this way. But you see the vice president leading in Kansas, the vice president leading in Missouri, vice president, even though we've already projected Arkansas, that's just early votes. The votes will come in. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We're open to surprises here, but we'll keep a look at it. A surprise.
John said, y'all got on my ass last time, and you're not doing it again. We are taking our time.
By 10 points.
We are taking our time.
So let's see. One of the things we do at this point, when you get up to almost half of the vote, is what's missing. Right? This is live outstanding votes. The larger the circle, the more votes are out in an area. The color of that
y'all don't appreciate the work that John King is putting in.
Big circles in Richmond.
Come on, man.
Huge circles, and then smaller circles within them.
Yes, it is. Which is why we're not taking this shit seriously right now. This is why we are drinking and using drugs.
I'm not like being tied in battleground Virginia right now, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted, and you can tell from that. a lot of them are Democratic. So we'll
Girl,
see.
you know, I
Same
grow my
test
own
in North
pickles, and I make
Carolina.
my own
Up to
pickles. I
38%
got
of the
pickle
vote.
jars in the back
Trump
of my
with a narrow
fridge that
lead
been
there.
in there for
Let's
about
just
3
bring it
months.
up and look. Live outstanding votes. Again, your biggest
I
outstanding
have an
votes are in the Democratic
amazing,
areas. Charlotte, Raleigh, Durham, Winston-Salem,
sweet
Asheville,
curry
and Wilmington down
pickle
there. So you have a
recipe
very
that
competitive
is
race
divine.
right there right now. You'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd rather be ahead, but there's a lot of vote counting to do. And again, this is one of the tightest of the battlegrounds. Virginia, a bit of a surprise, Jake, more counting elsewhere.
All right, John King, voting is about to end in 15 states, the second biggest
All right, y'all.
this evening.
We about to get some more. Let's make it bigger. All right, let's go.
Grabs, and we're watching several crucial battlegrounds. CNN's
projection.
Bring you this projection right now. CNN projects that Texas will go to Donald Trump. The state of Texas, as expected, to Donald Trump.
Man, that's 40 of them. Oh, man.
That North Dakota will go to Donald Trump. As expected, North Dakota.
Well, they only got 3 votes because like only 4 people live in North Dakota. Oh man.
South Dakota,
Wyoming.
With its 3 electoral votes to Donald Trump, and CNN projects that Wyoming will go to Donald Trump. Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. CNN is not making any projections in the following states that just closed their polls. Arizona,
9:30ish. We're gonna get some more stuff.
Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, battleground Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and battleground Wisconsin. Let's look at the electoral map now.
Let's go to the map.
154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27.
I'm coming home, Elizabeth.
270 are needed to win.
Coming
Let's bring you a
home.
key race alert now. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 64.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 34.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there with 326,000 plus votes. Only
this is a safe space. Yes, you can dip your pickles in whatever you want. There's people that dip fries and Frosties from Wendy's. So
Donald Trump with 43.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 55,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan.
Yeah.
In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 51.8% of the vote.
It ain't in no fucking play. Texas is going to Trump. Texas, no. Texas, no.
Vote lead.
This is the one we really got to watch.
Vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 52.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a healthy 221,000.
I'm hating from the outside. I know. I know so many people love French fries and Frosties.
In Georgia has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there now with 49.3%.
They haven't been. Let me look it up and see.
With 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 13,334 vote lead. That's with half the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 50% counted there in Virginia. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 53.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there by
don't be asking me questions that make me think, what the hell?
25% of the estimated vote counted in the Granite state of New Hampshire. In Ohio,
what's up, MC? Craig?
52.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with
you said an hour ago that Ohio was blue.
With a 197,000 plus vote. That's with half the vote counted in Ohio, 50%.
The Aussies trying to call it. No, it's Craig. Wait, Craig, are you the Australian guy?
John King at the Magic Wall.
Is that Craig?
Jake, let's start with the context, what you just went through. I'm going to
Texas. All I want to hear from Texas is the Allred versus Cruz joint, because that's the one we need to watch.
You might be saying, oh my goodness, we should be worried. No, we're early in the night. As Chris Wallace said, I love the analogy, nobody has broken serve yet. As in every red state here, Donald Trump won in 2020 when he lost the White House. Every blue state on the map so far, Joe Biden carried when he won the White House. What don't we have? We don't have Rhode Island. We don't have Connecticut. We don't have New Jersey. We don't have Illinois just yet. Long-time blue states. So as we move west and as the count advances in some of the New York as well, some of the most reliably blue states.
Yeah, New York is it's going to change.
At least that is our expectation.
New York and New Jersey. New Jersey is New Jersey still the most densely populated state? Yeah, I think so.
So let's see again an unusual map at the moment. Just because the vote count is early, or because we're going to have the most surprising election of my lifetime. But in Nebraska right now, statewide, you have the vice president winning, but you see most of the votes are out here. She's not so much worried about the statewide vote. She'd love to win Nebraska. Don't get me wrong. Nebraska's second congressional district is right here in the Omaha area. Nebraska and Maine
award electoral votes based on congressional district, the 2 states that do that. So eastern Nebraska is what
see,
matters
John
most
King
to
gives
the
us
vice
the
president.
explanation.
We'll see if Nebraska stays
John
blue
King
again.
gives
To
us
its
the
south,
truth.
the state of
Y'all want
Kansas,
me to
29%
say, oh,
of
I
the
watch
vote
the
in. But
C-SPAN.
you
No,
see all
no,
this?
no. No, no, no. We
Those,
stick
that's,
with our
you know,
man,
if you're
John
playing
King.
Legos, that's Donald Trump. That's how he builds
We are
his
learning
buildings right there,
more
those small rural
about
counties all across America,
shit.
especially in the heartland here. So Kamala Harris, the vice president, ahead with 52% of the vote. It's all over here. Kansas City, Missouri, the suburbs here.
The
more blue
Democrats
areas,
spent
the
a whole
college
lot of
towns,
money
and the
to
more urban
suppress those
areas in
third-party
Kansas
votes.
is why
So
she's ahead right now.
I'm
It's
sure
only 29% of the vote. We'll
CNN
watch
got a
if
little
that map fills
piece
in.
of
Again,
change to not talk
Missouri,
about
when I
it.
started doing this in 1988, spent a lot of time in Missouri with Michael Dukakis. It's not a battleground state anymore. But at the moment, it's 51%, but it's only 7%. And again, you see votes coming in the suburbs just to the west of St. Louis, suburbs just to the east of Kansas City. That's why the Democrats is leading at the moment as we go through it. So now let's get to the states that we actually think will be the battlegrounds in the end. We'll keep looking.
Okay.
We'll keep looking, open to surprises here. But let's check in on the big ones. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
Why
still
do
at
they
16%.
think New York is a battleground?
This is a 30-point race, just shy of a 30-point race in a state we know is going to be decided by 1 or 2 points. So we'll continue to watch to see. I check in on it just to see if the vote count has gone up. It has not in a while, still 16%. Same with Michigan. We come over, we're up to 10% here right now, 53 to 45. Again, if there's an 8-point lead in Michigan, then you have a blowout.
If she wins Michigan, it'll be
close to the
good,
end.
but it'll be
We're missing
surprising.
a lot, right? Earlier tonight, Grand Rapids was red for Donald Trump. That's Kent County out here. Right now, you see it's almost a tie right there. This is one of the battlegrounds within the battlegrounds. Fiercely, formerly
make sure you hit that.
Red, now
make sure you hit that like button if you're just joining the chat. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button. We are here together. So
Michigan State is, if this ends the night there, Donald Trump's going to feel very good about his Michigan chances, but we're at 3%. Students here, state capital, government town,
I love
should be
some
blue
good
by the end of the night.
on
If
some
it's
fried
not,
chicken.
that
This
would
shit
tell
is
you
great.
something huge.
Thank you,
So let's come to
Marcus
where we have more
Samuelson, for
votes in
teaching
these
me about
battlegrounds.
putting
Again, I just
this
want to check on
on
Virginia again.
fried
This is
chicken.
our surprise at the moment. We're up to 50% of the vote, and you have Donald Trump with a very narrow lead. I did this a moment ago. I just want to do it again.
Come on, Virginia. See, we thought Virginia was going to be blue.
Most of the outstanding votes, these circles tell you, the larger the circle, the more outstanding votes. We're still waiting to be counted.
Okay, so what's interesting for those who aren't familiar, which you should be, but Arlington is heavy military like town. It's very government officials. It's,
because of the
you know,
Washington, D.C. suburbs
all
of
the
Northern
Pentagon
Virginia.
workers
The
live
places,
in
the counties
Arlington.
within 25, 35 minutes, depending on traffic drive. So that's out there, plus Richmond and the suburbs around there. We'll see. Donald Trump is remarkably in play in this state, and this would be, even if it's close, it might tell you something about what's going to happen to its south in North Carolina. They're not twins, but they're very similar, Virginia and North Carolina. North Carolina actually has a higher African-American population. So if you're the vice president, that's part of your base. Here's Donald Trump with a lead, 52, 41% reporting again.
Oh, Johnny!
Should the Harris campaign be nervous?
Johnny!
Both campaigns will be nervous about battleground North Carolina.
Johnny! Come on! North Carolina has a large has the African American. If you're the vice president, that's your base. No.
Last time in Georgia, so let's go down and look at battleground Georgia and bring that up here right now. We're up to 68% of the vote in Georgia, and you have 53 to 46. So if you're in the Trump campaign, you're thinking with more than 2/3 of the vote counted, you start to feel good about a lead that big, especially in a state that was 11,700 votes 4 years ago. But let's see what's left out. Where are the outstanding votes?
I can't even spell.
And you see right there why in the Harris campaign you're nervous. You're
Ignore
checking in
that.
with all
I
your
can't
field captains and your precinct and your county people. But you see right there, see those giant circles right there, and a bigger circle, another big circle over here. There are still a lot of areas that we know vote disproportionately Democratic, where votes are to be counted in Georgia. I just want to come back and make one more observation here. You see that 242,000 vote lead. It is a little after 9 o'clock on Tuesday night. If you go back to 2020, Donald Trump was leading Georgia by 244,000 votes at 9 o'clock on Tuesday night, election night in 2020. It's 244,000 votes then. It's 242,000 votes now. Joe Biden carried Georgia. Doesn't mean Kamala Harris will this time. It just means we need to count all the votes. And you come back out and take a look again to see if the map has changed at all. Texas and Florida have gone back. Ohio has gone back to where you expect it to go back, and that lead seems to be growing. I want to just check in again.
Oh, man.
On this battleground here. Still at 18% there. And so I'm going to do something now.
Thank you, Bradley. Thank you so much, Bradley, for the Cash App. I appreciate you so much. All this money is going towards me getting a new car, y'all. So thank you so much.
Okay.
Car was stolen. I'm currently in a rental.
It's not
going to expire soon.
To count there, but
why all your contributions
when you take battleground states off the board, when we're
there's Ohio slander. There's other Ohio folks there.
If Donald Trump
he's
leading there now. It's close.
Ohio, what's going on?
For the vice president to catch up. We have to wait and see what happens. If Donald Trump takes those two, the vice president of the United States needs to win that. That's what makes the math interesting. She needs that 19 votes right there, because if Donald Trump gets that, that's a wrap to the finish line. So if that happens, that becomes essential.
If he wins Pennsylvania, we could just pack it up.
Just like to do the math in our head as we go.
Or we could just stay here and drink and smoke ourselves into oblivion, and the teetotalers can make sure that we. All right, here we go.
That Kamala Harris will.
It's gonna get Delaware. All right, I'm gonna take a half a shot.
We'll go to Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes.
That's where her
at the electoral vote
154 to 30. God damn, y'all.
Electoral votes. Kamala Harris.
God damn. We need New York and Jersey to come through. We need California to bring it home for their girl.
To win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris has 60.4% of the vote. Donald Trump 38.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 284,000 plus vote lead. 284,000 plus vote lead with only an estimated 19% of the vote in, 90% of the vote. Still a lot of votes to count in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.1% of the vote. Donald Trump
I don't know.
0.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 46,000 plus vote lead.
This is feeling like HRC all over again, y'all.
10%.
It's feeling like HRC.
North Carolina, Donald Trump is 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,000 plus vote lead. That's with 41% of the estimated vote counted in North Carolina.
All right, we got some love for Ohio. We got some love for Ohio in the chat.
46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 225,000.
I'm heading out to Ohio in a little bit.
69%.
I've been all over Ohio.
Really counting the ballots in Georgia. There, 69% of the estimated vote has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump still has his 49.5%.
I just mixed my drink with a pen. Y'all already know what the fuck I am right now. We in this together, though.
Trump is 18,000 votes ahead of Kamala Harris right now, with more than half, 52%.
Break them out.
Of the estimated vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
God damn it, Virginia. Virginia gotta go blue. Virginia gotta go blue. If he gets Virginia, that's some wild shit, y'all. Virginia gotta go blue.
That's with more than a quarter, 28%
I can't believe this.
in the granted state of New Hampshire counted. In Ohio, Donald Trump still in the lead.
Do you understand what I'm saying? They will never send a black woman.
45.2% of the vote. Donald Trump.
The DNC will be like, we raised over $1 billion.
That's with more than half.
And you couldn't win. We ain't never in our lifetimes
in Ohio.
Gonna see a black woman. So they're gonna run. The next woman they're gonna run is gonna be AOC.
This will be in the 10 o'clock.
The next woman they're gonna run is gonna be AOC or Kirsten Gillibrand.
Most of it is very early voting.
Quiet senator from New York.
Just see as the polls close and we go from east to west, you now see many more states reporting votes.
I've been to Columbus. I've been to Akron. I've been to.
I want to show you North Dakota,
Toledo. Been to Dayton.
Huge electoral battlegrounds. I like to wander through and look at the vote.
I have not been to. Have I been to Columbus?
Starting to fill in slowly, very early on, 1% of the vote.
Cincinnati, I haven't been.
Nebraska, the vice president so far carrying the state statewide, but we're only at 27%. And again, most of this gray you see from about here west, rural Republican farm country, where Trump tends to run it up. Just go back and give you the 2020 example of what I'm talking about. That's what tends to happen. And so we're not there yet. So when that happens,
don't nobody know Nebraska better than John King.
Again, for the vice president,
John King knew everything about.
Be here. I'm just showing you Douglas County. It's the big piece of Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. This is where you want to win. The blue dot, they call it. If she wins the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. I went back.
Yeah, my boyfriend is watching. He's my provisional boyfriend.
And she wins.
He said, "You so fucking pretty and brilliant."
270 electoral votes. So we'll keep an eye on that as it plays out. First votes in Wisconsin. You see it's red at the moment. 796 to 479. Guess what? We have a long way to go in battleground Wisconsin. Just for context.
Oh wow. Okay.
4 years ago, it was 1.6 million votes. So we are in the infancy stages of counting the votes in battleground Wisconsin, and you watch as it plays out. One of the places we'll watch here, I'll just show you now, 0 votes in yet. The Green Bay area, Brown County.
He's still still got to prove himself.
Hold on to the president's
gave him a provisional ballot.
Class voters. I just want to show you as we go back in 2020, Joe Biden did not win Brown County, but he got 46% of the vote. The margins within the margins sometimes make the difference in a battleground state. Wisconsin settled by 20,000 votes, right?
Got to prove
you look
yourself.
at that 46%
anyway,
for Joe Biden.
Free Palestine.
And then you look back in time. And
free
you
the
see
Congo,
42% for Hillary
free
Clinton. That makes
Sudan,
a difference. She lost
free
the state.
Haiti,
he won the state.
Free
so
them
one
all.
of the things we will watch as the 2024 results come in is not just can she turn out the African-American vote in Milwaukee, not just can
yes,
she
I've been watching
the suburbs, Waukesha, just to the west of Milwaukee, but can she hold her own? Just be as competitive as Biden
jumping
was
into relationships
in some of these
quick.
blue-collar counties.
They got to prove
Long way
themselves.
To go. There, let's pop over to Michigan.
They got to prove themselves.
Jake just told you we're only at 10% there, so not a lot to look at. Just move it up so you can see it a little bit better at home.
Let me show y'all my vote.
The vice president has pulled ahead in Kent County. That's Grand Rapids, but it's early. And again, you're looking down here. I told you earlier, one of the warning signs was Washtenaw County. This is where the University of Michigan is, Ann Arbor. If you move east here, Dearborn is over here near Detroit. Her question marks in Michigan are young voters and Arab American voters. Right? You find the young voters here.
Those are my vote. That's my
campus. And again, you say, wow,
I did a write-in vote.
Lead. What are we worried about that for? Well, you're worried
Thank you,
about
Tiffany.
it
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
4 years ago. It's a county where if you want to win Michigan, Joe Biden won by 154,000 votes. So you could say she has some to spare, if you will. She can lose a little bit in the coalition, but you don't want to lose a lot. And I was at the Michigan campus just last week. They have a very aggressive young voter turnout operation there.
Free them all.
We'll see later in the night if those numbers change at all. That's Michigan. Let's come back out and come over the home state of Mr. Tapper, still at 20%.
I stand on business.
Up just a little bit there. So what are we looking at?
Because when they teach about it,
Erie County,
100 years from
25
now,
counties in America, twice for Barack Obama.
They will never be able
Trump,
to say the feminists don't support that shit.
So it's
you know how we learned about the Holocaust and we asked the questions, how did this happen?
And win the presidency.
Who was it?
That's what's happened.
They start naming
in the last
names.
Several presidential
ain't
elections.
Never gonna name
so you look, we're
just
Jones. Starting. Just getting started in Erie County.
512
votes.
Any of this
context,
shit.
It's going to take close to 70,000 votes to win that county. So we're just starting. That's one of them. Let's come back to 2024 and move over here to Northampton County. Again, right along the New Jersey border, not terribly far from Allentown. The vice president ahead there at only 22% of the vote in. So that was, again, look how close it was. Joe Biden just barely carried it. Donald Trump just barely carried it 4 years before that. That's
just so you know, my son was just, they had nationals in Allentown. And he said they were really surprised by all the people that had Trump Vance signs on the cars and were wearing the clothes and stuff like that. It was heavy in Allentown.
About Mexicans and about Latino and Hispanic Americans. If you're going to see an impact, this is one of the places you might see
I think because
right
the defense minister was like, we can't do this shit no more.
In the final days of the campaign,
and
try to take advantage of it. We're only at 20% right there. But again, you're doing this for context. 62% for the vice president. You go back in time to
Katie,
County,
you gotta move up.
53%. If the
hit your live button
in Lehigh County,
put your thing because you're behind us.
In good shape. So
we talked about the provisional ballot 2 minutes ago. So move your thing.
It would come down to
so that you can jump to live with us.
So then you come out more. Where else are you looking in Pennsylvania? Let's bring this up. You also had the vice president door knocking.
Make sure when you come in and y'all are watching me live, make sure it's all the way at the live. Jump to the live part.
Vice President Harris winning Pennsylvania. Why? Let's look at it. Let's show you where it is. Here's Philadelphia. Here's the close-in suburbs around it. And then as you drive out, what used to be farm country, now you see the homes.
Again,
and
I want people to know, like, again, however you voted, I'm not sitting here like chastising. No, I get it. Like, whatever you got to do, you got to do. So please don't take what I say about myself and my values as though I'm condemning you. I can only move for me. Some of you are in swing states and you had to vote. And quite frankly, I get it. And I actually appreciate you because you understand that even though you may want X, Y, and Z, you know that your vote counts. I know that I have a privilege living in a blue state to be able to vote however I want, right? My kid voted for Harris. Okay. So she got a vote from this household. All right. But I just know how I feel about it. And that's just me. That's just me. Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. Appreciate you. And there's a blue MAGA, there is a blue MAGA, so they all just, their brains are just controlled. In Tioga County? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. No, you're right. There's a green MAGA too. Yeah.
The early vote.
Oh, sorry, I had it
There's
muted.
not a lot
Thank
of
you.
Democratic votes there, but a lot of it comes out in the early votes. If you're
Thank
following
you.
along when they count it, so let's be careful to not make any
My bad.
projections, any tough, lasting cement analysis. I guess
It wasn't. No, we got
we'll
10
keep
more
an eye
minutes
on
till they
that
do
as
some
we go
real
through the
ones.
Commonwealth
So
of Pennsylvania. Virginia,
no, thank you. I
anytime come
appreciate
out,
it. And I know
look
the
to see
sound was
Virginia's
off.
gonna
I
flip
muted it
back.
because I was
We're still
talking.
at 59%. The lead has narrowed somewhat. This would be a shocker. Joe Biden won
Thanks,
Virginia
y'all.
by
Thanks,
10
thanks,
points.
thanks.
By 10 points. Even if it's closer, even if the vice president comes back, let's take a peek. Yeah, the outstanding votes are still largely in Democrat. There's some Republican votes out there. You see the red dots, but the big circles are in Democratic areas. So the math is there for the vice president to recover. But even a close race in Virginia might tell you that it's a more competitive environment for Donald Trump, especially Jake, as we've talked before.
That was me in college.
And then you see, we're looking at Virginia as kind of it's interesting. What lessons can we learn there? Well, again, they're not exactly the same, but they're similar. You come down to North Carolina, we're above 50% now. It's close.
That's why when I see houses people and they want money, I don't offer them food. They may want money for drugs.
Votes. Again.
Okay. Let's support that.
County, Charlotte and the suburbs around it. African-American voters, upscale suburbs around it, key to the Democratic coalition. A lot of votes there. A lot of votes in Raleigh-Durham, the research triangle again. And so you see that happening right there. And let's see, we go back here and come back up to Virginia and we see 49.4. 48% there. Again, pretty remarkable. 17,000 votes.
He can't win.
Again, we got a long way to go.
Virginia, that's a bad look for the Democrats if he wins that.
In the vice president's camp. You're a little nervous about that.
Let's bring in David
That's not
to
good.
get some insights now on the outstanding vote in Virginia, which is, as of now, a little tighter than I think the Harris campaign would like.
Yeah, Jake, we're trying to determine how much of this vote we're looking at now is pre-election vote. Our estimate right now is that what you're looking at in Virginia, 39% of the vote that's in is pre-election vote. That, we think, at the end of the day, is going to go up to 52%. So there's still quite a bit of pre-election vote to come in here. And Kamala Harris is winning the pre-election vote by about 17 points. So as more of that early vote gets funneled into the count in Virginia, you could imagine there's real room here for Harris to grow, Jake.
All right, David, and we have some projections right now for you at home.
Okay, what are we doing? All right, here we go. Here we go.
CNN can project that Illinois will go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, as expected, will win Illinois in its 19 electoral votes. CNN can also project
shout out to Illinois. Where's my shot?
Kamala Harris, as expected.
Rhode Island, we knew.
Electoral votes.
Y'all, I'm going to do half a shot.
So where are we on the electoral map as of
y'all lucky I ain't got to go to work
Trump
tomorrow.
Has 154
Wait, do I have any
electoral
meetings?
votes. Kamala Harris has 53 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Neither of them is within spitting distance of that. Let's take a look at the actual votes coming in from the battlegrounds that we have not projected. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead, 57.5% of the vote.
Has Pittsburgh tapped in?
41.5% of the vote.
Do we know, Katie? Katie, has Pittsburgh tapped in? Do they have those votes? Or you think these are from
vote in Pennsylvania,
the Pennsylvania section?
As of now. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 44.3% of the vote. Harris with a 64,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 12% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead.
John's got to take us to look at Pittsburgh. We got to make sure that Pittsburgh goes for her, because if not, she's going to lose
more than
Pennsylvania.
1% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump still holding on to his lead, 52.9% of the vote. Harris has 46.4% of the vote.
He's
Donald
up
Trump right now with a 249,000 plus vote lead. I'm sorry, now it's a 250.
I'm sorry, is DeKalb County counted?
An estimated 71% of the vote counted in
my goodness.
Georgia. In Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead as of now, 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead by more than 15,000 votes. That's with more than half, 56% of the estimated vote, but still a lot of votes to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Harris with 53.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.9% of the vote. Harris with an 18,000 plus vote lead. That's with under a third of the vote counted in New Hampshire. 30% of the.
I feel like they're trying to keep us connected because they could have actually called New Hampshire. New Hampshire usually goes blue. New Hampshire always goes blue. So they know that they could call New Hampshire if they wanted to, especially with more than half the votes in. They could have called that. So they're doing it's drama. It's theater. Theater.
So Jake, you lay at the results, and there's some
surprises here,
right? At least where we are right now. So we just want to go back and follow up where we were. David Chellian was talking about some of the outstanding vote. We know in Virginia is early vote, and that percentage is going to jump, and we know that the vice president is doing quite well in that vote. So I just want to show you what he means by how this can change. Again, Donald Trump's lead has been shrinking. It was 16,000 not that long ago. It's 12,395 now. Look at the Northern Virginia suburbs here. I just want to show you these circles help us understand where are there live outstanding votes, meaning votes that we know are out there that have not been counted yet. Right? You see the big circles, the biggest circles around the Northern Virginia suburbs, also Richmond and the suburbs around that, and some big Republican circles down here, Virginia Beach area, and some here in the suburbs more to the south, the exurbs south of Richmond. But I want to focus up here and just to show you why you can say
let her know.
Say, whoa, what's happening here? But then
theater fam thanks her
when large population centers report their votes. So let's take Fairfax County. And it's the largest of the suburban counties. It's the #1 county population-wise in Virginia. The vice president's getting 66% of the vote, 63% of the vote in. Look at the number where she is, though, 250,000. We know turnout is robust, right? So we should be somewhere around 2020 when we end 2024, maybe a little higher, maybe a little lower, but somewhere around it. 250,000 votes right now. If you go back in time, you see 419,000 votes. So if she's winning 60+%, the president was winning 70% 4 years ago. You have Vice President Harris winning 66.
John, let that damn. Like, listen, he let that damn whiteboard.
But you can see just right there, and
in between takes, they spraying it down, making it shiny for your man, because he's like, this is me.
That can change, but
this is what I do.
When you get
does
above
this.
60% of the vote.
John, I does this.
Right there, the math, when those votes come in, the math can change. So doesn't mean it will. But there's more than enough Democratic votes still outstanding, or votes outstanding in Democratic areas is the better way to put it.
See?
For that to happen.
Slip up.
So let's check in on the other battles.
Because they already decided this shit. John knows who's going to win this shit.
Again,
he let that
go
slip.
Back in time. This was the closest Donald Trump victory in a battleground state. Of the battlegrounds he won, 74,000 votes, 483, 74,483. 4 years ago, he's 110 ahead right now, but we're only at 54% of the
They're
vote,
like,
right?
cue up the Biden stats so I can have some shit to talk about.
So we're still waiting. Some of these smaller counties. This one, this is the 10th of the population-wise, so it's not tiny. Gaston County along the border right there.
I'm here, yeah.
The big population centers are Charlotte. Let's just see how much we have. Only 10% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. So if you're looking at this number,
shit, that edible is kicking
you're saying, okay, Donald Trump's got a 4-point lead. There's 3.5, 4-point lead in North Carolina. But then you come here, it's the largest Democratic area, only 10% of the vote. And again, look where we are, 36,000 votes for the vice president right now. You go back 4 years, 378,000 votes. So we just need to slow down with where we go in here in North Carolina and count more votes, because there are more than enough votes out there. Again,
slow down.
Come out statewide.
Stay with us. We need the ratings.
Live outstanding votes. You see some Republican pockets here, but where are the biggest circles? Right? Where are the biggest circles? Charlotte in the suburbs, Raleigh-Durham in the suburbs, Winston-Salem in the suburbs, Wilmington in the suburbs, Asheville in the suburbs. Doesn't mean the vice president's going to win North Carolina.
If John King ain't said it, it ain't true.
Win North Carolina. It just means there are a lot more votes to be counted in areas that right now are blue, and some of them blue by a pretty lopsided margin. Now, just to be fair, you see all these little tiny dots? There's a lot of little tiny red dots, right? Right? They're not going to match the vote count here and here, but there's a lot more of them, right? So when you come out and you just take a look, again, I'm a broken record sometimes, but this is the wonder of Donald Trump. This is how he runs up the math. 72% there, only 25% reporting there, but 72% in Rutherford County, right down here along the border here. Let's just go back in time and take a peek. 72%. Donald Trump is consistent. He is the constant in this race.
That's why it's so quiet.
He's getting what he got in 2020. He's getting what he got in 2016.
Delayed reaction,
consistent. But 24,000 votes there with 72% 4 years ago. And so then you come forward there, we're only at 25%. So again, if it comes in around the turnout of 4 years ago and it stays at that percentage, there's a chunk of votes there. And in many of these other
all the sober living people are looking around like
Donald Trump, which is why we count late into the night and sometime into the morning. He gets small margins, but you add them all up, 20, 15, 20, 30 rural counties, match them up against the one urban county. That's how you get a battleground state. Let's pop down to Georgia. We come down over here. This one here, again,
And the state decided by 11,000 votes 4 years ago.
Damn, the sober people are very sad right now.
Donald Trump's ahead by 241,000. You start to think, oh, we're about 75% of the vote. Are we at the point of no return? Well, let's take a look. Number one, how many votes does it take to win Georgia? Donald Trump's leading right now with 2.1 million. Joe Biden won it in 2020 with 2.4 million and change. And we hear turnout is pretty good down there. So it could be somewhere around that, could be a little higher than that, number one. So you start there.
People that don't come, they're not part of the fam, and they're like new, and they're like,
doesn't mean the vice president's going to come back and win Georgia. It just means everybody take a breath. Let's count votes.
No, I'm not on
fit.
I'm
Atlanta and the suburbs around it, where most of those big circles are, which means, in a place like Fulton County, where 78% reporting in Fulton County.
Y'all know how to find the funny shit.
Comes out. It's a big, because of the population.
It's everything else.
Votes, but she's running at 73% right there. Look at that. 72.6.
What is he talking about?
72.6.
That's funny.
It's a mirror image right there. So I always look at the ones a little bit farther
about
out.
to come on each other.
Now in Cobb County, it's 57.4. You go back here, it's 50. It's just she's running. The question is, can he improve? Is really the bigger question. I keep focusing on her. Can he improve in the suburbs? He's not there. Let's just come over here to Gwinnett. He's at 39% right now. And he was at 40%.
He's close. Funny.
He's close, but those little tiny margins can matter. But again, 16% of the vote there. So we got a ways to go. That's a healthy lead for Donald Trump. There's a lot of votes still to be counted in this blue circle right here.
So let's bring back the map that shows where the vote is still outstanding. If you can do that,
I can do that,
because I want to bring in Pamela Brown to get us up to speed on some of the outstanding votes that remain in Georgia. Pamela, what are you learning?
Let's talk about that. I'm just getting off the phone with Gabriel Sterling, a key election official in Georgia. He says, give or take, there are 1.5 million outstanding votes still in Georgia. Again, give or take, not a precise number, but around that. Let's zoom in here on Gwinnett. This is a Democratic stronghold.
I was about to drink the mic.
Significantly delayed, according to Zach Manifold, who I just got off the phone with. He says there's an issue with their adjudication software for the write-ins on the ballots. And so that is why we're seeing such a low number. Now, overall,
they look like they was about to do some
419,000 votes there. So that was as of 6:30. He says that's likely, that number is likely going to go up. Out of that breakdown, the at least 419,000, there are overall 96,000 day-of votes in Gwinnett, 322,000.
I am staring at giraffe.
So if you look at the numbers here, the rough estimate of 16% of the estimated vote in, there are still roughly more than 350,000 outstanding ballots just in Gwinnett alone. And then you put that into the bigger picture of what I just said.
I level with giraffe.
There's still 1.5 million outstanding ballots in Georgia, give or take. Jay?
And we actually have a correspondent / anchor in the Gwinnett County Election Center in suburban Atlanta, Victor Blackwell. Victor, what can you tell us about the
They spray paint his beard on, y'all. This is what I was talking about earlier.
So let me tell you what's happening right now.
Philly shit right
Zach
there,
Manifold,
man.
Who Pam just mentioned, the supervisor of elections, is on the phone right now.
To see this right here?
Raffensperger,
explaining what I'm talking about.
The delay is. As Pamela said, it's a problem with the adjudication of some of those write-in ballots. We spoke with him just a few moments ago at the 8:15 news conference here, in which he said there was some delay in processing those and getting those 322,000 early in-person and absentee mail-in ballots to the state tabulation center, to that computer. It statutorily had to be there by 8 p.m. He says that it was just the computer system clicking down to identify the names in the write-in column for president, specifically for that race. And there appears to be a problem with that system. So right now, there are from Gwinnett County about 72,000 votes, still about 250,000 of the early in-person votes and those mail-in absentee votes that were supposed to be in more than an hour ago. and he's on the call right now to determine what happens next and explain to the Secretary of State's office
y'all ain't right
what they're doing. And
y'all ain't right. Y'all know y'all ain't right. Ain't not one of you right.
Gwinnett County and John King, as
ain't not one of you right.
Human beings are fallible.
You gonna get to the pearly gates,
right, which is why you want
trusted
officials to deal with the problem when it arises.
Said that
we know
man
from
had a
2020,
Crayola beard.
Republican Secretary of State and these local county officials, they know what they're doing. And they have a problem, and then they make a plan, right? They have a problem, you try to find a solution. So where is Victor Blackwell? He is right here. He's in Gwinnett County, one of the most important suburbs in the Atlanta area, to the northeast of Atlanta. And as we noted, only 16% of the vote reported in this county right now. So a long way to go in the count, Jake. And this is a place where, again, with Donald Trump with a pretty healthy lead statewide right now, that's what you're waiting for. You get a giant basket of votes reported from there. It gives you better context about the real state of the race.
Drinking apple juice.
We have a projection for you now.
Oh, they got a projection.
People at home. CNN can project that New York, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will be the winner of the 28 electoral votes offered from the Empire State. Let's take a look at the electoral
BX all
votes.
day.
Donald Trump in the lead, 154. Kamala Harris,
New York,
81,
New York,
270 are needed to win. Neither of them is there as of yet. Let's go to Abby
New
Phil,
York City.
the Harris campaign.
Welcome to New York
here
City.
in Washington, D.C. on the campus of Howard University. Abby.
New York City.
This group here has been here for a little while now, and they've been watching the returns as they've been coming in. You're hearing them right now.
Right. New York City. A
little bit delayed, calling New York for Kamala Harris. They want some good news tonight. I can feel the anxiety in the crowd. These are all people who want to have a party. They want to celebrate. There's been a DJ playing all night long. But the results are coming in, and they're coming in slowly. But each time a race is called for Harris, or she's shown in the lead in one of these battlegrounds, it is a big moment for the folks here at the Kamala Harris headquarters.
All day.
And Jake, as I'm talking right now, you can probably hear me talking to you.
Wow, I didn't even know she was running.
They're excited. They're ready to go tonight.
I didn't know that she was running.
Reporting and results that they like to see. Back
Thank
to you,
baby.
All right, Abby Phillip in Washington, D.C. in the campus of Howard University, where Harris is holding her campaign headquarters right now. Let's go to West Palm Beach, where we find Caitlin Collins at Trump HQ. Caitlin.
Yeah, Jake, I should note, obviously, we're all still watching these numbers come in. There is no celebrating happening yet inside the Trump campaign. But one thing that is giving them a confidence boost this hour are the numbers that you and John King were just going over in Virginia. They were looking at that very closely, comparing it to
New York City
there in 2020, and it is making them feel good tonight, lifting their spirits. Now, no one is saying that this is obviously anywhere near over yet. They are still watching very closely to the blue wall of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
That was not a
Donald
blush.
Trump calling into radio shows in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania in just the last few hours as he's at his Mar-a-Lago club. He just
I'm so glad.
Supporters
Come on, there is healing in laughter. You just got to let it out.
Mar-a-Lago, who's also getting constant updates from his own campaign team. And right now they are watching a few key indicators, including the turnout from black males in Georgia and in other states, but also just watching those numbers in Virginia. We'll see, Jake, of course, if that pattern continues.
We'll allow this one because it's not presidential, but no, they hate him out there. I think he's gone.
Fascinating map at the moment. You just updated the electoral vote count, 154 to 81. You're looking at a map now. There are a lot of Democrats looking at this map and saying, wow, we're having a great night.
Jersey's about to come in.
Be cautious.
Jersey's about to come through.
But just be cautious. Why do I say wow? Well, at the moment, we touched on this a little bit earlier. The vice president is still leading statewide in Nebraska. What she wants to win is the 2nd congressional district, which is right here. Nebraska, one of 2 states that awards electoral college votes based on congressional district. Only 30% of the state. You see all this gray. Those are small, rural, farm country, beautiful, beautiful parts of Nebraska that tend to vote for Donald Trump in overwhelming numbers. So let's wait to see that one play out. But then you move east, and remember, what was the surprise poll of the last week of the campaign? It was the Iowa poll that showed the vice president of the United States actually no clear leader, but 47 to 43, I think, if I have it right, a little bit ahead of Donald Trump in what has been, since Barack Obama left the scene, a reliably red state. Well, at the moment, only 19% of the vote in. But at the moment, Democrats in Iowa, and I suspect elsewhere, are saying, we told you so, but we have a long way to go in the count. Right?
So they have to get to 270. I don't see anybody getting to 270 tonight.
If you will.
I don't see it.
56% of the vote, but you're at 83% already. So you got some more coming in, but this is your biggest basket, biggest Democratic stronghold, the capital of Des Moines. If you haven't been to Des Moines in 10 years, it's a very different city than you might remember. A lot of young professionals, insurance industry, and the like.
Last time I went to Des Moines,
Joe Biden
it was nice.
In Des Moines,
it was nice. The people there were cool.
So
a lot of younger folks was kind of,
they
was progressive. They was real nice.
But we are waiting. Ames, College Town, right up here, Story County. Ames, we have nothing right now. That's a place where President Biden got 57% of the vote. When we get numbers here, we'll look at that. But let's see that.
We're not
if the Democrats are going to surprise us, even by making Iowa much closer than it was 4 years ago, you'll see some
If I'm her, I don't concede shit.
Enthusiasm.
I'm not going to do that Hillary shit.
Competitive environment. So
Hillary should have waited too.
With Iowa, again, but I red state for quite some time. And just
she better not
put the exclamation point on the "it's early." The state of Missouri, as the vice president of the United States ahead right now, Missouri hasn't voted blue for president in a very long time. Again, let's be open to surprises and we'll count votes. Now let's come in to the battlegrounds where we are waiting. Wisconsin is blue. It was red last time. Still very, very early. 18% of the vote counted.
Oh, for sure.
This is critical.
He's going to say we had the most votes ever. We had the most massive turnout. We got all the electoral votes. She didn't even get New York. You saw that? New York came to us. Yeah, he's going to do that.
Right? That's her easiest. No path is easy, but her easiest path is keep the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. So let's move up Wisconsin so you can get a better look at home. She's ahead right now at the moment, but we're only 18% of the vote. And again, John's a broken record tonight, but I want you to look up at all of those gray areas. And I just want to remind you, in most of them, not all of them, but in most of them, you're in rural Trump country. So as you come back to the 2024 map and you say the vice president's ahead, that's where you want to be. You want to be ahead, but you've got a long way to go. So what are we looking for? I'm going to do this in reverse order because of the questions about young voters turning out, whether unhappiness with the White House over Israel-Gaza, Israel-Hamas policy would impact youth turnout. 38% in Dane County. That's the University of Wisconsin. Absolutely essential for any Democratic win in Wisconsin to run it up here, not just in the percentage, but with the raw mass. So let's look. 38% of the vote. So a long way to go. Long way to go. Let's just compare it to the president. President Biden had 76%. Keep an eye on it. Don't panic yet if you're a Democrat, but keep an eye on that because the vice president needs to be as close to that as.
Thank you. If you are here, you're new, hit that like button. If you're just joining us now, hit that like button, please. Subscribe to my channel. Happy that you're here. If you're enjoying this and you have the capacity to do so, you want to make a donation to my hosting space, you can hit up any of the things in the ticker. I am high as giraffe pussy right now. Half the chat is welcome. We're so happy that you're here. Join us. We doing it. All right. All right.
Donald Trump. So let's just go back in time, knowing we have a
Should
long
I
way
add
to go.
Instagram back?
Sometimes reports late, but if you go back in time, Joe Biden again, 69%. Trump at 29%. So the 69% is what jumps out.
They might need us.
Trump is a little above right now. Trump's a little above where he was 4 years ago. She's a little behind where the president was 4 years ago. It's only 25% of the vote. We're not pouring cement on any of this, but that's where you say, oh, we got to keep an eye on that as we go forward. Then you move over here, you go into the WOW counties, Waukesha, the biggest among them. This is a Republican suburb, long has been a Republican suburb. The challenge for Democrats, I've been saying this about Trump in the battleground states that tend to lead in blue. Where's Trump's number in the suburbs? Can he compete? He's not going to win, but can he compete? That's the challenge for the vice president here. Waukesha County tends to be a Republican suburb. So there she is at 40%, Trump at 59%. Again, you go back in time, 59% to 39% 4 years ago. Welcome to another 20,000 vote race probably in the end in Wisconsin based on that. It's a 66% of the vote in there. It's essentially matching where we were in 2020. And again, just so you remember our history here in the blue wall, Harris is leading right now. We got a lot of vote to count right here, but I'm laughing a little bit just at the 22,000 number because if you look at that right there, Joe Biden won this state.
I just went live on Instagram again, y'all. Trying to convince the people over there. You know how we do to have them come over.
Donald Trump won
on
Wisconsin by 22,000 votes.
Erica, thank you very much for the Venmo. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Hang around the margins of 20,000 votes, which is why that is somewhat amusing to me. Earlier, she just put it up to 34,000 to shut me up.
Hey, Instagram, please come and join us on YouTube. It is so much better over there. We've got over 100 people in the chat. We're all watching this together. Come join us over there.
If they stay that way, and it's early. It's early. Don't call your bookie. Don't make any bets. Don't pop the champagne.
Why are you shaming us?
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
right? Especially if you're
We
looking
do
at
the
a map
best
where
we
North
can.
Carolina and Georgia are red at the moment. They're not done either. They're not done either. But if you're a Democrat, you're kind of a little, ooh, should we be nervous about this? Then you
So,
should be loud.
we should be nervous about this.
That. So let's take it away and see what I mean by that. Number one, let's just start to the east and go west. Up to 32% in Pennsylvania.
Johnny got to relax.
Long way to go. Long way to go. Just want to check on where we are in Philadelphia.
Johnny got to relax.
Still at 26%. You get Philadelphia over 50%, then we can start to understand what the math is elsewhere.
And that's the problem.
But again, you see most of the rural areas filling in for Trump. That's his strength.
Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate you for the Venmo. Thank you so much.
Let's come up here into Michigan. We're still only at 14% in Michigan.
Absolutely, 100%.
We have our first votes out of Wayne County, and it shows Donald Trump with the lead in Wayne County. If Wayne County's red at the end of the night, Donald Trump's winning the presidency in a landslide.
All right.
We're at 1%.
What up, Instagram? I mean, you can watch me on Instagram if you want. But I just want to say that we do have a lot of people on YouTube.
506 votes.
And the conversation over here is popping. So please come over to YouTube.
You see, he's at 53%.
Watch us over here.
Win Macomb County, it keeps him competitive. Keeps him competitive in the state. The higher above 50 he gets, it matters. This is one of the signature key counties.
Why are you freaking out? No. All right, y'all. We got somebody who's freaking out. We know what we got to do. Bring him back.
Used to be a
We're going to be all right.
When I started doing
We're going to be all right because we have community and we're going to be all right.
Little behind Joe Biden. That can matter. That can
matter. We went through him before.
A little bit behind.
And
Biden had 434,000 votes when he won the county. And you see
aside from the pandemic,
she's at 234,000 with about 54%. So you're in the ballpark of similar turnout. Let's see what happens.
We're going to be all right. We don't freak out. No freaking out.
Tiny changes in the margins can
affect not freaking out.
States. So Trump's at 43. Let's do it that way. Trump was at 42. Again, it's tiny.
We're not going to freak out.
Tiny can matter. We'll keep an eye on that.
We know what community is. We believe in community. And then one more. We are going to take care of each other. We are going to protect each other. That is what we are doing.
And the Sun Belt states, which used to be reliably red and are now battleground states at the moment, are red. So we'll just check in, see if anything else came in. Georgia's at 79%. The president's lead is 204,000. It was 240,000 a little while ago.
Periodic reminder, we would not be dealing with this if President Barry Obama had codified Roe like he promised to when he was campaigning for president. And had he not said, when asked about it, that it wasn't important enough. We wouldn't have this problem if it wasn't for that motherfucker.
You're at 106.
Because we know that the Democrats won't do it. It's one of the things that they can dangle over people and get people to go, well, come on, y'all, be smarter. This community is a smart community.
It was 50 to 49. And so let's come back now and take a look. The blue then is where the blue is now, except for this one out here, I believe. This one, Haywood County, well, we're only at 4%.
Asheville, let's
go. Go back in time. That was a Republican county. I look out there because, and if anyone's out there watching, we hope you're doing all right. This is an area of the state that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene, and the state and the county officials and the local officials, God bless them. They did amazing things just so people could vote.
Welcome. If you're hopping in on YouTube, please hit that like button on your way in. It lets YouTube know that we're here, gets more people to come and watch. Best place to watch the election.
We've heard a lot of misinformation out there. We see what's happening. Democracy is unfolding in Western North Carolina. This is where it matters most if you are the Democrats, and only 14% of the vote.
Turn it off,
so you see Donald Trump leading in North Carolina, but you see only 14% of the vote in Mecklenburg County, which tells you, let's just take this for a while. Let's just go through and see what happens as we go. It's 11% of the statewide population. The vice president's at 60% right now. So you go back in time. Again, this is, if you're the vice president's camp, he lost. Joe Biden lost North Carolina, getting 67% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. She, at the moment, is getting 60%.
They showing love to Dr. Hall.
We don't know yet. We don't know yet. It would be meaningful if we end up
I just started following him recently.
Of the vote right now.
He is a clinical psychologist.
Again, that would be Donald Trump doing better in the suburbs. If he gets that.
I'm not mistaken, out in Ohio, right?
Donald Trump is doing better with black voters and in the suburbs. But we watch that. We still have a long time to go. Wake County is Raleigh, number 2. Mecklenburg, number 1, population-wise. Wake County is number 2. She's at 64% right there. Trump's at 35. You go back in time. Trump at 36. She's at 62. Roughly the same. Roughly the same. Won't make a big deal about that now. Sometimes roughly, you start looking into the margins of roughly.
For real, we got you. Like, it's crazy, but you have to understand, like,
to Durham.
Our people have been planning for this kind of stuff and preparing. We done been through so much the last few hundred years here.
Some college-educated suburban
and look
voters
at where
in the
we
healthcare
are.
industry,
Even still,
and the other industries in the research
look at
triangle
where
there.
we are.
81% of the vote
We're
right
gonna
now.
be all right.
85% in. So this is
All
where you
right.
can.
Some of us
You're at 85%
sit at
of the
our
vote. You say,
desks with
okay,
guns
where are we?
by our
Where was
feet.
Joe Biden?
A lot of people don't
80%.
believe
So
that.
she's
Like
matching
when
Joe
I talk
Biden
about this
here
stuff, I'm like,
in a
I
key
tell people I
place.
have a
Trump's
gun
at
in every room of my
18%
house.
in
I
2020.
don't play.
You
Get
see
down,
him
Des.
at 18% now, a little
That
bit below that.
hurts.
So this, if you're the
See,
vice president, you're matching the
I
president.
do
The
have
question
a
is that
gun.
good enough, right? He lost the state by 74,000 votes.
Right by
So we
my
come back
feet.
out, where
You
else
know,
do you wanna look? You look for
I'm
the other
about that
Democratic
life.
pockets, right?
I'm about that
Cumberland
life.
County. This is Fayetteville. We're just starting. Right, we're just starting. This is the fifth
Oh,
largest
put
county
your
in the state.
if you're on Threads,
So
put your
that's-
name
if
on
you're the vice
in the
president, you say
chat,
there's some room for growth
so you
there
could
because
because
we're
you
not there
probably
yet.
all
But
know
again,
each
I
other.
just
So
wanna
put your
show
Threads name in the chat,
you see the
and
blue
then
in
y'all
the
can
urban
follow
areas.
each
North
other
Carolina
because
along
we got a
here,
community
like the belt
going on here. Like
These are
I'm
black
very
voters
serious
here.
about
For
this.
the most part,
I'm
these
all
Democratic
about
counties,
curating
absolutely essential
community.
to the vice president's math. And then you come down to Georgia, again, in these states, you just see all that red. Not a lot of people live in those, but if you do county after county after county after county, you run it up. And Jake,
You want to follow
you just one more check.
Katie
No, Fulton County
because she
still
and
at
I
80%.
created Coffee
So the
Gate,
Georgia math
and it's
still has the
funny.
biggest population center where we're waiting to see some key results.
All right, John, as
All
we stand
right.
by for the next poll closings at the top of the hour,
Okay.
here's an update on the race to
Just
270.
another yoga teacher.
Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes.
We
Kamala
a
Harris has
community here,
81
y'all. Like
electoral
this is what we
votes.
doing.
Obviously, 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Now, another key race alert. Let's
Key
go
race alert.
to
What
the
we
states
looking
where
at?
we have not called.
Too early
Kamala
to
Harris
call.
in the lead in Pennsylvania, 51.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 88,000.
Every blue state should be right.
Of a lead.
This should have been on the ballot this time for every blue
third. Still a lot
state.
of vote to count in Pennsylvania. Michigan. Kamala
But
Harris
that's
has
good,
52%
Colorado.
Of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 49,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 15% of the vote counted in the battleground of Michigan. In Wisconsin, another battleground. Kamala Harris, 52.2% of the vote. Donald Trump, 46.1% of the vote.
All right, there we are. Let's go.
Lead,
community.
But only 27% of the vote.
Follow each other. Follow each other.
Very early in Wisconsin. Battleground North Carolina. Donald
you all
Trump
need to look into the you need to look into the work of Robert F. Williams, one of my personal heroes. Because that's how I live my life. Robert F. Williams, a North Carolina activist.
51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote Georgia counted. Still a lot of votes to count there, but a lot of votes have already counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump has 49.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48.6% of the vote. That is a 28,000 vote lead with
Still got
63%
California.
of the vote counted.
Okay.
I am going to now bring you a projection. And CNN can project Louisiana will go to Donald Trump. Louisiana with its 8 electoral votes as expected to Donald Trump. Let's see what that impact is on the electoral vote count. Donald Trump has 162 votes. Electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes. She has exactly half. 270 votes are needed to win. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern, when 16 electoral votes are on the line in 3 states. Every vote is vital to get to the winning total of 270. Polling places are about to close in Montana and battleground Nevada. And in Utah, Nevada is the key battleground to watch in the next hour. Kamala Harris fighting to hold on to Nevada for the Democrats, a state that Donald Trump narrowly lost in 2020 and in 2016. As we await the end of voting in Nevada,
she's going to get the 54 from
in Las Vegas. And Jim, you have
California
information from the Nevada Secretary of State.
I'm interested to see if
Jake,
she's
I mean, one interesting development that has emerged here in Nevada is they're running into a problem with some of the mail-in ballots that have come in so far. Some of the signatures have been an issue, and election workers are now reaching out to some of those folks out there who have signature issues. Your signatures need to match those that are on file with the state. And an interesting
By the way, I did write a book about this.
Into is that a lot of young voters don't know how
you might want to buy it.
Names. And so when
I talk about how Black women have used social media to build community.
With what state officials have on file, and so
you might want to read it
at this point is sort of frantically reaching out to a lot of young voters across the state of Nevada to say, "Hey, wait a minute." Hopefully, they're looking at their text and saying, "Hey, wait a minute. There's a problem with your ballot. You need to check in with the state."
Thank you, Christine, for the Venmo. I appreciate you.
So your ballot can be counted. So that is one thing that they're looking at this point. There are about 14,000 of these ballot issues that they're trying to rectify. They do have several days to work that out. And as you mentioned, Jake, the polls are about to close here in Nevada. If you're still in line, you can stay in line. We heard out in Nye County, which is about an hour outside of Vegas, they've got a line about 2.5 hours long. And so that process is going to go well into the night in that county as well as here in Las Vegas, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta in Las Vegas. Thanks so much. Let's go to Kyung La in Phoenix. Kyung?
We're going to be all right, y'all.
We're in Maricopa County, Phoenix, and the most populous county, Jake, in this entire state. As Maricopa County goes, so does the rest of Arizona. That's why we are here. We are watching the clock. In just minutes, in about 8 to 10 minutes, we are hearing that the county will be reporting its very first batch of election results. 11 electoral votes on the line here out of Arizona. Maricopa County will give us a strong indication after that first drop, but it takes a long time to count all of the ballots. The first drop that we're going to see, the first results, will be the early vote that is counted before Election Day. And it's not all of them, but it is the majority of the early vote that is counted before Election Day. That is what we are going to know in just minutes. We are watching to see what is happening. And the sense that we are getting, Jake, from all of the election officials we've spoken to here in Maricopa County is that they are overwhelmingly pleased that there hasn't been major problems here in this county. Things have gone relatively smoothly. Yes, there have been some small issues here and there, but overwhelmingly, they say this has gone fairly well. And they are really looking forward to continuing to keep that going as they go throughout the night. After that first report, Jake, we are expecting to hear further reports as that in-person vote from today starts to come in, Jake.
All right, Kyung La in Phoenix, Arizona, big battleground out west. David Chalian has exit polling from Nevada. David, what are you learning about Nevada voters and the issues that they're focused on?
Well, the democracy and the economy are battling for that top spot. 33% of Nevada voters in this election, Jake, say democracy is the most important issue to their vote. 32%, basically the same, say the economy is most important. Then that is followed by immigration at 15%, abortion at 11%, and foreign policy down in single digits. Your family's financial situation, is it better or worse than 4 years ago? A plurality
I had to go get some more chicken.
Of Nevada voters say 48% say it was worse than 4 years ago. It is worse today than it was 4 years ago. Only 22% say it's better than 4 years ago. 29% say it's about the same. Undocumented immigrants in the U.S. should be offered a chance at legal status or should be deported.
This electoral college is some bullshit, y'all.
Side with the position on this, offered a chance at legal status. 42% in Nevada side with the Trump position that they should be deported. Abortion, should it be mostly legal or illegal? 68% of Nevada voters, nearly 7 in 10, say abortion should be mostly legal. 28% say it should be illegal. And Biden's job approval rating is at 40% in Nevada.
I'll be honest, I didn't
disapprove. That is about
have the munchies
nationally.
I don't know what y'all got.
All right, David. Thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall.
Well, Jake, we're starting to watch now as we go further west. We have more states coming in. Some of the states
I made a new butter blend for these pens.
Aberrations or early votes you see right here now, including Kansas.
My God,
Kansas has come back to being a Republican state. We expect it will finish out that way.
Beautiful.
There are some Democratic, pockets of support here. They're mostly in the eastern part of the state, Manhattan, Kansas. Well, remember, it was Kansas that sounded the first alarm after Dobbs when the amendment passed out there.
protecting abortion rights. So we'll watch the result margin. We expect Kansas will be a red state at the end of the night. But we'll keep an eye on that.
It's almost 10 o'clock.
About that. And then you keep coming forward. Here's the one that's interesting, and it's staying interesting, but we're only at 31% of the vote.
We've been holding it down since 6:45, y'all.
Paid much attention to since Barack Obama left the scene. Donald Trump won it comfortably.
I got the munchies and I'm eating a Cornish hen.
Is shrinking a little bit.
That's happening.
Still ahead in Iowa, 51%.
That's happening.
And if you look through, I said earlier, we were at 83% in Polk County. We're still there. That's the bulk of your Democratic votes. And you start moving down. You come over here to
Mr. Nude Africa lost.
You're only at 34% of the vote here. So there's some business to be done in terms of Democratic votes for the vice president in what is an interesting state. If this one is competitive, it would be a surprise. And election night surprises are always interesting. You see their Dubuque County there. We'll see how that one plays out as we go forward. So now let's come over to some of the bigger battlegrounds. Again, if you're in the Harris campaign, especially because we're not done by any means, but if North Carolina and Georgia, Trump's ahead there,
I'll help them decide.
Candidate ahead in the blue wall states, and at the moment, the vice president is 34%, a little more than a third of the vote counted in Wisconsin. Again, you see Trump filling in the rural areas. Just want to check. I teed this up earlier. Brown County, Green Bay, blue-collar workers. Kamala Harris is not going to win Brown County. The question is, can she compete? When Joe Biden won the state, you see
some white people in North Carolina said, we ain't about to have no governor that was talking about anal sex with his wife's sister.
Can the vice president of the United States try to at least come close to where the president was? At the moment, she is not, but it's very early in the count right there. Again, the foundation of any Democratic victory is down here in Milwaukee. We're almost at half the vote right there. She's at 67% there. Let's just go back in time and look. The president was at 69%. It sounds like not a big deal, 67, 69. Let's see. Right now, we're only at 48% of the vote. If at the end of the night, she's underperforming the president in Milwaukee by a couple points, that can make the difference in a state, Jake, that in 2 elections in a row has been decided by 20,000 votes. Jake?
That's right, John. And we're just moments away from another round of poll closing. Voting is about to end in 3 states, including the key.
They haven't called that for Jersey yet.
A total of 16 electoral votes are on the line right now.
All right.
And see,
they got a projection.
Oh, God. Trump will win the state of Montana. As expected, Trump gets Montana with its 4 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Donald Trump will win the state of Utah. As expected, Utah with its 6 electoral votes. Nevada is too early to call a battleground state that Donald Trump has narrowly lost in the last 2 elections. But I
think she's going to get Nevada
for this election. Let's look at the electoral math right
now. I think she's going to get Nevada. We know she's going to get the 54 from Cali. So that puts her at 135.
To win, neither of them
we can think of her at being at 135 because Cali's going to go to her.
Races now. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris, 49.9%.
She needs Pennsylvania.
Trump has narrowed her 20,000 plus vote lead. He's at
because Pennsylvania is rolling in. That's why.
From the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, 43% of the estimated vote from Pennsylvania is in, and Kamala Harris right now has an 18,000 plus vote lead there. Kamala Harris in the lead in Michigan, 51.
She needs Michigan.
Donald Trump has 46.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 46,000 plus
that's 34.
Lead.
So that would put her at
of the estimated vote in Michigan.
170. That would put her at 179.
Harris is at 49.8% of the vote. Donald Trump is at 48.4%.
That would put her at 189.
She has a 15,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a third, 35% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 196,000 plus vote lead. That is with 2/3, 66% of the estimated vote in North Carolina counted.
I mean,
Georgia,
that was his own fault, y'all. Okay.
Of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote in from the battleground state of Georgia. We're now getting an update on the vote in North Carolina. Let's go to John King, actually, right now.
What's
John
coming
King,
in from North Carolina?
Jake, you see the map. And again, as we get later in the night, this is where you start to see things change, especially if a candidate pulls out ahead in a state that not normally is in their lane, if you will. And by that, I'm going to refer to Iowa. Just a moment ago, I was showing you Iowa vice president ahead. Still competitive, but you see Iowa is now red. There was that late Iowa poll that showed the possibility of the vice president maybe being a little bit ahead of Donald Trump. No clear leader. It was a competitive poll. And this is a competitive race at the moment, 36%. This would be a surprise, right? We said Virginia's a surprise at how close it is. We'll see if it ends close, but it's a surprise at the moment. This is a surprise as well. Donald Trump just 3,800 votes ahead in battleground Iowa, a state he carried quite comfortably by 8 points 4 years ago. So you keep an eye on it and you watch.
So close.
You see what happens there, but it's interesting on this night. Now let's move over to the battlegrounds that matter at the moment. The blue wall states still being held by the vice president. The Sun Belt states, as we start to move west, North Carolina and Georgia are the two battlegrounds we care most about. They are at the moment held by the former president of the United States. Again, this was his closest.
Like I said, we could think of her as having 135
in terms of
because
Biden
she's going to have
to
Cali.
Back in 2020, it was 74,000 votes. He's just under 200,000 votes right now.
I can't think of the last time a candidate didn't have their home state.
And again, Jake, as you come over and join me here, just
unless I'm missing something.
Still votes to be counted. We know that. So then we want to use our technology to say, where are they? All right, where are they? And you see the bigger the circle means the more live outstanding votes. And the color tells you what's happening there. And at the moment, doesn't mean it will continue to be that way.
John said there's niggas.
Charlotte in the suburbs. You see over here, in the Raleigh-Durham area, Winston-Salem area, a little bit out of Nashville. So
he's going to get Cali in Minnesota. I agree.
Donald Trump at the moment,
I agree.
A pretty healthy lead.
And, you know, we have one of our excellent journalists is in Charlotte, is in the Mecklenburg County, Brianna Keeler, as the Board of Elections in Charlotte.
Gore lost Tennessee. Did people know that Gore was from Tennessee?
Yeah, that's right. So at this point, Jake,
I seem to forget that part of the narrative.
Ballots are in out of several hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, she's definitely getting Cali. That's what I'm saying. We could consider it at 135
because we were expecting
she's
about
getting Cali.
420 to 430,000 votes, which would have been early in-person votes to have been closed out and posted.
Unless the Compton niggas was like,
to the state board election. So we could be seeing that literally any moment. But what we see right now is a picture of a fraction of this key county. It's about 34,000 absentee ballots that were received before 5 p.m. yesterday. And it's also an upload of about 70,000 election day ballots from today. And you see right behind me, you see that red satchel right there. That is really the key here. These are being delivered by car. We're almost in sort of what is a drive-through situation here outside of the building of the Board of Elections here in the county. And these are delivered, these flash drives, they go inside through a very strenuous process, ultimately are uploaded to a computer that has never ever touched the internet. And then that is compiled and ultimately posted to the State Board of Elections, Jake.
All right, Brianna Keeler in Charlotte. Let's get more on North Carolina from Pamela Brown, who's at the voting desk. Pamela, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm just getting off the phone with an official in North Carolina there. This official says, look, first and foremost, it's going to take some more time to get results from across North Carolina's 100 counties. He said this is going to be close. It's going to take some time. There are counties that haven't reported yet that are red, and there are counties that haven't reported yet that are blue. So let's dive a little bit more into the numbers we have. Wake County, this is the most populous county in North Carolina. It's right here. I am told so far more than 510,000 votes have been reported. That's according to the state's dashboard. So for context on that, there's 830,099 registered voters. So that's the most. It's likely going to be a lower number in the end. So they're actually making some headway there. But over here, in Mecklenburg, the home to Charlotte, they're having a logjam uploading the numbers to their site, I'm told, so far. And things are moving quickly, so this could change. But just a second ago, before I came on air, there were more than 84,000 votes reported so far. And for perspective, there's 857,354 registered voters in Mecklenburg. So that's a very small fraction at last check that we're seeing bear out in the results there. And again, because they're having issues uploading on their site, which is bound to happen. And again, that state official there in the Tar Heel state telling me that, again, be patient. It's going to take some time.
All right, Pamela, thanks so
much. That's what he means by NC. If he ever says that, he means the niggas in charge.
Thought that we would know pretty quickly this election season who won, but I'm not sure that we're going to know before midnight at least.
It's defined pretty quickly, right?
Compared to 2020,
over 100. Pretty quickly. We're at 10 o'clock hour. You're right. So you see, these states thought they learned a lot of lessons in 2020. Fewer mail-in votes this time around. So they thought to be faster. But human things happen. You see the officials all out there watching this. Brianna made a very key point. It's so sad that we have to make it, but that these voting machines are not connected to the internet. There's all these conspiracy theories that people are hacking into voting machines. The people who count our votes, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, agnostic. They do a good job in all the states. And North Carolina is one of the best. So where are we? Is the question. 213,000 vote lead. And it's what Pam just laid out and Bree just laid out. Bree is here. Brianna is here. Mecklenburg County, 10% of the population, the largest of the 100 counties in North Carolina. So we have a long way to go, right? So can the Democrat come back is the question.
Be
right?
on CP time.
Lead. So your question is, can the Democrat come back? Well, the vice
Atlanta
president,
be
65,000 votes there.
Hey, y'all love votes.
Okay? Mecklenburg County, the winner of Mecklenburg
be happy
County
we showed up.
300,000, close to 400,000 votes. So we have a very long way to go.
Y'all be on color people
The
time.
point you're making here is that Joe Biden pocketed a net of about 200,000 votes last time,
a net of about 200,000 votes, exactly the way to do the math. And we see right now, we're waiting for a whole lot of votes, right? And so she's at 61% and he was at 67%. If it ends up that way, Donald Trump's going to win North Carolina. But there's that giant number of votes left out. So this vice president's percentage, remember the president's 67.
There's so many reasons for her to not concede.
To 67, number one.
Like there's so much that's being challenged, that could be challenged.
If Donald Trump, if she's below Biden,
North Carolina alone, I'd be like,
again, doing a little bit better.
The hurricane,
a little bit's a big deal in a battleground state in the suburbs, or maybe it's with black voters in Charlotte. We'll have to see how that plays out. That's the biggest county. Pam noted Wake County is your number 2, and again, here we're higher. We're at 76%. So she's at 64%. Remember, Joe Biden lost.
I would challenge everything. I challenge Pennsylvania,
votes,
North Carolina, Georgia.
So you're trying to figure out how do you match that up. So you come back here, and again, not a lot, right? You see the win. Turnout might be up a little bit, so maybe the winner of the county gets a little bit more than that. But you see him at 393, and more importantly, at 62% of the vote. And then you come here. So she was a little behind the president.
I think you're right.
Which is the largest. So you don't want to be behind it where the most votes
That's
are.
Crazy.
He's a little bit ahead of the president in Wake County. And we're waiting for that out. And that's one of the challenges, right? We compare her to Biden because that's the last election. Every candidate has their own coalition. Right. And so if she's doing a little worse than him with some voters, can she make it up somewhere else? Or is Donald Trump, matching his numbers and do that? If you can look at it this way if you want. Let's just come out and bring this in here. Where is Harris overperforming Biden?
So we're going to use this board.
Right? So
we're going to use this goddamn board. Okay.
She's only overperforming Biden in the state in a very small number of counties, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. And so, does that mean she's going to lose North Carolina? No. It just means that she's, we have to wait to see those votes. And then you can flip the question.
No.
Is Trump overperforming Trump in 2020? In a lot more places at the moment. The key to that is in these blue areas. In Mecklenburg County, which we just noted, that's where the most votes are in the state. In the biggest of the 100
that was
counties,
amazing.
Population-wise, vote count-wise, it's right there.
What a
Donald
chef
Trump's
I am.
Overperforming his 2020 performance at the moment. Remember how many votes are still out at the moment. He's overperforming, and he's overperforming here in the Fayetteville area. Donald Trump overperforms in the urban areas where you have an African-American population
wait.
close in suburbs. Then Donald Trump's in
Let me
better
see
shape
what post that is
now than he was then. I just want to remind people as we close this out, though, that I said he's overperforming here at the moment. We only have 18% of the vote, so let's see if it holds up. And I said he was overperforming here at the moment. We only have 21% of the vote, so let's see if it holds up.
Again, with all the caveats you just said, that this is early, we don't know. But if that were to hold, an explanation of it can come in what we've heard from both campaigns is that Donald Trump is doing a little bit better with African Americans, especially African American men, than he did last time. And that Kamala Harris is overperforming with white suburban women, which you would have in Raleigh.
Yes, so that's what we're trying. This is why I spent 15 minutes.
I don't know, but I want one.
Where's the addition? Where can you perform better? For Donald Trump, since he's the constant, he was on 2016 and 2020. For Donald Trump, he had 2 goals. Number 1, keep your base. In 2020, Donald Trump got more votes than he did in 2016, almost everywhere. Right? His base came out. Where he suffered was in the suburbs because there was higher Democratic turnout. So if you're Donald Trump, yes, you want to pick up as many black votes and Latino votes as you can, and you want to improve your standing in the suburbs, and that includes women. Donald Trump spent the Republicans are ripping their hair out the last week of the campaign every day watching Donald Trump insult women.
All right, y'all. They got to have something else they can
every day. It was women writ large. Some of those days, Republican strategists were ripping their hair out because they know if Donald Trump improves his standing in the suburbs, literally by half a point, then he's the next president of the United States. And they're ripping their hair out. But as you watch through this and we go through it, we'll see how it performs out. I just want to keep checking here. 213,000 votes, but we're still here.
I don't see it, so
mathematically,
I must have already
you do it this way.
Okay.
The big question is, are there enough votes out there for the candidate who's losing to catch up?
A lot of blue.
The answer is yes. There are enough votes out there for the candidate who's losing, the vice president, to catch up. It doesn't mean she will.
doesn't mean she will. It just comes down to, as we get more votes in those places where I said Trump was overperforming, if he continues to overperform, especially in Mecklenburg County, that's good math for him. But we have a way to go in county.
I have not
that's
seen
just
this.
North Carolina. Let's go down to the biggest surprise. That was very tight. The Democrats have every election cycle, they say, why can't we get North Carolina? But this was the big surprise when it flipped.
Hold on, y'all. I'm going to switch.
Here,
okay.
Can we just do this for a second real quick? Let's go back up. Sorry, my bad. We got to come out of this and come back here. Remember that 204,000.
204,000.
Let's go back to 2020, right? Let's go back to 2020. Okay, I just want to show you where we were. Let's go back to the beginning. This is 9 o'clock on election night.
Okay.
244,000. So we're at 10 o'clock now. We're at 10:15. Right. So Donald Trump was ahead by 244,000 votes in 2020. The next day, or midnight, as we turned, we're 2 hours away from that, an hour and 45. He was ahead by even more. He was ahead by 372,000 votes when Tuesday turned to Wednesday in 2020. Right. And then at noon the next day, it was down to 101,000 votes because they were counting the mail-in ballots. And then it flipped to the vice president on Friday. Joe Biden flipped to him on Friday. And then on Saturday, when the election was called, it was at 7,200. And then in the end, when they were done with the count, it was the infamous 11,779. So Donald Trump has the same lead now, roughly 10 or 20,000 votes than he had in 2020. That does not mean Kamala Harris is going to win Georgia. It just means that she can. It just means that she can. It means that there's still math out there to do it. And we've lived through this before. 2024 will not be identical to 2020. States will count most votes faster. It's unlikely we're going to wait till Saturday. I say that with some hope as we go through this.
But look at all the blue.
Look
at all those big blue bubbles.
The question is, with Donald Trump 204,000 votes ahead, it's a healthy lead, right? Especially in a state settled by 11,000 last time. So you look at that number and you say, oh, wow, Republicans, Donald Trump's going to win Georgia. Hang on. 81%. 20% of the vote is a lot of the vote, especially when what you're looking for, the votes that are outstanding, larger the circle if you're just joining us, the more live outstanding votes, the color of the circle, the way the votes inside those circle are coming in. So, Jake, you can look at this and you could say you'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd be ahead, but there's plenty of opportunity for the vice president to make up that ground in battleground Georgia, Jake.
All right, John, and we have some projections for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Colorado. Colorado, as expected, will go Democratic with its 10 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Donald Trump will be the winner of Mississippi. As expected, Mississippi and its 6 electoral votes go to the Republican. Let's bring in the electoral map right now. Donald Trump in the lead, 178 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes, 270 electoral votes.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Always needed to win.
Can y'all hear me?
Let's take a look at the outstanding races right now. Arizona joins the map of key race alerts. Kamala Harris has 50% of the vote.
Because I'm trying. Okay. Because I'm just trying to. Is it an echo or anything? Is everything okay?
478 vote lead.
And can y'all still hear them?
49% of the estimated vote.
Because I can't hear them, but that's fine. I don't need to hear them. Can y'all hear that?
Donald Trump bringing up the rear, 48.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 19,910 vote lead. That's with 43% of the estimated vote counted in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump in the lead there now, 50.3% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 58,648 lead.
Okay.
Right now with an estimated 51% of the vote in Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there.
Thank you so much.
41.8% of the
Appreciate
vote. Kamala
y'all.
Harris, 47.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a
I don't know why I can't hear them,
vote lead.
but I don't want to mess this up for y'all. So I'm like,
vote in Georgia. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 51.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 47% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 43,307 vote lead. That's with an estimated 19% of the vote in battleground Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.4% of the vote.
Right.
Donald Trump with 253,752 more votes as of right now than Kamala Harris. That's with 72%
I
of
can't
the
hear
estimated
him.
vote in.
Okay, this is crazy.
In New Mexico, Kamala Harris in the lead, 50.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 47.6% of the vote. That means Harris has an 8,592 vote lead over Trump. That's
I'm going to put it on my other TV because I can't hear anything.
Still early in New Mexico.
At least if I put this on over here, I can at least try to hear it. You guys won't hear it.
49% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 1,118 vote lead. That's with 68% of the estimated votes in from Virginia. John, what do you want to talk about?
We have a changing map. We can talk about it all. We'll walk through it. Let's just take a quick look at Virginia and what happened there. Right. So last time I was here in Fairfax, there's what happened. Last time I was in Fairfax, it was a much lower number.
Oh, but then it might echo.
This is the largest county in Virginia. It's a 20-minute drive from D.C. Depending on traffic, it can be a 40-minute drive from D.C.
No, so I had to change because my my AirPods were dying, so I'm trying to charge them up. So I changed to my other ones.
Alexandria, much smaller population.
And
still,
it's very narrow lead still.
You still come out to, it's a very,
no,
very narrow
don't.
lead.
I don't have a
so
wire.
You're looking. This was a 10-point race for Joe Biden. So if you're seeing,
but
even if
because
Harris
I changed to
wins
these,
closer, does that tell you have a competitive?
It keeps whatever sound is there from coming in here,
Donald
but then
doing
I'm
well
also
in
using
state.
this mic, so I don't know.
That. It has a Republican governor since the last presidential election.
I'm
so you have to be careful about these
I know
things.
I'm splitting the audio. I don't know what's
this margin's
supposed to do.
Change.
I don't.
I mean, there's some Republican votes down here, but there's plenty.
But
I
was able to hear with my AirPods,
though,
so that's the thing.
Slight Harris lead to turn into something else. It's the surprise of the night so far. In terms of how close it is, but it just flipped blue. So let's come back in 20 minutes ago and see how we're doing. This is the most interesting one. Mr. Tapper's home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, just flipped red. Remember earlier I was saying the 3 blue wall states had stayed blue throughout the night.
Okay.
We're nowhere near the end. We are nowhere near the end.
If I do that, it's going to echo
right there. But you see that. So here we go. Battleground Pennsylvania again. One of these.
Yeah, but he just jumped up. He wasn't. She was leading. John, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have an update on the outstanding vote in Georgia. If you want to bring Georgia and Gwinnett County.
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't know what happened. I'm just doing this until the AirPods charge up, and then I'll put them back on, and it's fine. As long as you all can hear me and you can hear them.
Well, Jake, I have the supervisor of elections for Gwinnett County with me now.
Let me see if I can put
Thank you for a few minutes here. We've been told that there is a large tranche of votes that's soon going to be reported. How many and how soon?
Let's do that.
Yeah, we're just working with the state to go over it. We have uploaded it to the state,
so that way I can at least read what they're saying.
And it should be up here in a few minutes. So
no, my Bluetooth is connected to these, which is weird.
In person and absentee by mail. They're coming.
Okay, so 323,000, and when you say minutes, we're talking 5, 10 minutes.
Take these out and see what happens.
It's with the state, so they'll review it and then they'll tell us when to push those results.
And can you simplify what in the adjudication process held up these votes for hours?
Yeah, it was just the images loading slow. I'm not sure what caused that to happen. It usually isn't that slow. It was just literally kind of excruciatingly slow. But like I said, we got it resolved and, moving forward and getting out those results.
This is also a problem that happened in 2020.
This shit is streaming into my goddamn television in my bedroom.
I know they had issues similar, but I'm not sure.
So this has now been resolved. We should not expect this to be a problem with adjudicating ballots moving forward.
No, you shouldn't see this with the election day. And we actually do have all 156 precincts, the locations, their memory cards are in the office now. So we've got everybody back. They're actually going to start running those memory cards now.
And so after those 323, it should move pretty quickly?
Yeah. We're expecting it to pick up.
All right, Zach Manifold, Supervisor of Elections here in Gwinnett County.
I can hear it.
I'll send it back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Victor. Let's get more on Georgia from Sarah Murray, who's at the Fulton County Elections Hub outside Atlanta. Sarah, what are you hearing about the outstanding votes there?
Well, Jake, for all the flack that Fulton County gets for how it runs its elections, things have been going very smoothly and very steadily here tonight. They've got these memory cards coming in. They're uploading the day of election vote, and they're hoping in Fulton County to be able to upload all of their day of voting by 11 p.m. Now, there is another large
Do y'all hear her in the background?
A little bit
on top
slower,
of this?
kind of like Gwinnett, DeKalb County.
Or y'all just hearing me?
They said they don't have a number of what their overall election day count was, and they're not sure how long it's going to take for them to get through it. They're just chugging through it little by little. Now, in Cobb County, another large county here in Georgia, they said they still had less than 1,000 absentee mail-in ballots that they had to get through. And they also had about 85,000 votes. That was their day of votes that they were turning to. They, too, are hoping to be done by 11 p.m. The last county I talked to is Clayton County. They were also working through their day of voting. They had hoped to have it done by 10 p.m. It looks like they're missing that deadline a little bit. but they were definitely saying they only had a handful of precincts left, about 13 precincts when I talked to them about a half an hour ago, that they were still trying to upload the day of voting for. So things seem to be going pretty smoothly.
Okay, but y'all can hear her, is what you're saying. You can hear her through the stream and not just my background, right?
Here with a police officer, they get scanned in, and then over in this glass room, we're showing you this is where these memory cards are removed. We start to see them uploaded. So that's what's happening here in Fulton County, and hopefully we'll have more for you around 11.
Sarah Murray reporting on the count. You should look around the Atlanta suburbs. As she's noted, she's in Fulton County, which is here. But this is where the big outstanding vote is. So let's just come back statewide first.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, cool.
The Trump lead now 170,000
That's all.
votes.
That was an adventure.
So it has come down some as more votes come in. So let's just walk through what we just heard real quickly. Fulton County, you're at 84%, but this is the #1 population center, largest population center of the state, also a hugely Democratic area of the state. That's where we're waiting for votes. Also, Gwinnett,
they're at 58%. So
plus the other counties
when they get
right
to 70, I'll put them back in, and then we'll be back in business.
So when we get more of those votes,
because I got to hear my man John King. I got to hear his enthusiasm.
Is that lead that Donald Trump has?
He's back in Georgia, y'all. He's back in Georgia. He's giving us the Georgia tea.
All right, John, thanks so much. We have another projection. CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio.
Oh, wow.
Ohio 17 electoral votes. What does that mean for the electoral count map?
See,
Donald Trump has 195 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. John King.
Well, Jake, as we watch more of the map fill in, and this is welcome to election night, we're now at 10:20 in the east, and we're moving across. You see votes as far west as Montana. And
I know we got some
New
Ohio
Mexico
folks
and Arizona
in the
starting
chat.
to come into the map. We haven't touched this one
I know
all night.
you
Let's
all
take a quick look out there
voted
in Arizona. I haven't said Maricopa County on election night, and it's 10:24. That's an outrage. You see right here the Arizona stat coming in. It's very close right there. And we're about half. It says 50% of the vote, so that's pretty fascinating that Arizona's getting that vote in so fast. Let's get back there in a minute. Let's move more to the east in some of the battlegrounds that we know are absolutely key to the path to 270. And an interesting development. Again, it's early. We're still counting votes, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, half an hour ago, we're all still blue. Now
they're going to call some at 10:30.
Only by 8,000 votes.
Did they call Jersey yet?
Reporting. And so there are two ways this happens.
Did they call Jersey? No, because she's at 91.
Someplace where he hasn't before, or we're just filling in the rural county. So let's get a look at the map and see what we have here. Number one, let's look at the live outstanding vote. All right. So you got big blue dot here in Milwaukee, big blue dot here in Madison, some blue dots out here in the area, but a lot of red dots as well. And so Donald Trump with a very narrow lead in Wisconsin, which welcome. Again, 2 elections in a row. It's been 20,000 votes and change, 22,000 votes, 20,000 votes. This certainly shapes up to look like we're going to have another one of those, a photo finish in Wisconsin. A lot of outstanding votes, so it's hard to make any projections or analysis except to say Wisconsin, once again, is incredibly close. So let's come back out and move over to battleground Michigan. This one here, for those of you familiar, if you watch a lot of cable television, you've seen Debbie Dingell, the Democratic Congresswoman from west of Detroit, Washtenaw County. And
that Ohio going blue would have been crazy. Remember that dude said if Iowa goes blue, he'll castrate himself?
Michigan. I was texting with her a little while ago. She says she's cautiously optimistic now, and I had to check. That's an upgrade. Cautiously optimistic is better than nauseously optimistic.
Oh, man. You know who's going to get the blame for shit like that?
This is one of the things I highlighted earlier. Washington
that's
County
not
is
right.
the home of Ann Arbor, home of the University of Michigan, home of a campus, been there several times, where they have a remarkable voting operation, encouraging young people to vote, encouraging students who live out of state to switch their registration to Michigan so they vote in a battleground state.
That's 100 away.
It's not a battleground state. So this is very important to the Democratic coalition. 66% right now, if you round that up for the vice president, with 60% of the vote reporting. And again, 73% for Vice President Biden. If it ends up that way, that's a problem. Doesn't mean you can't make it up somewhere else. But if you're losing votes in one key county, losing percentages in one key county, you better make them up somewhere else and track below. Now, Michigan is the one state, to come back to the 2020 example, where
that messaging resonated with people. It was all bullshit.
And they truly
believed
it. It's not Georgia,
they really
11,000 votes. It's not Arizona, 10,000 votes. It's 154,000 votes. So if you want to argue a 2020 replay.
Okay, so
has a little bit more
I hear what you're saying. You're saying California, Oregon, Washington, and Minnesota. So that's 12, 8, that's 20, 54, that's 74.
Now we come up to Ingham County. This is where you find Michigan State University, Lansing, the state capital.
All right.
The combination of those two things, the state capital and a big university, normally says that's a Democratic area, and it is.
Okay, so
it's
10,
59% if you round up for the vice president. But again, go back in time. Danger zone.
84. That's 84
for the president 4 years ago.
That's 84, and she has 91 now.
Become the question if you find more counties like
so
that,
that
where
is
she's underperforming
175.
the president of the United States. So another way to look at it is come back to 2024
then Jersey
and bring it
Jersey
up. And let's ask that question.
14.
Is she overperforming the president anyway?
So that's
in a couple of places she is, and that's it. If you're losing in one place, the question is, can you make up the math somewhere else? So where is she overperforming at the moment?
She needs
Kent
Michigan
County.
and
That's
Pennsylvania.
Grand Rapids in the suburbs
29,
around
that would be 29 more.
Even in 2016, Donald Trump won this county 15 years ago, reliably Republican.
She needs
Western
more than
Michigan.
that. This is not
right
looking
now,
good,
27% of the vote in. Trump is at 32%.
This is not looking
the
good.
Vice President is 66. You go back, you see
this
the
is not
right
looking
there.
good.
But the emphasis on
she's got to flip Georgia. She's got to flip. She's got to claim PA. She's got to flip Georgia.
Again, if you're losing in one key constituency, looks like at the moment
North
she's
Carolina,
young voters in counties where those voters are important.
Like she really needs every state that is like on the
second largest
possible
county
cusp,
in
and she
Michigan
needs
is
to
Oakland
flip
County.
to.
These are the Detroit, just north of. Here's the Detroit.
This
right
is
here.
what I'm asking. How is she
M&M,
still losing?
About 8 Mile Road,
when
12
she
Mile Road. Here's where we are.
adopted so much
Oakland
of their
County, come up
platform?
into Macomb County. Oakland County, she's at 54% with 6 and 10 votes counted, 62%. So you go back in time and you look, 56%. Again, underperforming the president of the United States.
Doesn't it always?
In a county that is absolutely critical. For 4 years ago, Joe Biden at 56. Right now, she's at 54.
That's what I've been saying.
So
I've been telling people like they wouldn't even vote for one of their own women.
You start to worry about the math, and then you see this though. It's only 12%. If this one stays blue, the vice president's going to win Michigan. This is Macomb County, birthplace of the Reagan Democrat, if you will. It's the auto industry.
She needs
it's
Virginia.
General Dynamics. It's
She got Jersey,
union workers. The
Virginia.
tug of war for the union leaders
27.
trying to convince their members to vote Democratic instead of voting for Trump. This is Exhibit A of the laboratory of that. Trump tends to get 50%, somewhere in that ballpark.
She gets Minnesota.
That's we'll watch how that plays out at the moment. Again, only 12%. The vice president is ahead at the moment. If you go back to 2020, that's why I point this out. If she's losing a little bit in Washington,
I don't know, y'all. She got to win all these fucking states. This is feeling like Hillary again, y'all. This is feeling like Hillary again.
The challenge for the vice
it's really like y'all,
actually, if they're doing anything else somewhere, we'll watch as that one plays out. If she can keep her lead in Macomb County. Again, here's an aberration. Donald Trump is not going to win Wayne County. We only have 6,000 votes there, a little more than 6,000 votes, and you add it up. This is Detroit, but I will say, Hamtramck and Dearborn are here in Wayne County. That's where hundreds of thousands of Arab Americans voted for Joe Biden in 2020. He won that vote overwhelmingly, and they are mad at the White House because of Israel and Gaza and Hamas. And so let's see what happens. This is 1% reporting. Wayne County will be blue at the end of the night, but the margin in Wayne County will matter and will matter huge in deciding who wins the state. Again, the president of the United States, Joe Biden, getting 68%. Donald Trump just 30%. When we come to the end of the night, these numbers are meaningless. When we come to the end of the night, where's Harris and where's Trump? Where's Trump? Is he getting more black voters? Is he getting any of that Arab American vote? Last time I was out there, Trump's prospects weren't great. There are a lot of people saying they might vote for Jill Stein or just skip the presidential line because of their anger at the White House over that. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at the moment shaded red still.
So 161 plus how many does she have right now?
That would be recreating.
She has 91, 161 plus 91.
Right now he's trailing in Michigan. He's getting close, right?
Yeah, that's only 252. She doesn't have it
right now.
She doesn't have it. I counted every possible state she could win.
Only a 56% reporting, so a long way to go. So you're asking,
it would put her
again
at 252.
Let's just see what's outstanding. Start there. You step back and look at that. You see, there's still. You see, the small circle means not a lot of people live there, but you see a lot of places where Donald Trump's still going to get votes, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But you see a lot of rural areas.
I counted, guys. I'm telling you, I counted. Washington, Oregon, California,
right here,
Minnesota, Michigan,
Pittsburgh, over
Pennsylvania,
there. Bigger blue
New
circles.
Jersey.
That tell you you're right. If you think that means
Virginia,
out there
North Carolina,
for the vice president to catch up.
I didn't count
right.
Georgia.
That means there's math out there.
So if she took Georgia,
catch up.
If she took Georgia, that's 16.
Just do not
252 and 16.
This is Beaver County.
Nope,
Bedford County. Excuse me. We're at 81%.
She still doesn't get it.
Getting 83% of the vote. It's not a ton of votes. He's getting 83% of the vote.
The most she can get if she wins every one of those states.
These are the counties he looks at all the time. Western Pennsylvania.
And then that means
this is Washington
he doesn't
County,
get them,
72% of the vote in.
He doesn't
Trump
have 270.
60%.
He's at
Let's compare it.
195.
Trump getting
You need
61,
270 to win.
So he's running about roughly what he did last time there.
Okay.
I guess you could argue whether or not he's improving that or not.
That's what I'm saying.
Beaver County.
Best case scenario for her is she gets all them states.
See about a 10,000 vote margin.
That takes her
this is a medium
to
size
268.
county, right? Some of them are a couple hundred votes.
She gets all
this
them
one
states,
here, you're doing
he
some
doesn't.
business. Again,
he's won most of the states
close,
he's going to win.
Take 10,000 extra votes.
Okay.
Only 33% of the vote in
He's
here.
at 195. We maybe give him up to 200. He doesn't get 270
Joe
either.
Biden. In counties you lose, can you at least be competitive? Can you at least pick up votes?
That's
He's
the
at
best
33%
case
in
scenario.
Beaver County. White, working
don't
class,
think she's
blue
getting
collar
PA,
workers.
And I don't know
Joe
about
Biden at 40%. That's a big difference. That's a big margin. Again, we're not done with the count. We're not done with the count there. That's 33% of the vote. It's a long way to go. But if you're in the vice president's campaign, and you had Senator Fetterman out there for you trying to help you. The vice president herself was out campaigning in the Pittsburgh area just the other day. You want to improve your standing there. Donald Trump's going to win those counties. You're just trying to cut into his margins in a close state. Bedrock of the Democrats will go west to east.
If neither candidate gets a majority of the 538 electoral vote, the election for president is decided in the House of Representatives, with each state delegation having one vote. A majority of states, 26, is needed to win. Senators would elect the vice president, with each senator having a vote. A majority of senators, 51, is needed to win. The Republicans control the House.
We'll see how this one comes out as we come back. And Jake, as I just bring your full state into focus, I just want to move over very quickly to look at Bucks. We're only at 34%, so a lot of blue votes still to be counted. Montgomery at 6%, still a lot of votes to be counted. Chester only at 11%, and Delaware only at 25%.
She doesn't
in the
win
suburbs
this.
right around where Jake Tapper grew up, they're Democratic leaning, and a lot of votes still to be counted. So it's a good number for Trump now. Emphasis on now.
Yeah.
That's it. And they know this. And there's people doing the numbers right now. They know it. They know it. She's got to win every she's got to win them all. Yeah. No, this is it. He wins. Well, he's going to win. And he's not going to win because of the votes. He's going to win because he controls the House. Unless they turn on him. They don't need a whole lot of them. And I know that there are representatives in the House that will turn on him. That's their best bet. That's their best bet. Get Republicans to turn on him. And this is the best case scenario, y'all. The House is full of cowards, but when it comes to that vote that I think there are some folks there that be willing to put, that are either close to retirement or willing to put their career on the line, who are going to say, no, we're not doing this again. Listen, okay, I'm not trying. Okay, look, y'all, I'm just doing the math. I was just doing the math. Okay. I'm just doing the math. They didn't call Iowa. So, I mean, Iowa, if we put Iowa in play, that's 11. And then she gets to 279. Okay. So let's put Iowa as a maybe. Somebody was talking about Iowa going blue. Iowa has been solidly red. So yeah, there are provisional ballots. There's mail-in stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff. There's a whole lot of things. And she's smart. She doesn't concede. She makes them count every vote. And we wait a few months. And I'm fine. You heard Iowa went to Trump? Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, I mean, yeah, that's not surprising to me. So, they called them. Okay. Arizona might flip. As it stands from, like I said, that's why I said I counted the states where she could possibly win. I didn't count places where I was like, she ain't gonna win. Okay. So yeah, see, Iowa went to Trump. Okay. Best case, she gets 268. But again, he doesn't reach 270. There's only 538, right? Well, no, that would be a tie. Oh God, he might. Okay, y'all. If he gets all the rest of them, then he gets up to 270. Oh God. Oh God, y'all. Yeah, because if she gets these, then all the rest of them go to him. And that's only 75 more that he would need to get. Did they call Texas already? Yeah. Yeah. Ted won? Ted Cruz won? Okay. So listen. All right. Y'all. We have been here before. We have been here before. We learned a lot when we were here before. We learned a lot. We know what we're dealing with. We know what their plans are. We also know what history has shown us. We can't fight with our phones. We got to be ready. We got to be ready to take it to the streets. Like, you know what they did on January 6th? We got to do 10 times that. We got to be ready to do that everywhere. Everywhere. We got to be ready to fight. We have children to consider, grandchildren to consider. We fight. We fight. None of this bullshit. Look at France. Look at Spain. Look at all these places. Kenya. Look what they did in Kenya. We'll burn this bitch down if we have to, but we fight. We fight. We fight. That's it. We don't have no other choice. We stop them every opportunity. We don't let them cast no votes. We don't let them go to work. We don't let them leave their houses. Okay? We apply pressure. All this pressure people talking about they're going to apply to Kamala Harris. We need to take that pressure and take it to the street. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we fight.
Donald Trump, as expected, Iowa and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. CNN can project. CNN can also project that Kansas will go to Donald Trump. Kansas and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. So that's 12 additional electoral votes for Donald Trump, who now has 207 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes.
He only needs 63 more. So the other states, who's still in play? Did Oklahoma, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Montana, Idaho. 4, that's 8, 11, 21, 26, 37, 43, 49, 49. That puts him at, what does he have now? 207, 49, 247, 256. That still doesn't get him to 270. That doesn't get him to 270. That doesn't get him to 270. But still, in the case of a tie or nobody reaches it, the House decides. And if the Republicans don't flip, I'll be right back, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Okay. And let's see here. If I can put this back in my AirPods, that'll be great. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Why are you not picking up my AirPods? There we go. Okay. Yes. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah. This is, right. Right. Wow. Wow. Wow, y'all. Oh my gosh. That's what they used to always call him. What's his name with the Teflon Don? They started calling him the Teflon Don. Listen, they fall at years 250. We are in year 248, okay? There's only 2 years left. There's only 2 years left. This has to usher in the end of this empire. It has to. I'm gonna be honest. It might break me because right now I'm just like, it would probably reflect the feeling of all those Black women that I know are in that space. And even though she's not my candidate, I know that's gonna hurt a lot of people. I'm gonna say this. All she had to do was not be a Zionist. All she had to do was not try to move to the right. All she had to do was be Kamala from 2019, and people would have backed her. People would have backed her. If she was Kamala of 2019, people would have backed her. And that's what was pissing me off. You didn't have to lose this. You didn't have to lose this. She didn't have to lose. 700,000 people voted uncommitted. Listen, if she had been a Black woman in the ancestral line of all the Black women freedom fighters in this nation, and maybe that is part of the disconnect, and I'm gonna be honest, but if she had that connection to them and understood who she was going to be, she should have known, stepping into Biden's shoes against Trump, we would back her. Good. Lisa won. Good. Yes. Look at that. That's beautiful. Of course, Kirsten wins again. She's the next one they're going to put up for president. Maryland. Yeah. Yeah. No. No.
Republican incumbent Ted Cruz wins re-election, cruising to his third term against Democrat.
Sorry, I didn't know I had the sound up, y'all. I'm sorry.
Area, a former Tennessee Titans middle linebacker. Cruz here winning by a substantial margin in the Lone Star State. An update now from Mississippi. There, incumbent Republican Roger Wicker wins his third full term, defeating civil rights attorney Ty Pickens' re-election for Wicker in Mississippi. An update now from one of the reddest states in the country, Wyoming. There, incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso wins his
Remember,
term as he defeats
the Republicans
Scott
have
Morrow,
to pick up one seat to take control of the Senate.
Taekwondo on his campaign website.
One.
Barrasso reelected in Wyoming.
If they do that, then they choose the vice president.
There, incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley, perhaps best known for being the first senator to object to certifying the 2020 election results in favor of Joe Biden, he defeats Democrat Lucas Kunz to win re-election in Missouri.
Somebody on Instagram said Israel wins the election. Sure do.
Pete Ricketts, a former governor there, he defeats Preston Love Jr., a former campaign manager for Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign in 1984. This is to serve out the term left by retired Republican Senator Ben Sasse. An update from North Dakota now. There, incumbent Republican Senator Kevin Cramer wins his second term, defeating engineering professor Katrina Christensen. Cramer reelected in North Dakota. So what do all these results mean for the magic number that Republicans need to take control of the U.S. Senate? Remember, they started out the night needing 2 Democratic seats to flip the chamber. Right now, that number with a pickup in West Virginia is 1. And currently, as of this moment, Republicans are leading in 4 races where Democrats hold seats. But hold on, because that needs some context.
I didn't expect a landslide like this.
Early. One of them is Montana. And that race is expected to be competitive, but the other one is Minnesota, in which we're not really expecting that close of a race tonight. And there's also potentially a twist. I'll explain that in just a moment as we take a look at some key race alerts. These are live results coming into CNN right now. In Pennsylvania, this race has been back and forth all night.
Come on, no way. Casey's going to lose. No. Democrats cannot lose that seat. They cannot lose Bob Casey's seat. Oh, my God. Oh my God!
Of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Meantime, the most expensive Senate race in the country.
Oh
in
my
history,
God!
Nearly $500 million spent on this
Sherrod's
race.
seat.
And currently, Colombian-born businessman Bernie Moreno leads incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown with 261,000 votes.
Oh my God!
84% of the vote in Ohio. Where now Donald Trump has won the Buckeye State 3 times in a row. And this is the twist I was talking about before. No one expected this Senate race in Nebraska would be this close. We have Dan Osborne, an independent, who is not said
over
which party he would caucus with. In fact, saying
that
he would caucus with neither party. Right now, he holds a 10,000, almost 11,000 vote lead over incumbent Republican Deb Fischer. 48% of the vote in there. If he wins, it could change the math a little bit for what Republicans need to take control of the Senate. Let's step back and give you a look at the balance of power. The raw numbers: Democrats hold 35 seats, Republicans 48, again with that 1 pickup of West Virginia. But there are 17 seats still up for grabs. You need 51 for control of the chamber, Jake.
That Nebraska race is fascinating. The presidential race is moving west right now. And we are counting down to 11 p.m. Eastern. That's when a total of 78 electoral votes are on the line. Most of them are in California. Polling places are about to close there, and also in Idaho and Oregon and Washington State. Kamala Harris is counting on Blue California to push her closer to the 270 electoral votes needed.
Inflation that he caused.
The White House. Let's go back to Abby Phillip at Harris campaign headquarters. Abby, you and Jeff have been talking to people inside the Harris campaign. What are they telling you?
Yeah, Jake,
I agree. She promised things that are impossible and that smart people know are impossible. And that's where they messed up.
The operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results
they don't understand how tariffs work. He has gone into these rallies and told them that tariffs have no effect on them and that they won't have to pay for anything. They believe it.
Told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all because
on
Georgia
Trump and not being Trump
that is,
and not offering people, regular people,
from
things that
Harris
they need.
aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment. So that's just, Jake, where things stand right now.
They're going to blame third party.
As the night goes on, the campaign is trying to
Most
spin these
third-party
numbers as they
voters
come
live
out. Jeff and I have
in
been sitting
blue
here reporting
states.
for
Nope.
hours. There's been a slowdown in that spin because they really are digging into these numbers as they are coming in and trying to understand what's left out there for them, especially in these big urban centers. Jake.
Yeah, this is my 7th
He wants to
presidential election.
appoint
I would
Robert F.
observe that
Kennedy,
when
and Robert F.
campaigns go
Kennedy
silent,
wants to
it's
remove
generally
fluoride
not
from our
a
water.
positive sign. Caitlin Collins, you're in West Palm Beach with the Trump team. What are they saying?
Yeah, Jake, much livelier here, as you can hear.
That's
Donald
it.
Trump's favorite song,
Because white
YMCA,
America
is
sustains
playing
this
behind me.
electoral college,
And certainly the
and white
audience here
America
has
is
gotten a
always
lot
going to vote to
livelier
protect
in just the
itself.
last 45
And a
minutes
lot
or
of
so,
them
Jake.
win
We've
with
been here for several
Harris,
hours.
white
And that
women or
matches
whatever,
the feeling back at
voted
Mar-a-Lago,
for
where
Trump
we are hearing from Trump campaign
to
sources
protect
that
their
they are
white
feeling
sons.
a lot more optimistic about these
Sure
numbers,
did.
boosted by
Sure
Virginia, but
did.
also by Iowa, a number that proved wrong, that poll that came out on Saturday and sent shockwaves through the Trump campaign. And Kristen Holmes, I know you've been talking to sources. What are you hearing about what they're thinking right now watching this come in?
They're starting to feel even more optimistic than they were before. A lot of them are looking at those exit poll numbers and they're seeing a lot of movement. Some of it we've talked about on our air.
I have
the
been
big
saying
numbers
this
there. Latino
since
voters.
2017.
That is something that they really worked at this
Arm
cycle. They
yourselves.
believe that in 2016,
Learn how to
Donald
shoot.
Trump won the
Learn how to
election
protect your
on the back
family.
of working class voters. They believe he could win the election this time around on the back of Latino voters, particularly Latino men. Now, one thing to watch, Arizona and Nevada. What do those numbers look like? He specifically in Nevada reached out to Latino voters. They were trying to launch their coalition.
We're going to have to
Hispanic
figure
voters
out
in Nevada.
community care systems,
Carry him in that state,
networks,
he did not win in
all kind of things to take care
in 2016, but they do
of,
believe
you
that
know,
if he wins
our
it
vulnerable
in this cycle,
people.
it is because of Latino voters.
We're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out.
Improving his standing with those voters from where he was, not only 2016, but 2020, Kristen Holmes. And Jake, I should note, a sign is you're always just kind of looking for moments and to read the tea leaves, see what they mean. We're told that party goers who were at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump still is right now, are now filtering in here to the party at the
I don't
convention
know, these
center.
young people,
Of course, it
though,
remains to be seen if
there's
and
something
when
about
Donald
them.
Trump himself
There's
shows
something
up
about
here,
these young people.
All right, Caitlin.
I don't think
thanks
we
so
should
much. Let's start jumping
underestimate
into
them.
Magic Wall. John, what can you tell us about Georgia right now?
So let's look at battleground Georgia. First, let's just look at the entire map and look at it out. There's a lot of red on that map. A lot of red on that map, and that tells you right now, there's a lot of votes to be counted.
The numbers, we add them up.
Than it does like 2020.
She can't win this.
And you can know at home what happened in those two elections. But we're not done with the count. So let's look in Georgia right now. The former president leading in Georgia by 136,000 votes and change at 51% to 48%. 89% in. So when you get this close to the finish line,
we counted all. If she had all the remaining Democratic states, and if she were able to flip all of the
votes. So let's start with
you know the swing states.
Our live outstanding votes.
She's at 268.
The bigger the circle, the more votes still to be counted.
She's at
the color of the
268.
circle, how the votes coming in that area right now. So you do see
he doesn't get to. Well, he gets to
Atlanta
270. If she gets to 268, he gets to 270. He wins.
Around that, Columbus, Georgia, down here. You see some pockets of Democratic votes that are still out. They're large pockets. That's a lot of votes. And if they come in big numbers, we'll see how significantly the vice president narrows that gap. You also see a lot of these little blue dots. They're not done in the rural counties in Georgia. And that matters too. Because yes, if you get a big basket of votes in Cobb County is at 95% though. So you're not going to get a ton there.
Yeah.
Fulton County is at 90%. It's the largest population center. So 10% can be a lot of votes because of the population center. This is the one we're waiting the most on. Gwinnett
They've already
County,
done the math. They already know the
72%
reality.
now. And then we'll come down here and look at DeKalb County. They're at 89% now. So we have more votes to come from in this circle of Atlanta and the suburbs around it that are blue. But we also have more votes to come from in some of these counties out here. That one's at 94. That one's at 95. That one's at 98. That one's at 92. So you know, you got a lot of the vote in these places. So Donald Trump still has some votes to pick up in the rural areas. The question is, how big are the vice president's advantages in the Democratic areas where votes are still out? When you're down by 136,000 votes with 89% reporting, when those votes come in, not only in Atlanta suburbs,
if Georgia, Pennsylvania, or Michigan come back for Trump,
Abby and Jeff are exactly right. They are scrubbing the books now. They're looking at their data projections.
Absolutely
They're
needs
calling
those.
people in the states. They're trying to find
Along
out
with the others.
what happened here. How many people turned out? We're getting 60% of the vote at 36% counting. How many more to get? And are they all ours, or are we splitting these votes? It gets frantic in campaign headquarters at this point of the night when you're trying to figure out, is the math possible?
I would say as you pull it out, yes, the math is possible, but you'd rather be Donald Trump right now in Georgia than the vice president of the United States. So let's look at North Carolina, another of the Sun Belt states, 145,000 votes ahead. That's almost twice what Donald Trump won.
Let's
North
just
Carolina
see what they
by
call at
ago.
11.
85% of the vote
And,
in. Same test.
Yeah.
What's the outstanding vote? Again, smaller circle now in Mecklenburg. I'll go there in just a second to see. That was a little bit bigger earlier in the night. That's the largest county. Mecklenburg County is Charlotte and the suburbs around it. Out here, in the Raleigh-Durham area, still a lot of votes to be had. Fayetteville area, a lot of votes to be counted. But again, look at those little tiny dots, right? Not a lot out there, but all those little rural counties add up for Donald Trump. So let's just come out and check where we were talking about. Right here, Cumberland County, that's Fayetteville. Only 21%. So this is where, if you're the Harris campaign, when I was in those Georgia counties, they were at 75%, 80%, somewhere in that ballpark. That gets you nervous. That gets you jittery.
I'm trying to think of how it'll end up looking, right? I know we will see an increase in brothers that voted for Trump. I know that.
You're looking for places, that's 94%.
We will see, in my opinion, what will be a significant decrease in Black women that voted for Harris.
This county is not as much
Black women generally vote 90+%.
They're at 90%. Now again,
actually, last couple of times it's like 94% Democrat. So I expect that we'll actually see a dip.
And the other guy has 145,000 vote lead in a state he has won twice.
I'll be interested to see.
So then we come up here. And
but I'm always interested in
that's
Asian
what made
and
Donald
Latino
Trump president
men.
in 2016.
It's just crazy.
He flipped the blue wall states that had voted. They have voted together since 1992. They have voted blue in every one of those elections, with the exception of 2016. Right now, as we get closer into late night here, Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania by 116,000 votes, only 67%. So a ways to go there, a ways to go. The Senate race is also tight. Guess what? There we are in Pennsylvania. Then you come over here. He's leading in Wisconsin. This is a state, 2 elections in a row has been decided by ballpark 20,000 votes. Trump's lead is 26,000 votes right there. Again, battleground Wisconsin, very close. Vice president's team scratching to try to find votes. And Michigan,
I was counting Wisconsin for him. If she got Wisconsin, she might could do this.
To me, as I look at this map,
I didn't even count
states become paramount, Jake.
Indeed, voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all, California, which has 54 of the 78 electoral votes at stake.
All right, here we go.
We have a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of California with those 54 electoral votes. Not unexpected. Harris will win California. CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. So what does that mean for the electoral? Too early to call. We have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon with 8 electoral votes. Too early to call. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes at this hour. Kamala Harris cracks 100, now has 145 electoral votes. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Donald Trump is 59 electoral votes away from that. Let's look at these battleground states now. Arizona.
Pharrell Williams, the Zionist that he is, has one of my favorite life mantras and understandings. He said, gasping for air makes the righteous path harder to choose. We can't expect our struggling people to do the fighting. Those of us with privileges are the ones who have to carry the weight.
59% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He's at 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,411 vote lead, with 68% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania.
They haven't said to us if
Donald
they
Trump's
got
still in the lead there, 51%.
If Pittsburgh came in. We didn't get that. They're not specifying.
328 vote lead. That is with 88% of the estimated vote in from the
136,000 in Georgia is not a lot, y'all.
0.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 145,388 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now, with an estimated 85% of the vote in from the Tar Heel state. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 51.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.9%.
It's moving, y'all. Michigan is moving.
838 votes ahead of Donald Trump.
Michigan.
But that's less than a third of the vote counted there. 30% of the estimated vote in from the state of Michigan. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead there still, but narrowly so. 50.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 73,375 vote lead. That is with 78% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Mexico, Harris leads there too, 52.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.5% of the vote. That is with an estimated 69% of the vote in. Harris with a roughly 44.
I wasn't thinking about New Mexico.
Vote lead. Let's go now to Abby
I didn't
Phillip,
count New Mexico,
who is
y'all.
at Harris campaign headquarters.
That's another 5. I
In
did not count New Mexico.
Washington, D.C. at the campus of Howard University. Abby, what are you hearing from the Harris campaign, if anything? Kamala Harris with a
Yeah, Jake, we actually just got a pretty significant update from the Harris campaign campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who sent out a memo to her staff tonight laying out what they see ahead in the coming days and hours. And my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing. The key point that Jen O'Malley Dillon is making is that this is a close race. This is the close race that they have been expecting. She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. We will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
They are not, because the margins are.
Reread the Hunger Games series. Reread Parable of the Sower and Parable of the Talents. Reread 1984. Reread Animal Farm. Okay. Reread Handmaid's Tale. We know the blueprint. We know what they plan. We know what they want. And that's the advantage we have. We know what they're trying to do. We got to prepare. Yeah, you can share it. This should not be this damn close. This should not be this damn close.
Good. Right. And you heard Jeff and Abby emphasizing, even the campaign saying essentially they don't rule out any other possibilities, but we're really banking on the blue wall. Well, at the moment, as we speak, 2 of the 3 blue wall states, that's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, 2 of the 3 are red. We're not done. We're not done. But 2 of the 3 are red. Why is that significant? Well, let's look at the Sun Belt states. And again, Harris campaign is not ruling this out, but you show this here. Donald Trump, 142,000 votes ahead in North Carolina. I can show you the live outstanding votes.
They got to count the people with the hurricane.
You will see some pretty big circles in the blue areas, large metropolitan areas and suburban areas where the Democrats do quite well. I just want to say, at 85% reporting statewide and 142,000 vote lead, is it mathematically possible? Are enough votes out there? Yes. When you get to this point in an election in a state Donald Trump won twice, you start to think, okay, this looks like it did in 2016 and in 2020. It looks more like 2016 than it did in 2020, to be honest with you. But you look at it, and if you're in the Harris campaign, you're calling all these counties, and you're trying to figure out, how many votes are out and what percentage are we getting. But if you're looking at the North Carolina map, I'd rather be Donald Trump than the Vice President of the United States right now. So then you bring up the Georgia map. And again, this one, I'll say this again, I'm a broken record. 2024 is not 2020. There's not as many mail-in ballots. We won't have as many large percentages of Democratic votes coming in the days after. But Donald Trump was ahead.
They need to start thinking about the strategies in all the states that had already reported issues. The ballot boxes burning in the Pacific Northwest, Pennsylvania, the issues that they were having with their ballots, Georgia, one of their counties had an issue. They need to challenge every single
So where's
state.
the live outstanding vote?
Every single one.
Live outstanding
Demand
vote. This is where
hand-counted ballots.
Hoping that overnight,
that's what they need to do.
Democratic
Delay it
areas
as long as possible.
Not just their votes,
but because there was already issues,
exceed
they have
your
grounds
expectations. So you see down here in the Savannah area, This is where the races are won or lost for Democrats, Atlanta and the suburbs around it. So let's come out of that map. And again, here's the key point. Fulton County, 90% of the vote is in. Yes, she's getting 72% of the vote. Just want to check, compare that. It's a little below where President Biden was, but it's close. But remember, he won the state by 11,000 votes. So she can't really afford to be below him anywhere, or not by much anyway. You move over to Cobb County, 91% in. This is a big suburban county, right? So 91%, you have some change to make up there. She's at 57% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 56, so she's running equal, maybe a little bit ahead there. So let's come over to DeKalb County here. Let's come up to 2024 and see what's left. 11% left. Again, large, very Democratic area. You see the 81% there, just to the east of Atlanta. Let's just check 2020. Biden getting 83. 81, 83. You might think at home that's not that big of a difference. In a race that's very close, yes, it can be a big difference. So we have to watch at the moment. Let's come out. Let's do it this way. Come back to 2024. And let's just pop in this and see where's Harris underperforming. Where's
I agree. They believe that. Well, what I think they're going to do is they're going to 25 him.
You can't really underperform. But she's underperforming.
That's why I'm a little
in 28
shaky,
of the 159 counties.
Because
so we have more votes.
They're going to 25
him. Not done yet. This
and they're going to put
final glimpse.
Vance in.
But you see out in these rural areas,
and Vance literally is the commander
2020.
From Handmaid's
He got
Tale.
his butt kicked by Donald Trump in these small rural counties, but he did better than
That's
Hillary
what
Clinton.
I'm worried about.
Blue collar workers, rural workers, people who work with their hands. Joe Biden did just a little bit better. And in a
they
state
don't want RFK or Elon Musk having any authority.
We're not done.
They're going to
count.
25
the campaign will update us. They'll update other countties. We have people on the ground asking the people who are vote desks with Pam Brown what votes are still outstanding. But if you look at this map right now,
that's a win.
Well, let's just check real quickly.
Good job, Wisconsin.
61%. I want to check Milwaukee. This is where, only at 53% in Milwaukee. Black turnout in Milwaukee better be huge in the uncounted vote for the vice president to catch up. I talked to a Democrat out there earlier who said it was good.
Peter Thiel can lead.
They said it was good. And I asked if it was great.
His puppet masters.
So we'll see how that plays out. Dane County, 74%. We're at 91%. Again, not to be a broken record, 75%. A percentage point can matter, underperforming by just a little bit. And so she's losing in Wisconsin. Got a ways to go there. She's holding on in Michigan at the moment. We're still only at 32%. So we got a long way to go in battleground Michigan.
Yeah,
we'll come back out
the most
here.
I see her
and this is
this
one is the biggest. I'm going to show you why in just a second. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we've been saying it for weeks. 19 electoral votes, the largest of the battleground states out there. 72% in, 178,000 vote lead. That's a healthy lead. Now again,
and if it's 270, if it were 270 to 268, I would still sue.
This is what happened. Remember 2020, Donald Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania. This was what brought Joe Biden back. They counted the votes mainly in Philadelphia, but also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted than there are now.
100%. He hates him.
Come out. And Jake,
did y'all read all the shit that he's written about Trump? He hated him. He absolutely hated him. And then somebody got in his ear.
Those are the two swing counties.
This is what we're going to do.
So just watching that.
And here's
what I want to say
let
right
me
now.
change
I just want to bring this up
tune.
to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now. As the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher,
please understand
the importance if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history. And when you look at the numbers tonight, excuse me, if that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that? Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes don't matter in those other states. But in terms of the path to 270, if he holds those leads he has right now in those two states, which are healthy leads, she cannot afford to lose that. Just cannot. And at the moment, as we switch maps,
the whiteboard ain't
if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national map so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania and bring in Kate Baldwin, who is at a vote counting center in the best city in the world, Philadelphia. Kate, what are you learning?
It's the only area where you're allowed to be biased. We've just
Why is she laughing?
As John was focusing in on the outstanding mail-in ballots. That is something that we have all been waiting for. I have just learned from a source close to the counting process that the next batch, the second batch of mail ballots that will be loaded and posted, scheduled to at 11:55 p.m., that will be tens of thousands of ballots. They're still working through it, so narrowing that number down any further, not possible at this time. We'll continue working with it, but it will be tens of thousands of mail ballots that will be posted at 11:55, just before midnight, adding to what was the first batch, which ended up being 115,000 mail ballots, which is just narrowing the universe of what's outstanding, getting us closer and closer to, as John has been talking about, once you get that 50% of the vote in, then you can really start seeing where things are headed. And what we're seeing in Philadelphia, they're not yet at 50%. They're getting closer to it. And these mail-in ballots, when they post at 11:55, will get them quite a bit more there.
All right, Kate, thanks so much. Let's go to the other side of the Commonwealth. Brian Todd's at the Vote Counting Center outside Pittsburgh. Brian, what's the status of the vote there?
Jake, the bottom line is we're heading to the finish line very quickly here in Allegheny County. I'm with David Boy, the election divisions manager of the county. David, it's going to be counted all pretty soon. By midnight, about how much of the vote do you think will be in?
So I believe we're roughly 98% now that have reported. I believe by midnight, we're at 89% reported. I believe by midnight we should be around 98.
And to clarify, just about all the mail-ins have been reported by now.
All the mail-ins that we have will be counted and tabulated this evening. The only thing that will not be are any military or overseas ballots, which they have an extra week to return their ballots.
I gotta grow some more strawberries. I have a strawberry plant in my backyard. They say they grow very slow.
These are, and
you get like one strawberry the
first
year,
and two strawberries paper ballots that voters have voted. They're put in these bags and sealed and locked. Seal numbers are traced for chain of custody, and they will be locked up and kept here.
Just how smoothly has it gone? Because we've heard that it's gone incredibly smoothly here in Allegheny.
So this crew that works here on election day, they've gotten really good at this since 2020. I mean, we posted our first batch of approximately 186,000 mail-in ballots at 8:02. And, by law in PA, we're not allowed to post any results before 8 o'clock.
Is there anything we can look to be outstanding after midnight tonight?
Just the provisional ballots, which we were sworn in on Friday to start our return board. That is our recount. That's when we'll start researching those provisionals, see how many we have, and start counting those. And again, like I said, the overseas and military ballots, this will count and get into the system next week.
Any sense of how many of those there are?
Less than 4,000 total.
David, thank you very much. Great update. All right, guys, back to you. Allegheny County, close to the finish line here.
All right, Brian, thanks so much. Let's get more on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with Pamela Brown, who's at the voting desk. Pamela, take us through what is left to be counted, what's outstanding.
Well, it's a big question what's going on in the collar counties around Philadelphia. These are the blue-leaning collar counties that the Harris campaign has been trying to drive up turnout. That's Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery counties where results have been slowly coming in. So I just spoke to an official in Chester County. An official there tells me that they just released a large batch of mail-in ballots. So that release was 60,673. And by 1 a.m., I'm told they'll see more results from the precincts of today's in-person votes. You have to remember they have to take the memory card, drive it in. It's a large county. Now, total ballots counted so far, like this is the universe, right? It's 151,950. And then I should note the ballots cast in person today there in this key collar county is 91,277 per this official. Let's go over to Bucks County. This is another critical collar county, as John King has been talking about all night. Funny. I'm told results will trickle in as these data cards are being driven from the polling places. An official I was just in touch with, texting with there in Bucks says so far over 90,000 mail-in ballots are accounted for in the results out of a possible total of 151,000. And I also want to note this, that the state will be required to report the outstanding early votes by midnight. So we should get a clearer picture soon there in this critical battleground Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Back to you.
All right, fascinating. And she was just talking about Bucks County.
Look at the revolutionary Dr. Hall. Okay, brother.
A couple big events there, including that one with Liz Cheney, really making
the revolution will not be televised.
Republican
it
women,
will be streamed on YouTube.
And for Haley voters, Nikki Haley got 155,000 votes in the Pennsylvania primary long after she got out of the race. So that was one piece of the competition.
Thank you.
Two things to say about this. Number one, it's only half the vote. So if you just think we have about 200,000 more votes, right? This is 51%. It's 103 to 102. So you got roughly 200,000 votes still to come in. Bucks County is the most competitive of the collar counties if she's at 50%, the vice president, if you round up, again, President Biden was at 52. If you round him up, you say that's not a huge difference. But Jake, you know the Commonwealth very well. In the competitive swing counties, half a point or a point can matter. And right now that number is
I need
not
somebody
good
who's
for the
willing
vice
to live in a tent with me.
And CNN can bring you a projection now. Folks at home, CNN can project that the state of Oregon will go to Kamala Harris as expected. Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat.
Oregon did what it needed to do.
Electoral map. Right now, Donald Trump has 211 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153 electoral votes, 200 and.
But look at how crazy that is. Like all those states with so few votes, right? She got 100 and something, which is like a handful of states. That's crazy. The system needs to stop.
3,000 vote lead. That's with 51% of the estimated vote in from the state of Arizona. In battleground Wisconsin, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. 50.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 50,000 vote lead right now with 63% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 47.9% of the vote.
They have
with
to.
more than 165,000
the Democrats cannot accept the loss. They have to challenge it.
More than
a lot of voter suppression out here. They got to challenge
vote
it.
in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump is in the lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 131,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with 90% of the estimated vote in. So they got 10% to go there in Georgia, but Donald Trump in the lead. In North Carolina, another battleground, Donald Trump still in the lead.
I have been ready.
50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris
I've been ready.
With 47.9% of the vote.
I have long
Donald
believed
Trump has a more than
that it takes something like
130,000
this
vote lead over Kamala
to
Harris
radicalize
with an
people
estimated
and get them to
87%
understand
of the
that
vote
communal
in
living
Michigan,
is how
Kamala
we
Harris
survive.
Is in the lead. 50.2% of the vote. Donald Trump
That's it.
has 48% of the
Whatever
vote.
you are good at,
a more than 40,
that's what you contribute. That's your contribution to your community. And we will be all right.
In there, John King.
So, Jake, just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania again. Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now, but he was born in Pennsylvania. And that was one of the things that helped him, is because he was, as he liked to call himself, the scrappy kid from Scranton. So where are we now in 2024? I was just looking here. This is Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden was born.
No, AP
Scranton,
called MC for
You say, well, the vice president's winning it with 51%, but Donald Trump's at 48, right?
Okay, so again,
in a close battleground state,
y'all,
margins within some of these counties can matter.
Y'all,
she's at 51. Joe Biden, 4 years ago, was at 54.
Yeah,
that's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margin there. You say, oh, that's only 9,000 votes, right? You know, but if you're trying now, you're trying to make up this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes, right? So when you're losing ground in each of these counties, it hurts. And so let's just come over here. This is Luzerne
Pluto
County.
in Aquarius will be a wild time.
42%, 43 if you want to round that
Cardinal
up.
signs have been crawling out of Pluto in Capricorn.
So there she's competing, not so bad.
And Aquarius is supposed to be our time to shine.
Carbon County,
we're supposed to be
for Trump.
Rewarded for our suffering.
72% for Trump now.
But that fucking airheaded Aquarius,
blue-collar workers, high school educated workers. Want to check back in here? Lehigh County Vice President getting 52%.
Only way we're
a little bit out here. Again, you're looking for population centers now. This is the 10th largest of the 67 counties. If you're the Harris campaign, you're looking at population centers trying to say what's left in the places where there are a lot of people.
What dogs? Somebody on Instagram talking about hearing dogs and extra conversation.
Just want to come back.
Ain't no
Joe
dogs.
Biden's at 53. You see the pattern.
I got no dogs in my house.
You know, I was saying Donald Trump has to improve his standing a point or two in the suburbs. She has to match Joe Biden in these close battleground states. And in a place that matter, blue-collar Pennsylvania, you don't see it right now. Some votes still to be counted.
I see them hitting him with the.
So then
I can
the other
see
point
it.
is,
Easy.
if you're losing places, can you make it up? Right? If you're losing in one piece of the state, can you make it up somewhere else? Look at Delaware County. She's getting 60% of the vote. Right? So it's only 70% counted. She's getting 60. Biden got 63, even in Delaware County, which is strongly Democratic. That was my last stop on the all over the map tour.
Protect
there. Again, there's
your
time,
families.
right? There's 70% of the vote to come.
Shoot.
But look at this, right? If you've got 70%, the most you're going to make up, if the percentages stay the same, you're going to make up somewhere in the ballpark of 15 or 20,000 votes, right? That's great.
I'm going to be honest. Y'all might as well live every day like it's your last. Repair those relationships or let them go. spend every day loving every moment. Love on the people in your life. Do all the things. Treat yourself every day. Find joy every single day. That is all we can do, and that is what we can hold on to. You hear me? That's all we can hold on to.
This is your biggest basket of votes. The Democratic coalition. This is the foundation. There's no house for Democrats without the foundation of Philadelphia. At the moment, she is underperforming the president of the United States, and she has to make up 178,000 votes. The math there is pretty clear. It's not mission impossible, but the more you get deeper into the count, the question is, after this next big batch of votes from Philadelphia, does it become mission improbable? I think is what you're looking for as we wait for more votes.
Anybody want to join me on the live?
And again, Trump wins Pennsylvania. The map gets near impossible. Not impossible, but near impossible.
I'm going to put the
There
link
have
in
been
the chat.
stories written a week or two ago about Democrats in Philadelphia sounding the alarm and basically using the press to send the message to the Harris campaign that they didn't think that the Harris campaign was listening to Philadelphia Democrats enough about the need to improve the margins. And just, Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020, but he improved his vote count in Philly from 2016 to 2020. And it looks like he's doing that again tonight, even while improving his margins in the collar counties as opposed to what happened 4 years ago.
Well, we don't have the raw numbers yet, obviously, because we're at 70%, but he's at 22 if you round that up, 117,000 votes. Let's just go back and look. He's certainly on track to. If he keeps the percentage he's at now, right? He's at 18% there, and he had 132,000 votes. He's at 117,000 votes, and we still got 30% of commit. So sure looks like he's overperforming 2020. We're not done yet, but it sure looks like that. And then so the analysis afterwards will be, who is it?
That's it. We got to do this out of love. This is love.
There's some suburban areas outside of Philadelphia.
This is love. We don't do this out of hate
as well.
We don't do this because of what we hate.
The thing that strikes me,
we do this because of what we love.
The thing you've heard in the last week from the Harris people,
we love our communities.
Is that we're on the ground. Our labor allies
we
are
love
on the
our
ground.
lives.
Our progressive groups are on the ground.
And
our LGBTQ groups are on the ground. We're knocking on doors, and we don't see the Trump people anywhere.
That's it.
Right? Trump did sort of contract out his get out the vote.
And yes,
7 or 8 of these
don't feel bad about your vices anymore.
We didn't see many Trump people out there at all. Whatever you want to do. Phone banks. But what happened in 2016 is Trump's support was organic. It was organic. And so,
nobody want to join me? Come on.
The Trump campaign says, texts and phone calls work to turn out voters. Democrats think it's knocking on the doors. If this map holds up, that's going to be a big conversation about motivating and turning out voters in this technology age. What works best? What kind of contact works best? Or
that's real. We protect
the vice president's campaign. Well, they say she only had 110 days. She didn't have enough time to introduce herself.
I have no words. I'm a philosopher, professor. I have to live each day in preparation for death. The work never ends. To build the community we envision, the world we know that is beautiful. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Distinctive at the moment. We're not done yet.
Huey Newton has a book called Revolutionary Suicide. And the premise is that you do this work understanding you won't get there. And you're willing to sacrifice yourself for the future to make a better world. And I have taken that to heart, and that is at the heart of everything that I do. Okay? It has not been easy being me. I have been paying the price for standing up for what I believe in. But that is what we do. That is revolutionary suicide. That is understanding that I have to sacrifice and I have to do these things so that the future generations will have a better life. We have to be committed to that. This is the beginning of the end of America. Please, if you take anything from this live, understand this is the beginning of it. Okay? All right, let's add Henry to the stage. Anything from this live, understand. Oh, no. You got to mute me.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, hold on.
How you doing? All right, let's add Henry to the stage.
All right.
I can hear you. What's up?
Hey, so I looked at this election today, and honestly, this election wasn't about me. This is about what I'm giving to my kids, which means the next step is action for my kids, direct action. It's no more playing with phones, no more internet arguments. It's standing out there and being what we need to be for our kids. Because without our kids, man, why are we doing this?
Absolutely. If it's not for the kids, why are we doing this? Easy. Like, that's it.
Every generation is supposed to do better, and we haven't done better. So it's time.
Notice it's about time. We got to think about the blueprints that people laid for us. Okay? Dr. King, Malcolm X, Ida B. Wells, Harriet Tubman, Ella Baker, Marcus Garvey, Che Guevara. We have to think that Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, Angela Davis, Kathleen Cleaver, Assata Shakur. These people all laid the blueprint out for us. They told us what it takes. We have to do it. Period.
You're right. I'm going to go ahead and bounce out, though, because I feel weird up here.
Okay, it was great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Hall, is he still in there? Because somebody's telling him to get on camera. Hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Around and look at the poll workers at work. We both have Democrats and Republicans working side by side, and many of them have been doing this for many years, and they've become very efficient about it, and they're with their integrity from each group.
I am
deliberate
I think we're
and
afraid
we're going to be
of
getting those numbers fairly soon. I don't want to say as early as we would like, but I think it's going to be earlier than what we thought. Before
There's nothing I fear more
just to both you
than wanting the love and wants and desire I have for liberation.
The numbers larger than in 2020, and what are you seeing now?
Actually, I'm not seeing as large as I thought before. But I was doing.
We don't go and chant. I believe that we will win.
Nice flow.
I believe that we will win for nothing.
Registrations. That was seem to be a much more increase at all the polling sites, and not just one geographical area, whether it be
I've been preparing
whatever demographics, but it was all over that was encompassed. And I talked to each chief inspector, and that is the area that I saw a much increase in the participation of same-day registration.
Same-day registration. We saw that also in Cedarburg today. A lot of people coming and registering and voting. Thank you both so much. We should just make very clear, you heard it here from a Republican and a Democrat who are election commissioners, that there was an agreement. This is going to be a free and fair election here in Milwaukee. People are watching every single bit of this and agreeing that things are going as smoothly as possible.
Maybe this will bring the revolution we desperately need. There were a lot of people who were hoping for that. They were like, you know what? People need to be pushed to that point.
At large,
the revolution is the only choice.
66% of the vote in the state.
And I'm not saying that
general. Tell me about the WOW counties, if you could.
You're right around Milwaukee or the WOWs. Let me get to it just a second.
When he would say, he was against the Montgomery bus boycott. I don't know if people knew that. He didn't want to, because he said that it would harm people. He didn't want people to experience any unnecessary harm in this work, right? And so you kind of think about that, and it's like, what does that mean? And are there going to be people who are going to be harmed by this who didn't ask for it? But then also, do we even have to stop to consider them because we know what we need to do? You know what I mean? So that's what I'm thinking about.
Is 17%, 17% of the state population. You're getting 66%. So you say, okay, there's still 40% of the vote to come in.
Yes.
Mr. Hague just made a point. He said he didn't think turnout was great. Well, let's see what these final
numbers
are.
This wasn't even
an
election
right there,
that was going to figure any of that out.
Right?
When we know what the answer is.
Wisconsin.
We know what the answer is.
4 years ago, he said 317,000, and it's 69%
Did she
of the
win?
vote, right? So 317,000 and 69% of the vote. She's at 66% of the vote. And the raw math, right? You need a higher percentage, but you need that raw math to overcome what is happening in all this red.
right? Especially one more
honor and
check, and I'll get
space
you
for
to your
those
wows.
communities who have
Dane
spent
County
their
is
entire lives
95%
never
in,
trusting
right? This is
systems of
Madison,
oppression,
University
never
of
trusting
Wisconsin.
systems of
Young
problem they
voters,
created.
college area,
Yep.
tends to be more liberal.
Yep.
74% for her, 242,000. Again, Biden's number's higher and the math is higher. That's what happens in battle. That's how you win or lose battleground states.
Get out the vote and get out the vote and
In the
with
right
a higher
places, right,
percentage.
right.
Yeah.
And so in a place, the state won by 20,000 votes. You saw the margin even just right there. So let's go to the wows. You're going to go to Waukesha County. Was just here recently, right?
That's right.
This is a place the Harris
100%.
campaign was hoping, hey, women, you don't have to tell your husband who you're going to vote for.
I told y'all that
if
was
you
a
believe in
fucking
reproductive
stupid,
freedom in a
campaign, by
conservative
the way.
county, vote Harris. Just don't tell your
Don't
husband.
tell-
This is
don't
one of the
tell your
places they
husband.
thought the Dobbs decision,
told y'all.
reproductive freedom, abortion rights would have.
I told y'all. Them votes it would have a negative effect.
He's at 59. It's a little bit, maybe it's.
Remember, I said that the men were going to see those ads and be proactive about making sure that those votes were going. I said it was going to have the opposite effect. Stupid ass. Who the hell was on that committee? Who decided that?
But you come over to Ozaki here.
Oh,
and
AOC won?
The
Okay.
former president is at 55% of the vote in 2020, and he's at 56, roughly the same, but a little bit, so Trump is not underperforming. It's maybe within the margin.
I'd rather burn this place
when you
to the
see
fucking ground than be enslaved. Absolutely.
well behind where President Biden was.
That's why I've been
and now
spending
you're
the
waiting
last
on this.
several
I mean, there are
years
some other
learning
small
how
things.
to grow
Let's take a
my
look and
own
see what else is
vegetables.
out there. But
my own
you can
herbs.
see the biggest
my
thing is
own
here, and some of these votes up here.
Learning
if you're in
how
the Trump
to
campaign,
maintain a
we're
garden,
talking about
learning
can she
about
come
the
back?
different
But if you're in the Trump
insects
campaign, you're
and
also
things
saying,
that
do we
grow
position?
and
Is there more
good and
coming in
what
for
is
us?
not.
And the answer is yes.
I've been studying
Yeah,
all
They
of this.
got all that Green Bay vote.
The answer
Karen,
is yes when you look
I'm not
up
fucking
there.
around.
So the next thing we learned from Milwaukee is how many votes, what is her percentage, how does it
I'm
affect
not
the
fucking
statewide
around.
math, and then how much is left?
Yeah.
How much is left in your biggest area? You have to turn them out because then again, I just want to come up here and look at this again. Brown County. This is Green Bay, blue collar workers. Trump's getting 61. The vice president's getting 37 or 38 if you want to round that up. That matters.
Oh my God,
it matters.
He almost
we
almost
have another
almost 10
guest.
points.
Right.
9 points.
Right. In a
Hi,
bad.
Dr. Hall. Hold on. Let me change this. Wait. Oh, shit. There we go.
Hey,
Hi,
how's it
Dr.
going?
Hall. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Oh, I can. Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Is it
Good
just
to
me and
see you
you?
in real time.
Where did CNN go?
Oh, they're there. Oh, you want me to leave
County
it on? I
Center
mean,
in
it's kind of weird
Detroit.
for us to talk over.
And Jim, you have an
No,
update on the
I just
voting.
wondered where the image went.
Oh, wait.
So I've never
There we
done this
go.
before. Here we go.
Are we talking over them or what are we doing? What are your thoughts, Dr. Hall? You jumped on. You wanted to say something. What's up?
I did. I'm sorry. I had a lot of thoughts. I was trying to say
why I was
things in the
doing
chat,
this.
but I was writing really long screeds.
Okay.
As I tend to do. No, I remember how it felt in 2016, and I had to lead a few psychology related interventions with the general public. And I know that feeling of that people are having right now in their gut of how could we do this again? And one of the things that I've been saying a lot is that we forget that America, I mean, it started as a racist country. And
Yes.
so who he is as a person is part of who we are. We like to reject that part of who we are as a country, but like he's who they want to be. The people who voted for him see in him who they want to be. So they're not going to reject him. They embrace him at the expense of themselves. He abandoned them literally at the worst moment, right? We had a whole pandemic where he just kind of left people to themselves, gave them bad advice. But America's memory is so short for things like this that they forget every time. And so
remember, a lot of those people convinced themselves that their loved ones didn't die because of COVID. They died because of the vaccine.
Right.
So,
And so if you can't get them to trust science, how are you going to get them to trust, right, the other side? And that's part of his game plan, right, is to discredit and disabuse the authority of anybody who opposes him. It's a playbook. It's a very well written, well studied. Like I don't think he's studied it. He's just good at it. He's one of those people who can just kind of bumble his way into what people are looking for. I think sometimes he surprises himself with what he's able to accomplish.
Yes, there's some times where he's like, I got away with that.
Yeah.
He let me say that.
Right. Well, literally, there's things where I could stand in the middle of Times Square and shoot someone, and that's just him riffing. But also, yes, we now know he could.
We now know that that's the case. Yes.
Right. He's genuinely allowed to get away with multiple felonies, with sexual assault, with like so many things, and they'll just, but he's our man, and he's going to protect whiteness for us. So we can't have a triple minority, a woman and an Indian and a black person in this job. She's going to destroy the country, even though this dude legitimately almost destroyed the country once before. And then, when he lost, brought it to its knees. Like, it's absurd. It's genuinely absurd. So
hold on, it is so completely absurd,
right?
The 2016.
The fact that this is even close at all. The fact that there were enough people that are like,
they're talking about now she was up in Michigan, now she's down.
Again, we're not done, and we lived through 2020, and I want to say it again, slowly and clearly. 2020, this time of night, and there were states that changed, and they were largely, Pennsylvania changed. Trump was ahead. In Georgia, things have changed. There's not as many mail ballots out there as in 2020, so I would not expect as dramatic a swing. The question then becomes, go state by state, county by county, is the math there? And, I'm making these, I'm trying to be fair and trying to, it's possible, it's possible. When you're leading in all of them and you're Trump, that's what you're sitting in the headquarters. So maybe they're not going to win them all. Maybe they're not going to win them all, but they're leading.
Oh my God!
Right now, and so let's just look at what happened here. And come on in.
Are you genuinely surprised that this could happen?
It's the
I knew it was
small rural counties when they fill in.
Okay.
When they fill in again. It's
I'm sorry.
That's not a lot of votes.
I'm sorry. I looked at people who thought this woman was going to win, and I was just like, "Are y'all crazy?"
You're getting 500.
You're underestimating America again. Don't underestimate America.
120 votes there. That's
my grandfather genuinely said, "Never underestimate white people. White people will never surprise you."
And you have all these counties, and then the question is, so what are the Democratic margins? Right? You've got 83 counties in the state of Michigan. So
here's the thing, Ralph. If he has control of the Senate, he's still going to fuck that up. Like, he cannot govern.
A little bit ahead of the president there.
He had control when he came in the first time.
When do those Wayne County votes come in?
He cannot govern.
What do they do to
the
statewide total?
All right, John. Well, CNN has a major projection.
Uh-oh.
CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first of 7 battleground states that we're keeping an eye on, and we are calling it for Donald Trump. What does that mean for the electoral count? Donald Trump now has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153. 270 are needed to the win. Let's go to Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, CNN is now calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. This is the first of 7 battleground states that the campaign is watching.
CNN calls things, but they're not the last decider.
Yeah, Jake, remember what I told you a few hours ago, that it was going to be seen as a gut check for the Trump campaign? Listen here, it's a bit of a delay, but your call is playing right now over the loudspeakers.
God damn it, Mecklenburg County, what were you doing?
The party here, the partygoers gathered at the convention center here in West Palm Beach, cheering as your call is coming on the screen. They have been glued to CNN for the last several moments, watching John King at the map, going over each of these numbers. But North Carolina is an important benchmark for the Trump campaign because they were watching it to get a gut check for how they believed.
They knew they was going to install that nigga. They are going to 25 him. They know what they are doing. They've been planning this for the last 2 generations.
Still not
y'all
thought I watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin as this is moving forward. Jacob will tell you that we're seeing more people from the Mar-a-Lago party come over here to the Trump headquarters where this party is going to be held. But also, some Republicans are flying into Palm Beach. We just heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was watching the results come in with
Obama's why we got Trump. We would not have gotten Trump if it for Obama.
Obama's why we got Trump. You think they was going to let another
margin in the House,
and a woman?
the Senate.
Oh my God!
And a woman.
Republican is going to win the White House. Therefore, Donald Trump, Jake, obviously Still waiting to see, but a noticeable shift here in the mood at the Trump headquarters.
No, it's the
All right, Caitlin
goddamn
Collins
truth.
in
This
West
is
Palm
how they
Beach at
think
Trump
about
HQ.
us.
Thank you so much.
This
So,
is how they think about
the first
us.
of the 7 battleground
This
states
is the
to fall, CNN
reality
projecting North
of
Carolina
America for the last
This was
248
the most
years.
probable pickup for Kamala Harris if that was the world in which we were living.
Sick.
That is why Donald
is.
Trump went down there.
I don't know
multiple
why
times
we
in the
haven't
last
overturned this
24,
shit
48
yet.
hours of the campaign.
Because the motherfucking
and
left folks,
it
or not, they're not
clearly
left, because
did
they're not
not
leftists.
happen for Kamala Harris.
The people in
And
blue,
Trump,
we don't
he's
like
telling
guns.
his people, I'm told, and just
We're
like
not
you
gonna
heard from
get
Caitlin,
guns.
that this
What?
is something
You gonna bring
that
a knife to a gunfight?
portends well for the
You
future. We don't
losers.
know what it means for the other states, but what we do know is
Absolute
even more
insanity.
evidence that blue wall is
I
the
think,
path.
For those
for
who are
Kamala Harris.
worried
And
about
that path
doing
is
this
just
second
more and
time,
more narrow. I think we're
this isn't
seeing as the night
going to be
goes on.
like the first time.
But
He's going to
also
be a lot more
so many
unhinged, but we also know what he's going to do. We don't have to play by
But
the
nobody's
rule
gonna
book.
do. He resents. So I sent out on my Patreon, I sent a link to this podcast that was explaining why Project 2025 suddenly came into our thing, even though it had been written a year and a half ago. And it's because there's infighting within the GOP, and you've got this one team that is totally pro-Trump, everything, going against the other team, which is representing the Heritage Foundation, right?
Yeah.
And so there was beef with them, and Heritage Foundation was like, nope, let's remind everybody who's been controlling this whole thing. And so they made sure Project 2025 got public to curb the people that had formed this thing with Trump. And so that's what the issue is. And that's why this is scary. JD Vance is their guy. Trump is not. And so for them, his placement there was absolute perfection. Trump will go in, they let him continue to look stupid over and over and over again. They're going to let him get in. They're going to declare him mentally unfit. They're going to invoke the 25th Amendment, and they're going to make JD Vance, Peter Thiel's bitch, the president of the United States. That's been their plan.
I don't trust Vance as a leader, but I mean, as a mole, sure.
You can't trust none of them.
Right.
But he really is the commander from Handmaid's Tale, and it's fucking crazy. And it's like, y'all.
But I mean, it's what America wants, though. Like they want
America,
this.
it is done.
Dr. Taylor, they want this for themselves.
Oh, okay.
They're genuinely like begging. They're in the streets begging for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know that 46% that hasn't read it a year. That
this is true,
right? Like this is what they love that guy. So what are you gonna do? Just
I'm ruled by Mars. I always think fight. I'm like,
no, there's always now you have a common enemy.
People, and I'm like, y'all.
Yeah,
I'm not living in no chains. You know, all respect and love to my ancestors, all respect and love to those who endured the tyranny of white supremacy in this land and beyond. I cannot be in chains. I cannot. And I think we got this. We got this. There's more of us than there are of them. Please understand there are so many more of us than there are of them. Y'all just got to be willing and brave to leave the house and fight. We can run this. We can run this.
Some of the fighting doesn't have to be leaving the house. There's a lot you can do from
for our children. These are for our grandchildren. These are for all of our descendants. We want the world to be a better place. The buck got to stop with us. This American imperialist project is done. It was a failed experiment. It is done.
Yeah.
Turtle Island needs to be returned to the people who were here first. And then it needs to be shared with the Africans who came here against their will. And we will come together and we will figure out how our communities are going to go. Period. Period.
Shout out to the Scorpio rising in the chat. Fellow Scorpio.
That's the Scorpio.
The Sagittarius rising and a Leo moon.
Yes.
Apparently.
Leo moon, maybe? I sense a little Leo in there. I know you got some Leo placements. Very confident.
Yeah. I could just hop on a live in the middle of the night and be legit.
I mean, I don't know. I don't expect men to be has
Yeah, that's right. You don't like men. I heard. I heard in the chat.
Girlies.
Yeah, I think you almost.
But I know we can do this. We have so many guidebooks. That's what I'm saying. Like read Kindred. Like read all these. We have so many guidebooks.
Yes,
we know how to do this.
There we go.
It is in our DNA. It is in our like collective community memory. We still have access to the books, and if you haven't read them, I have them all.
There you go. And when you do your monthly meetings,
my house is going to be safe space.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
We can build. We can do this. We can build. We can do this.
I think it is built within those of us who, once again, are attached to the legacy of slavery in this country. Like, this country wasn't built for us in the first place. So the idea that these systems
49.3% Donald Trump with a
7,000 votes.
Kamala Harris. That's with more than half, 52%.
Oh my gosh.
Arizona is about to screw us.
That's crazy.
In Nevada, Donald Trump in the lead, 73%. Kamala
they only have
Harris
2%. Get the fuck out of my face.
Donald Trump with a 10,985 vote lead over Harris. That's with only 2% of the vote in from Arizona. From Nevada, only 2%.
Right,
Boris Sanchez now has some new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Jake, a major moment for Republicans. They have just flipped. They are expected to
Bernie Moreno,
Democratic seat of the night.
Wait, I thought you said he was from Ohio too.
From Ohio. It's going to be weird in Ohio.
Ohio is down bad.
Shout out to Ohio for going red again, third time in a row.
Who invested early in blockchain technology, fought to attach Brown to the Biden administration more broadly,
so much money
on issues like immigration. Sherrod Brown, a populist who had survived some difficult.
We live in Ohio, and they were fighting about immigration here, and it's so weird. Like, they were literally ads about the border. How far are we from the border? What are we talking about? We're not talking about the Canadian border here.
Closer to the northern border. Don't you guys border?
Right. Oh no. Those ads didn't have Canadians in them. They have brown people in them. It was the weirdest thing. Like seriously.
Is set to become the first Korean American ever to serve in the U.S. Senate.
Come on, Andy. I voted for Andy.
Tycoon.
I voted for Andy. That's my nigga, Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine got a bad rap.
A former vice presidential candidate. He's projected to defeat Mike Howe, a former Navy captain.
Oh my God, I voted for him. I was like, there needs to be an Asian in the Senate. Yes, let's go.
His third term. He defeats Nella Dominici, whose father was the last Republican senator elected in New Mexico some 20 years ago. Another Democratic hold to project for you. This one coming in the state of Washington. There, Democratic incumbent Senator Maria Cantwell wins her fifth term as she defeats our doctor. Now, what does that pickup in Ohio mean for the magic number? We started out the night with Republicans needing to pick up 2 Democratic seats to take control of the chamber with West Virginia and Ohio. They have hit 2, and now they're seeking to pad those numbers. Currently, as we speak, Republicans are leading in 4 seats currently held by Democrats. Let's get you an update on where those are right now with some key race alerts. These are live results coming into
Here's
CNN.
The thing.
We start with the state of Wisconsin.
Here's the thing. More than anything, we need to retain the Senate because the Senate chooses the vice president. The House can pick Trump, but if the Senate picks Vance, we must, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Casey, but we must retain the control of the Senate. Because that's the only way we stop J.D. Vance from being the vice president that they want to install. They put Timmy in. Put Timmy in. Trump and Timmy, 4 years of nothing.
It's not.
Best case scenario.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. Listen, what?
Sorry. I love your optimism about it, though. It's a good idea. I mean, if you and I are in the writers' room of America, that's an interesting outcome. That's an interesting second season of the downfall of America.
That is crazy.
But not likely.
Wait, hold on.
We lost the sound again.
Yeah, I know.
Harris, let's look at the
electoral
Washington
map
State
right now.
going
Donald
to
Harris.
All right. 27
there we go.
Electoral votes.
All right.
Still in the
Kamala
game.
Harris has 165 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. We are waiting for more votes in the big three blue wall battlegrounds of Pennsylvania.
I will say, Kane and Trump will be big
and
on
Wisconsin.
old angry
Both
man
campaigns
energy.
are watching very closely right now. A total of 6 top battlegrounds remain undecided as we get later into this election night. Stay right here for the next big rollout of votes. Right now, we're going to squeeze in a quick break. Stay.
Whatever. They're on a break, yeah.
Yeah. The downfall of America is the show. We are all in it right now. We are living in season what? I feel like season what? Trump was elected for 8 years ago. We are definitely in the show. This is the show, ladies and gentlemen. You can't turn it off. Oh my God. I remember Biden being elected and that first few months of like, oh, that's right. This is what it's like to have a boring white president who doesn't like make your heart stop every day because some new piece of information is coming out. Like, Jesus. Boring. Let's go back to boring president. Katie, you're in the writers' room. Let's do it. Downfall of America. Season 1 starts tomorrow.
Because what the hell?
We're redoing it. We're redoing it. Series 1. We're gonna call it Series 1 as opposed to Season 1.
Oh my God. What is happening?
America's what's happening. It's happening to you.
Because you know it only takes Tyler 1 week to write a whole movie.
Because he don't write scripts, he writes outlines. He writes outlines. He genuinely said he wrote a movie in a weekend.
Wait.
He wrote How Did I Get Married in a Weekend?
I just started following this guy. I didn't know that he was funny like this.
Have a good counterbalance. My sardonic absurdity. You guys like that? Is that working for you? He has concepts of a movie. That is correct. He don't even need ChatGPT. He never writes out a full script. It's just people making stuff up.
He gives direction. He's like, because I watch everything that Tyler does, so I'm an expert.
She is genuinely an expert. She wrote her dissertation.
She says, you're upset, you're annoyed, you're sad, you're horny.
Go.
There's something's wrong over there. You guys work it out.
Go.
And
Go.
that's it.
Action.
They gotta make up the scene by themselves.
Action. And action. Go. Mm-hmm. Cut, print in one take. We're not doing a second. We don't have time.
That's
Moving
what
on.
he does.
Yeah.
That's what he does. Oh my God.
Sorry, the Writers Republic, you're in it. You didn't even get to choose either. Somebody else is choosing for you. There is a white hand on the.
We have them tucked away, y'all, because they had commercial. We waiting for the next major prediction at midnight.
Right, Sean. Donald Glover, when he did the Tyler Perry episode, it was literally cut, print, move on.
Yeah.
It's just whatever we got, we got. It's good enough. Tyler Perry is the king of good enough filming. Just, we are not reshooting. That wig, it's good enough. Go. Breathe. Breathe, Dr. Taylor.
That's why I don't take black people nowhere. That's why I don't take black people nowhere. Oh, wait, another projection. Hold on.
Will win
back
3
in.
out of the 5 electoral votes from the state of Nebraska. Allow me a second to explain. Nebraska and Maine allocate their electoral votes partly in addition to the statewide 3 votes according to congressional district. That's already too complicated, probably. Anyway, put it this way. Donald Trump has won 3 out of the 5 electoral votes.
Our
the other 2
is 4
we
minutes
do
from
not
now.
know yet, but Donald Trump has 3 of the 5.
Yeah,
that
4
means
minutes.
3 more electoral votes
They called it
for
midnight.
Donald Trump. And what does that mean for the electoral map? Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes. He is 40 electoral votes away from winning. Kamala Harris has 165 electoral votes.
America.
She is 105 electoral votes away from winning. Let's see what the states that we have not called.
You don't like this season, so wait till the next season. It's coming.
Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is in the lead there with
It's going to be like season 2 of The Bear.
Kamala Harris has 47.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead of her by more than 206,000 votes. That's with 83% of the estimated vote in. That's Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I have to remember.
Battleground Michigan,
Pennsylvania doesn't start counting
51.3% of the vote.
like mail-in votes
46.9% of the vote.
the
Donald
polls
Trump with a more than
close on election day.
111,000 vote
So
lead with
that's
an
why
estimated
I say she
44%
has to
of the vote
challenge
in
Pennsylvania.
from
They
Michigan.
do not call
Wisconsin
Pennsylvania
now, Donald Trump
because
in the
they
lead there
only
too.
started counting those
50.8% of the
votes
vote. Kamala Harris
at
is
8 o'clock.
47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump
I
almost
wouldn't accept
80,000
anything
votes ahead of her
from them.
with 3/4 of the vote, 74% of the estimated vote from the Badger State.
We really
camp.
won't know until
Battleground Georgia, Donald Trump is up 50.7%. Kamala Harris is 48.4%. Donald Trump more than 118,000 votes ahead of her with an estimated 93% of the estimated vote. Arizona, Donald Trump is ahead there too with 49.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.3% of the vote. He is more than 7,500 votes ahead of her right now, but they still have about 48% of the vote, 52%.
There's some righteous activism, especially pro-abortion activism in Arizona.
Is in the lead with 73% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 26.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 10,000 vote, almost 11,000 vote lead. That is with
I was going to say that's no, they don't have
AP called VA for Harris.
As we follow these crucial
she needs VA.
Already
does need VA.
Also getting closer to another.
John King, I need you to make a prediction.
We're going to get canceled mid-season too.
In the heat of the battle to reach
Writers
270,
Republic.
so every electoral vote counts.
Not
You're
before
just
season
minutes
2. We're about to
away
enter
from
season
voting
2.
ending in the reliably blue state
January
of
6th, we enter
Hawaii.
season 2.
Over to John King now.
Georgia
with the Magic Ball.
Secretary of
John.
State called
Take
GA
a quick
for
look.
Trump.
You just
No,
went
we
through the
haven't
numbers.
accepted
Just
that.
want to look
John
very
King ain't said it
quickly.
yet.
These 3 states, Wisconsin,
John
Michigan,
King ain't said it yet. It's not true.
and Pennsylvania.
You
will
know, like if
determine the fate
TMZ
of the
don't
Harris
report it,
campaign,
it
whether
ain't
there's any
real.
chance she can come back. As we wait to see those results, I just want to show you something. Bring it up. Remember January 6th? Donald Trump was finished. Even Republicans were running away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is done as a
That's
national
what makes
politician.
this so absurd.
I want to show you something. This is Trump overperforming his 2020 performance by 3% or more. Right? This is a statewide look. We're not done with some of these counts out here, so this will change a little bit. But Donald Trump overperforming 2020
All right, Jen.
after
Breathe.
January 6, 2021. That's the statewide look. Look at this. Just look at this when you go to full counties. Look
Still
at how
stiff
many
in your
counties
body.
across America.
You're okay.
994 of the 4,000 plus, 4,600 plus counties and townships, especially up this way, part of the country. They don't call them counties, they call them townships. But in nearly 1,000, 993 right now. This will change as we go through, but Donald Trump is overperforming. And look at where they are. He's mostly performing
This
in red
idea of
areas.
overperforming
His
is
vote
just
is getting higher in the areas where he wins elections. Yes, there are
I
some
think they
blue
can't
places
believe it.
where he's overperforming, but look
Right.
just look at battleground Pennsylvania. Look at all these red counties, places that Trump wins.
They are
where he's
underestimating the
overperformed
value
by
of whiteness.
3% or more what he did in
Absolutely.
2020. Then you
As
come
they
out
always
here.
do.
Let's go up to
because here's the
battleground Michigan.
thing.
These are
The
decisive
Dems could have
states
won
left
this
on
if
the
they
board
had
right now.
if it was
Look
Tim
at the
Walz
areas. Those are
as
his
the
base
lead.
areas. He's
Dems would
getting
have had
more.
this as a shoe-in.
Same over here.
Some
That's
people
white man
said
versus
we are
white man.
not having
So the
another
former president of the United
Negro
States, given up for
president.
dead, Jake, after
Negro
January 6,
wench.
2021. He's
Negro
running stronger
wench
now.
president.
It's
No,
too
we are
early.
not. If they had run Tim Walz as the candidate, the
All right,
lead
John
candidate,
King, thank you
the
so
Dems
much.
could have
Every
clinched
electoral vote
this. It would have
counts.
been
4 more
run
are on
away
the line
because he
right
is
now,
progressive.
as polling
He's on that
places are about to
side.
close in Hawaii, and we project
Of
Kamala
course,
Harris will
Hawaii.
win the state of
Oh, I keep forgetting about
with
Hawaii and
4
Alaska.
electoral
That
votes.
goes
Not
to
a surprise.
GOP.
Hawaii,
Hawaii
reliably
always goes
Democratic
like that.
vote, but that doesn't mean a
Good
pickup of 4
job.
electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has
Ugh,
230.
he's inching up there,
He is
though.
40 votes.
He started off way
away
too strong.
from winning. Kamala Harris has 169 electoral votes. She is 100
It's okay
away.
if you want to
101
laugh or
votes
cry or
away
punch
from the
your pillow. Don't punch a person.
270
Unless
needed
they're
to
into
win.
that.
John King.
So, Jake, let's look at the map where we are right
I
now, and then we'll go
mean-
through some of these battleground states where we're still waiting. But just look at the map right now.
I
You
mean,
see a lot of
like,
red,
come
right?
on, y'all,
So
like,
let's look at the 2020 map. You see the blue, right? The blue wall states, Georgia,
Hawaii's going back and
Arizona,
forth,
Nevada, right? Now watch. This is where we are now. 2024 looks a lot different than 2020, but at the moment, looks pretty similar to 2016. Donald Trump won the blue wall. Donald Trump won North Carolina. Donald Trump won Georgia. Donald Trump won Arizona. The only difference would be Hillary Clinton in 2016 did carry Nevada. Donald Trump leads there right now when you come back to 2024.
Because he promised no
But it's
taxes
just-
on tips,
sorry,
and that was his
2024.
major
Let me
thing
come
in
up here and
Nevada.
do this and hit this.
With the
Because he's
casino
totally
right there.
fine giving up
2024.
regulations.
So
He doesn't care
that's the
how
one-
it
that's
pans
right.
out.
It's just a dramatic
He also
change when you
doesn't
come here.
understand
And so
that
Donald
the
Trump
Congress
is
won't let
remaking
him
the
do
map
that.
again at the
'Cause
moment.
it'll
And the
destroy the
question
United
No, he just
States
wants to
flag
promise
anyway,
things. He just just promises things that are popular.
Then everybody, me, I will change my
so let's see where we are
status.
in Georgia. If Donald Trump also carries
a
Georgia,
wage
the
tip
vice
worker
president cannot afford
like everybody
to lose
else
Pennsylvania.
will. And I will
Yes,
count
Nevada's
all
out
the
there,
money
Arizona's
I've
out there,
gotten
Michigan and
as
Wisconsin are
tips.
out there. 19.
And you
19. I'll
can't
show you what I
lose
mean in a
president.
minute.
He just
So
wants
can
to-
she
he
come
just
back in
tells you what you
Georgia
wanna
to
hear.
stop that from happening? So she's limiting her. If he wins Georgia,
people wanna
her
hear
path is
something
so
new.
limited. So it's 118,000 votes right now. And the
AP
state
has her at
decided 4 years ago
209 and
by
him at
11,700 votes. Donald Trump with 93%.
Well, we ain't there yet. John King ain't
That's
said
an
it
important
yet.
number of the vote counted is ahead by nearly 120,000 votes. So you're looking, this is where they would have to be.
This should not
You can
be
pick up
this
votes elsewhere,
goddamn
but that's
close,
where most of
y'all.
the
I'm
votes
sorry.
are.
At
That's
the end
close
of
to
the
half of the
day,
state population.
at the
right in
end of the
Atlanta.
day, Dr. Hall, at the end of the day, this shit should not be this fucking close.
Oh no, it should not. Agree. Full agree. There is no.
Thank you to Teresa, and Andrew. Thank you so much for the Venmos. I really appreciate you. Thank you. For those who have not been paying attention, my car got stolen, and so it'd be nice if y'all wanted to donate a little towards my my down payment. That would be great. All my apps are scrolling there. Thank you to everyone who has donated for me hosting. We've been here since 6:45, y'all.
You've been at this for 5.5 hours.
We've been at this for almost 5.5 hours, y'all.
5.5 hours.
Like, we've been here for you this whole time. You know, if you want to leave a tip, you know, I really appreciate it. Oh, they got another projection, y'all. Hold on.
Kamala Harris will win the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Hey, Virginia.
Yes. Told y'all she needed it. We need Virginia.
What does that mean for the electoral?
All right.
Let's take a look.
All right.
Inching up
270
there.
electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump is only 40 behind that.
They are going to
Right.
make her get this on her hands. And
Kamala Harris has
Good job.
182
Good job.
electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert. Where are we with all the states that we have not projected yet? Pennsylvania.
Stay
Donald
strong,
Trump in the
Charlie.
lead. 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.6% of the vote.
My last
Donald
drink,
Trump
y'all.
has a more than 213,000 vote lead over
Apple
her,
juice.
with
Juice.
4% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up there, 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 47% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 107,290 vote lead over Harris.
It's whiteness on steroid, the white
about
Republic.
55% of the vote that has not been
One of the
counted.
consequences of whiteness.
Voice of
To
calm,
count in Michigan.
doctors. Listen,
Wisconsin now.
don't worry. We got each other, y'all. It don't matter.
Donald Trump with a more than
don't succumb to
92,000 vote
that.
lead over Harris.
We got. We're gonna take
more
care of
than
each other.
3/4 of the votes counted in Wisconsin. 77% of the vote. In
We know that all of this is predicated on
50.7% to Harris's
anti-black
48.4%.
We
Donald
know
Trump
that.
with a
White supremacy wins the day.
118,838 vote lead over Harris, with 93% of the estimated vote in.
We know that.
Arizona, Donald Trump up.
That's it.
49.8% to Harris's 49.3%. Donald Trump with a 9,600 plus vote lead. That's with slightly
less
more
than
than half the
10,000
vote
votes,
counted in
y'all.
Arizona.
But it's only
52%.
52%. So
In Nevada, Donald Trump up.
stop going to
73%
Nevada. It's
Harris's
only 2%. Leave me alone.
26.2% of the vote.
They
Donald
need
Trump with an
content.
almost
You
11,000
can't stop
vote
them.
lead.
They do.
But that is again
gotta have
only
content.
2% of the estimated vote in Nevada.
If it's not news, you're going to
Still
turn away.
A lot of votes to count in Nevada. John.
So, Jake, let's look at right now. You're looking at the big map, and you're seeing all that red. Yes, Virginia, we just
Yes,
projected
pray
for
for
the vice
Ukraine,
president. That
pray
one's
for
blue. I'll take a
Palestine,
closer look
pray
in a
for
minute at that
Sudan.
one. But you're looking at the
The
blue
world
wall
needs
states.
healing,
Essentially,
y'all.
Harris is only
The
path
world needs
to come
healing.
back.
And that
in these
healing
three
is only
states
going to
right there.
happen after
I
the
give you a
revolution
conceivable
topples
possibility
down
where she only has to
all
come
the
back in
things
two
that
of
are
them.
causing the
But
harm.
she has to come back in.
Hey, the
in
empire's
all
got
three
to
of them.
fall, man.
Have a reasonable path
Empire
to
is going to
270.
fall.
They
They
did.
might want to strike back,
168,000
but there's
votes.
more of us than
I'm
there
told
are
more
of
votes
them.
just recently came in Philadelphia, and indeed they did.
More of us.
So now you're up to 76% estimate. These can change a little bit as more votes
Philadelphia
come in.
County. That's
But you
only
see that
only
the vice
South
president
Philly is going
opening
to
a
that
healthy lead in
motherfucker, and
Philadelphia, which is a building
Northeast.
block of a Democratic win. In Pennsylvania, the question is it enough? I just showed you Trump was leading. So 78%, 477,000 votes. If you go back 4 years ago, it's 81%, and it's 603,000 votes. Remember that. 81 and 603, 78 and 477. Can she move both numbers up when we get the final quarter of the vote? That's the challenge, because you need that math, forgive me, to overcome that. 168,000 votes in a state that was decided by 80,000 votes 4 years ago and 40,000 votes 4 years before that. That is a big lead in a tight state like Pennsylvania.
There was a really
55%
big
of the
push
vote.
for
So
early
you're saying,
like
is it
voting
just
and mail-in
Philadelphia and the
votes in
suburbs
PA
where
this
there are
year,
outstanding votes?
especially in
Again,
Philly.
if you're joining us late,
They were
the
telling
larger the
people,
circle,
you know, you
the more
don't have
votes
to
that are
wait for
still
the day. You
outstanding to
can
be
do
counted,
that. And so
the color,
I'm
the way the candidate
wondering,
winning
like,
in
they
that
got to
area
count
at
all
the
of those.
moment.
Count
And so you've got,
every
you still do
last
right here.
one.
Philadelphia,
Delaware County.
We won't know until
County,
it's all counted.
Montgomery County.
There's still some.
We won't know until
it's
all counted.
A little bit out there in Allegheny County where we talked to Brian Todd.
I'm just thinking, you know, for Harris
County,
team, they already know
County,
whatever happens
close,
in Pennsylvania.
So let's come
challenge
back
it.
and look at this as we come through it. Number one, there are bellwether counties in Pennsylvania. Northampton is one of them.
Yeah, they did just say
Hawaii
for Harris. We saw that
right
over
now.
here too.
This county usually picks the winner in the state. As I say,
and Craig, I think it's key to remember the empire wants to fall.
Geographically,
half of America wants this for themselves.
And for Trump,
they genuinely cannot see another outcome. They're afraid of any other outcome. They are afraid of the idea of leadership by a black
in the last
Indian
campaign, it was
woman.
Vigo County, Indiana. This streak of picking the winner went off the board.
Absolutely.
We'll see if the two swing counties,
even when they got the lightest skin, straightest hair, like person they can find, most cop, most police, you know, all of that.
Right. She's one of them.
So if you're looking at
she's one of them.
She's one of them.
The math.
And still not good enough.
And they were like, nah,
but a woman
possible.
Nah, but a woman though.
But the question is, when you start coming in here, Chester County,
the empire needs to fall. It's too top heavy.
If you
it can't,
get 20 or 30% of the votes still
I
out, you can do some big math. Montgomery County at 68%. As you can see, this is a much more populous county. So you're waiting for the 30% to come in there. The vice president would have to win it gangbusters, probably higher than the percentage she's getting so far. I just want to check it against President Biden. He's a little below President Biden.
Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry.
When you get to some of these
I'm on your channel.
across
You're
these
fine.
states. Bucks County is this one here. Yes, I'm in the right place. That's Montgomery.
You put me
Bucks
out when you're ready.
Red. That's why I couldn't find it. Because Bucks has turned red. Only 55% of the vote.
Audience seems to like you, Dr. Hall. I'm like, wait a minute.
This is the more
am I getting
the more competitive.
I'm trying to
watch
the chat. Bucks, Delaware, and Montgomery. Used to be. This was solidly Democratic.
You got a good tag
the
team
others
going.
Were Republican. The education divide has flipped that one. Montgomery and Delaware are reliably blue. But look at this. Donald Trump, only 55% of the vote in. But look at that, 50 to 49.
That's close for Bucks County, y'all.
51, 48, 47. So Trump was competitive here. It was a 4-point race, a little more than that 4 years ago. But again, in a close battleground state, you want to move the margins, you flip a county. So let's see if that one holds as we go. If you're in the Harris campaign, that particularly makes you nervous.
That makes it crazy, right?
Like, again, I just want to pick them randomly.
They went for Biden, and they're like,
runs it up.
4 years later.
So you're saying, can she come back in the Philadelphia suburbs?
I am hilarious. Thank you, Devin.
Mathematically, you can make the case, common sense wise, you start after a while to think, he's getting 75% here, he's getting 78% here. There's a little bit of vote out there, not much, not hardly anything left there. Not much left there. So his vote is mostly in. Trump's vote is mostly in when you look at the map. But the question is there really enough there?
Let me DM so I can look in to see who you are. You know,
Allegheny County. So
I got a brand to protect.
You're getting 59 to 39, 20-point gap. 20-point gap. So yeah,
make sure you ain't like some crazy motherfucker. Like,
so it's not impossible. I would say we're starting to lean into the
you
improbable.
never know.
And let's go over
I am
to
a
Michigan. This is the state where the vice president was leading early on. Then Donald Trump took the lead. He takes the lead sometimes in these states when all these rural counties fill in. Look at them all, right? And again, you just find
always he's going to take rural counties
here, and he's at 65% here.
Of course,
he's at 66% plus.
They have to. He literally just called it the education divide. He said it. I did.
You've got 83 counties, and you're winning 60 or 70 of them. That's how it works. And he builds it up there. And then the question is, can the Democrats overcome it with huge numbers where the people live? Number one, Wayne County was only at 16%. So if you're in the Harris campaign, you're saying, okay, we have almost nothing or less than 20% from Detroit.
You must have done podcasting or something before.
I have done a lot of podcasting.
Okay.
If you go back to
production.
Again,
all right, we find out that he has done
68, and he gets close to 600,000 votes. So
that's presentations. I've been on the news. I've done some things.
Do we get
on the news,
like that? And is it split? Right, Donald Trump at 30%.
All right,
Dr. Rich Hall, political psychologist.
Give me a DM, like, you know, we might be able to do something. I don't know.
Less than 20%.
Maybe
16%.
You vet me, I'll vet you.
When this goes to the SCOTUS,
even above 30, right? Anything he's above 30.
We got to cover that too, because he knows to go to the Supreme Court.
So,
oh no,
you can't see it all on this map. We have to
once
get more
again,
granular.
We're at a cliffhanger for the season finale
of this
season
with the black vote. Or where is overall turnout maybe down a little bit?
This is probably going to end on a
cliffhanger. Big question too. And then
there's going to be a twist.
You have Hamtramck and you have Dearborn.
They're
not on the map, but they're right here.
Those
I
are
don't know,
two
some late
very
reveal.
important pockets of
Trump
Arab
actually getting
American
served
voters,
with another
that
indictment.
200,000 plus voted for Joe Biden 4 years ago. We don't
Could be a
know.
whole
We don't
thing.
have that granular
Epstein
detail
shit,
just yet, but that was
like,
one of the big
actually
questions in the
catches
campaign.
traction?
Spent a lot of time on my trips
It didn't,
to Wayne State
which is
campus,
weird, but
younger
also
voters, a
they
lot
don't
of Arab
care.
and
They
Muslim
don't care. Why are you even
students
trying?
at Wayne
They
State,
don't
a
care.
lot of young progressive students at
They
Wayne State.
genuinely do
Did
not
they
care
lose the
about
youth
this level
vote
of
there?
corruption. They think it's normal. So yeah.
Man, I just, they say we should collaborate.
I mean,
we should.
We'll talk.
Tiffany said you both should collaborate. What would we talk about? This stuff?
The downfall of America. We got a whole
Well,
show.
Listen. If he gets in office, we can follow the whole thing.
Right. There'll be something. There was something literally every week. He had a thing every week. It was
We
some
could, like,
new
DM,
absurd
like, hey,
thing.
let's hop on. Let's.
There'd be some new thing he would do to break the country. Literally, we got tired of it. Like at some point, he did absurd things, and people were like, "Okay, whatever." Like he literally broke the news cycle every week.
We could follow him like the entire.
It's a whole thing.
It's a whole.
It would be nonstop.
I'm still calling. Well, I'll have to do political theater with, and then we'll say what, the doctors? I don't know.
It's a thing.
Okay, political theater with the doctors. I mean, which
The doctors.
yeah. No,
We'll find something. We'll workshop it.
Who the fake Melania is?
Oh my God! Why?
That body double shit is crazy.
What are they gonna do with her for season 2? Because she ain't coming back. She's not doing that job again, right?
I don't know.
Could he pay her enough to do that again?
I don't think so.
I don't believe so. We'll do a series.
We can do it. Let's see what happens. I mean, and this will be the way that we continue to keep the communities connected.
Right.
You know, people will know they can check in. At this time, we're gonna be live. It's community. We're gonna talk about whatever had happened, but we're also gonna remember that we are bringing our community together. Any kind of organizer stuff we hear about, we'll share it. Mutual aid, we'll share it. You know, requests for community care, we'll share it, and we'll just make sure that that's happening. What are you laughing
said
about?
they're gonna kill her in a car accident, like the King of Queens. What was that show where they killed the wife off in the sitcom and then switched out with his old wife? Yep. They brought the King and Queen's wife back. Kevin James. I can't remember the show that they killed his wife on, but they're gonna literally write her out of the presidency.
They said we could have a show over this.
Yeah.
In a podcast. They say we should do a podcast.
I mean,
before I commit, I gotta figure out who you are. Like, you know what I mean? I got a brand. You seem cool. You know, but I got a brand to protect. I can't have no way with that.
Oh, now you're protecting your brand. That's hilarious. I'm gonna call you on that, Dr. T.
Wow.
I said something about protecting my brand, and suddenly you remembered you had to protect your brand. But it's okay. Wow. We'll figure it out.
Wow.
Just saying, we'll ride it. Ride it out. Let's see what happens.
And maybe the percentages change as well. Maybe all the votes that are out are from the campus, and it juices up the number a little bit. But if you're looking at that now, you're underperforming the president of the United States, and Donald Trump's at 32% at 26%. That's I mean, if that gap holds, and if his improvement like that holds, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's a big deal, though.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things you hear from the Arab American and Muslim American community in places like Michigan is not that they were going to vote for Donald Trump, but they either were not going to vote or they were going to vote for Jill Stein or Cornel West. I'm not sure if Cornel West is on the ballot in Michigan, but
West
these numbers don't add up to 100 here. So I'm guessing that
Nebraska
there
for
is
Harris.
a better than, my guess would be,
that's
be a better than
John King
showing for Jill Stein in Michigan than in other states.
Jake Chapman, shut up.
Quite a bit. Every trip I was out there, you saw activity. Either she was in the state or her just been in the state.
We got a little bit more on us.
So just to explain,
a little bit more.
One of the other things I heard about people talking about Michigan is everybody in the media, all you talk about is the Arab American, Muslim American vote, but really the issue in terms of a big sizable, bigger chunk of votes is white working class voters, union voters, because the Trump campaign ran ads slamming Harris's position on electric vehicles, EVs, and that is actually going to be more significant ultimately. That was, this is just their projection, than the Arab American Muslim
Did Maine
American
ever
vote.
get called?
Is there any way we can gauge that,
don't
how
know. Did
well
Maine get
or poorly
called,
she did compared to Biden when it comes to
I'll be right back,
white,
y'all.
non-college educated union
Dr.
voters?
Hawk,
David,
Are you leaving me to entertain the show?
Look at union households. That's a question
Oh,
on
no.
the exit polls. I can show you some counties where we were.
Hello,
3
everyone, and
times I
welcome
went out
to
there to
Political
talk to
Theater.
union auto
My
worker
name
groups.
is
And I
Dr.
want to just
Rich
say
Hall.
this up front. There
I
are
am
more
a
automobile
stand-in. I did
manufacturing
not
jobs in
expect
the
to be
United
on here
States
alone.
today than at
My
any
apologies.
point during the Trump presidency. I repeat, there are more auto manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point in the Trump presidency. However, the EV debate is a debate. Stellantis just laid off 1,100 people, right? And in part because they say they have electric vehicles sitting on the lot. The union says that's
I love
BS.
how they're just like
It's
making up
corporate
stuff to
greed.
talk about.
They're not keeping their word.
But
But
that's the
this is a
coolest thing
conversation.
about
Are they going too fast? At a minimum,
24-hour
are they
news
going too
cycle. You
fast?
need to
There
be
are
able
some
to do
auto
small
workers
talk
who say,
for
why are
as
you
long
forcing
as
this
it
on us?
takes.
There are others saying the infrastructure is not in place.
Fill dead
Culturally,
air.
people aren't ready for them. Why are you
Like
going
I
so
am
fast?
right
So
now.
one of the places you'll find that is right here in Macomb County. We met Joseph Knowles, just laid off.
And I have no
Stellantis, a
control over
black
the show,
union auto
so
worker.
I
No one
apologize
in
if
his
I'm
family had
talking
ever
over.
voted Republican for president. He was voting for Donald Trump. He said everybody in his family was mad at him. This is where you find them right here. Bill Govier is another Ford worker in Macomb County who wanted to vote
CNN
for Robert F.
reporters
Kennedy Jr.
are stressed
But he
because
dropped out of
he
Jack Trump. Bill
genuinely
Govier
has
said,
said
that's great. I
he
love
is
them
coming
both.
for the
And he
media
voted for Trump a
if
third
he
time.
wins
So
again.
some of them have been in
So,
Trump's camp. Like
so
Bill
people should be
Govier.
worried.
But Joseph Knowles is a +1. Voted Democrat all his life, right? So there, Macomb County, we got a long way to go here.
Oh,
36%.
PhDs. Nice. I like
but
that.
Trump at 58, when you round that up, Trump at 53.
They have to talk
right
in circles
there.
all night.
Again,
It's
we'll see if that
incessant.
sustains itself.
Yeah.
And the Biden number at 45, the Harris number at 40. If that's the
She did. She
that's
told
the
me
number at
in
the
the
end, then
her show.
it's very
Guys,
hard
and I
to
did not
go
expect
back.
to
And you
be
can see
live on television
and
tonight.
not all of that changes
Um,
from that one issue or that one
or
demographic I
your
described,
internet.
but
I was just
that is
hanging out
quite
watching
significant if it holds. Let's go to Pamela Brown
live stream
at
on
the voting
YouTube.
desk.
Now
Let's
here I
jump to
am
Wisconsin if we
in
could,
the live
because Pamela
stream.
wants to talk
This is
about
the
Milwaukee
real.
and what's going on there. Pamela?
Yeah, I've been talking to officials there in Milwaukee County as well as
Life
the city.
comes at
Let's
you
look at
fast,
Milwaukee
indeed.
County right now. A large portion of the
What
vote
even-
that
what's even
remains is
happening,
from
ladies and
Milwaukee
gentlemen?
City itself.
How did I get on
This is the largest
FGA's
county,
live
it's the
stream? How
largest
did I become the
city in
host?
Wisconsin. According to a source in Milwaukee County, 9 out of 19
And she just
municipalities
said
are
her brand,
reported.
right? She just
And the
left her
source
brand
also
in
said
my
that the
hands. What
county
am I
clerk
supposed to do
there
with that?
expects all results from Milwaukee County to be reported between 2 and
Oh,
4
thank you.
a.m.
Thanks,
tonight.
guys. I have no idea what I'm doing
Central
up here.
Time. So these results
I did
coming
not
in
anticipate
overnight
being
there
on the
from
screen.
Milwaukee County. That is the expectation. Now let's dive in here to the Milwaukee City. I just spoke to an official there. Milwaukee City has
She might just be off
27,724
screen
mail-in
laughing at me
ballots
for
left
this.
to be counted so far.
I don't
In
drink.
addition, officials
I
are
don't know if
still
you were
waiting
in
for results
the
from
chat
4
earlier,
wards
but I am
still,
what is called a
and those would be
teetotaler.
the day of
So there's a
votes,
real
so
contrast
from the
happening
day,
here.
from election day. So there's
Dr.
still
T's had a
quite
lot.
a bit to go
I've
to
had
count
0.
tonight there in Milwaukee City. For context, 69% went for Biden in 2020. And as I mentioned, this is the
Dr. Hall's
largest
taken over
county in
the
Wisconsin. So
FJ
we're keeping
live stream.
a close eye on this.
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Let's take a look at Wisconsin as long as Pamela drove us here.
So a critical point she makes, 4 wards in the city
Yeah,
of
this
Milwaukee.
is my test. This is my brand
Still have
test.
not
See if
reported
I
their
can
election day
not
votes.
ruin the
And
FJ
again,
brand.
anecdotally, just texting people out in the state, they said turnout was good.
And as I
they weren't
recall,
saying great,
notice on the
gangbusters, they were saying
Chiron,
good. So we wait.
there
You
is
wait. But
FJ's
again,
Venmo and Cash
we're
App.
waiting for
She
the
did
city.
lose her car.
This is Milwaukee plus the
Stolen
suburbs around
earlier
it. The
this
county
month.
is what you see here.
So
But
she
she's
is
at 66%,
soliciting your
and
support
Joe Biden's at 69%.
to help her
So when those city
to
of Milwaukee
acquire a new
votes come
vehicle
in,
as she deals with
that
insurance
not only does
hassles
that
and other
percentage
things
need
that
to
come
move,
with
but that math needs to change quite
losing your
significantly
car
if you're trying to make
tragically.
up that. Now, 96,000, that's better than 150,000, right? Simple math, people. We always say politics can be very complicated.
Shout out to
Sometimes
Jill
it's
for
on a basic
the 3 years
arithmetic.
sober. I appreciate it.
Votes still out
Great,
there.
great that
to
you're taking
overcome
that
a
journey.
96,000 vote lead. And so if Pam says 4 big wards are still out,
Is this an interview? Have I
Milwaukee
been
City
have I been
is a
dropped
little
to an
more in
interview.
Milwaukee County.
You're all
maybe.
getting to test
Right?
out whether or
Again,
not I deserve to be
to the
here.
point where
I just
you're
now
going
noticed
for an
that my
inside
head is
straight
being
flush,
covered up by Kamala. I
but
should
maybe.
probably
So then you
shift
look around
over
in other
here.
Democratic areas, and again,
See, I'm
Eau Claire,
learning
she's
how to
getting
do this.
55% of the vote. I just want to compare that. She's a little,
Same thing,
that's okay. Yeah. A little better maybe.
but it's not a ton of. It's just not a ton of people.
Hey, I
there.
only drink
And you
tea.
come
I
down
am
to
not
lacrosse, you're looking at
a
the blue
coffee
areas.
drinker.
And you're saying, is there anything?
I
Not
only
much
drink
left,
tea.
right? It's not a huge swing anyway. So even if you pick up some votes,
yeah.
Right now, I'm a fan of something that Celestial Seasonings only makes seasonally called Peppermint Peak.
95%.
It is a
in Dane
black tea
County.
with
And
peppermint.
these other blue counties
delicious.
around it, I'll hit them for you.
I am a doctor of clinical psychology. You're listening to Quiet
again,
Storm
you're
with Dr. Hall.
95% Rock County.
I am a doctor of
95%
clinical
Greene
psychology.
County,
So I am
92%
a
Lafayette
licensed
County. That one is
psychologist
a little
who
bit
works
smaller.
and lives
So,
in
again,
Cincinnati, Ohio. I
the
have two
math's getting
offices,
really
one
hard
in
if you're trying to
Cincinnati
figure
and
out
one in
comparisons
Oxford,
back in
Ohio, where I
Wisconsin.
serve
And I
the
would say
Miami
simply
University
that
community,
it comes
Miami
down to
of
that,
Ohio,
and those Milwaukee
because
precincts
they
that
didn't
are
want to give
out
that name
better
up.
be gangbusters.
May I
Named it after
do
the
a
Native
personal
Americans.
prerogative? Can I see the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? We haven't
And
been
my
in there in a
specialty
while.
is
That's
black men's
obviously a
mental
place near
health.
and dear to my
I
heart.
run a black
And I
men's
have
mental
two
health.
over my
here.
goddamn
One
show.
of them is
You left me in charge of your show.
which is blue.
I don't even know
right
you.
now.
Like,
I don't even
Allentown,
know
the
why
city
you
of
did that.
Allentown is 54% Latino. 54% and 54%.
sorry,
And
I had to go get some
Pennsylvania,
more
as we've
food.
discussed,
And
has
I think
the
it's
third
hilarious
largest,
because you just said
Puerto Rican
said something
population
about
on the mainland,
your brand and
behind only
protecting
New
your
York and
brand,
Los
and then you
Angeles. I
left
mean,
me
New York and
fully in
Florida.
charge
So
of your
my
brand
question is,
for
how
like
is she
10 minutes.
doing in this
Hi.
Latino
It
area?
wasn't 10 minutes.
Compared
It
to
was
Joe
forever.
Biden 4 years ago.
Again, cannot
How was
go
he,
granular
y'all?
just into
What
the
y'all
city of
think?
Allentown, but
Right.
you can look
Did he
at
stick
Lehigh
around?
County here, right? And I can already tell you, 51 to 48.
I
if
tried
you're
not
the
to
Trump
flop
campaign,
sweat
sure,
or
you'd
leave
like
dead
to win
air.
it.
I just started
But
talking at
you're
some
looking
point.
at 48%
I don't know
of
what I
Lehigh
said.
County, and you're
We're
feeling
just doing
pretty
it.
good because you were 46 last time.
Oh,
What
thank
are you talking
you.
about? I don't know who he's talking about.
Um,
I mean, he was great. Oh, killed it? 10 out of 10?
10 out of 10. Look at me.
Provisional podcast partner?
Provisional. Oh, hey, like the provisional boyfriend. I could be the provisional podcast partner.
Provisional boy? Yes. Oh, so now y'all taking my shit, okay, and applying it to him? Okay.
I'm gonna spin it. Flip you. We'll flip you for real.
He's been great.
I
Look
did.
at all this.
I
He
did.
did well.
I was doing
right.
the job.
He panicked. Like, what? Oh.
I did have that moment when I realized, wait, she just left me here. She just made a joke about protecting her brand and then left me in charge of it. Just hanging out for X number of minutes. I did not know what was going to happen. I can't control anything. I can't press any buttons to
I'm
make
gonna
the
have
show
to go
go
back
in a
and
direction.
watch it.
Uh-huh. So, jeez.
Oh, look at the map right here.
Hey, look.
Okay.
I'm half decent some days.
The Senate has gone to the Republicans. Somebody on Instagram said, oh, man.
That was going to happen. It was unlikely.
And if they retain control of the House and then he wins.
He's going to fuck that up. He did last time.
I think he is going to fuck. Oh, he's going to try to. But I'm telling you, they're going to 25 him. That's all I think they're going to 25 him. And then with JD there.
I won't be surprised.
Executive, the House.
It's a full Manchurian candidate situation.
They have the SCOTUS. They are going to change the entire landscape of America, and they need to, because it's going to turn the American citizens on the government. And the United States citizens, they're going to overthrow this fucking government. I feel it in my spirit.
You're such an optimist. A radical optimist. Look at you. Radical optimist. Hey, we play well off each other, apparently. So, you just met your co-host. Provisional co-host.
I have to think about this. We are going to need to talk through this. We're going to have to continue this community, so we might as well. I mean, we can do. I'm down to do a weekly show.
Provisional co-host.
Yeah, we'll talk behind the scenes. I got to check and see who you are.
Check and see who I am after you left me in charge of the live show.
I was hungry.
I just want to point that out.
No.
You got hungry and walked off the live show and just left me standing here. And I had to carry it. So, I feel like if that was an audition, I did fairly well.
You did. I think you did.
Thursday PhD chat with Dr. and Dr. Dr. T and Dr. H. Somebody even gave us a name. Provisionally something doctors. I forget what it was. I'll have to scroll up in the chat.
Thursday PhD chat. No, we don't have to make it about being PhDs. I mean, like I said, I like political theater because we're going to be covering this administration.
We're gonna be covering the downfall of America.
And downfall of America with the doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, at least that's a recurring guest.
I'll swing back around. I'm always up for a second.
Give him a chance. You got people vouching for you, man.
Hey, because I killed it. Because you left me in charge of the show. I need to point out. I don't know if you caught on to what happened here, but you left me in charge of the show with zero control over the terminal. So the show's just going, and I'm just stuck here, and I can't just like sit here quietly. I'm just saying things now. People are asking me what I do for a living. I'm just talking and waiting to see if you come back or when you come back. Kid at the cash register.
I don't know this man from Canada Pay. Okay, look.
A pure example of what's happened.
So this guy he's like coming into lives and stuff, and he would like speak or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I looked to see like follow on Instagram or whatever, blah blah. And I started following him because I was like, oh, he's a psychologist or whatever. And I used to be in the same line of work. So I was like, okay, cool. And I mean, that's kind of it. And he's like comes to the lives. Like, I don't really know anything about him.
And yet you left me in charge of the show. I need to remind everyone that she left me in charge of the show.
Oh God.
I've never been here before. I've done my own lives. I've done lives on mental health. I've never just started talking politics. Downfall of the doctor.
And they did.
Right.
So I had to go downstairs and heat up this food.
Ducked out for another Cornish hen that she didn't share. I'm not eating anything.
Oh my God.
Jesus. And this is how you treat your guests.
Oh. Oh, they said you held the goddamn wire. All right.
Thank you.
I've been learning from you since 2014. Lots of growth during that time that I attribute to you. Thank you for being a light. Oh, I appreciate that. That's love. That's beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing.
How long have I been watching you? Oh. I did not know there would be math. Any new calls? Is anything happening in the election, Dr. Taylor?
No.
No?
Hold on.
The actual numbers. So I understand your point, but I think they do have more precise numbers based on what the law requires.
Interesting. Well, then if that math sends a shockwave through the Harris campaign.
Yeah.
That is literal. Just even if she won them all, if there's 100,000 left, right, and she won them all, and she won't.
He's 180,000.
She said marginally for Harris, which means probably like 53.
We were just filling in the blanks, y'all. I'm listening behind the scenes. I'm keeping up to see what's what.
She can hear what's going on. I cannot.
In Georgia. Can I go back to
He can't hear. I can hear.
Second? I want to look at Philly for a second because it was so important. It's so important for every Democrat to drive up the margins here. Harris is with 78% reporting. Harris is at 78.1% to Donald Trump's 20%. We've already talked about this. This is a better performance by Donald Trump than in 2020 and also in 2016.
So watch where he is, right? You can look at it either way. He was at 18%. Now he's above 20%. If we go all the way back in time, 21, the state, he was at 15%.
Minnesota wasn't called yet, was it?
Mattered a little bit there, more statewide than they did in Philadelphia, but a little bit. So look at, you just track Donald Trump.
No.
Good night, Devin. Sleep well. Thanks for joining us.
15% and 108,000 votes in 2016. 18%, 132,000 votes in 2020. We're not quite done in 2024.
Yes, support Feminista Jones at Cash App Fem Jones and Venmo Fem Jones.
Yeah, because we're not at 100 yet. It's down. Yeah. If he keeps that number, he's going that's going to pass the last one.
So much.
Absolutely.
Oh
the margins. Again,
he needs
she's
help.
at
She's had
78%.
car troubles.
And there are some places that are
Every little bit
and you're
helps.
fighting to move them.
They haven't called anything, so I'm putting them aside.
Putting them on mute again?
I'm like, why? They haven't called shit. They're just talking like they got their little political bukkake.
They gotta talk. They gotta fill the dead air. Well, I was talking about that when you were gone. As I was filling dead air, I was talking about how they have to fill the dead air in between calls and just chatter.
You trying to take over my show?
Apparently, you left me in charge of the show. How can I take over a show you left me in charge of? I was minding my business. Just thought I would hop on a live and just say some bullshit about America, the downfall of America, and then you walk away, and I'm left here by myself. And I gotta just like say things. Just fill the time.
But they said you did all right.
Apparently, I don't know. You've been at this for 5 hours, so I get it. You're gonna need to leave. It's almost 6 hours, by the way.
I'm hungry.
I know because there's a ticker up in the top 8 corner. They can't see it, but I can see it. 5 hours and 48 minutes.
I've been doing this for 5 hours and 48 minutes. You can at least drop $1 for your girl. You know what I mean?
She's doing this for you. She's up here for you. And me, apparently. She left me here. They gotta be kind on Donald. Donald has said he's coming for the media. Like they gotta walk both lines now. Because he does not believe in the fourth estate.
They are. They're definitely dragging this shit out for ratings.
They have to. When else do you care about CNN?
I'm not gonna call him a cop.
Who, me? I am a cop.
Because he knows he is one.
Yeah, no. I've seen your tweets.
Trump is going to speak. Okay, wait, let me see if I can find that. Well, no, they would pop over to him, right?
No, can't do it.
Yeah. Back to Caitlin Collins at Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, what are you learning right now about the former president's plans this evening?
Well, Jake, we have been waiting to hear whether or not he was actually going to come here to the convention center. And just to remind everyone at home, there are two separate parties happening right now. A watch party here where I am at the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida. And then Donald Trump is also having an event at his Mar-a-Lago club surrounded by Republican allies, major donors, people like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. But we are now hearing from sources that Donald Trump is making plans to come over here. Obviously,
this is the stuff that we're going to be talking about. We're going to get together, y'all. We're going to get together. We're going to keep this community going.
Where the convention center is. But Jake, that is a sign of how good the Trump campaign is feeling based on the numbers that John King just read there. That Donald
Until they
Trump
shut us down, because you know they will.
Here. He said earlier
he had no speech plan. His victory lap is going to be so fucking annoying.
Kristen Holmes, we've been watching.
I don't want to be here for that.
And
I live in a community that has 7 Trump vet signs that I counted.
And how he's improving from where his standing was actually in 2020, certainly in 2016.
Yeah, and we were told that that was what they were
the
seeing.
bar I go to is a Trump bar.
But of course, given what we were seeing and the people we were talking to on the ground, we had to wait and see how it played out. Now, I do want to add to what Donald Trump is doing right now, because we were told that while he was over at Mar-a-Lago, essentially this was a watch party, that was a dinner, they had giant screens, but the plan was always that if Donald Trump was going to come over, they were going to bring those members that were there at Mar-a-Lago over here. And I am told that currently those members are being bussed over here, meaning that Donald Trump's arrival is likely imminent. Now, all of those members are obviously going to have to be in place, as we've reported. It's kind of sparse here. There's not a lot of people. They're expecting over 100 people to be bussed over here. Those people are going to have to be in place before Donald Trump takes the stage, because these are going to be some of his biggest fans. They're going to want to fill the crowd.
Oh my God, this is y'all.
A little bit of a timeline of when we see
Donald have to fill the dead air.
Moving
can't just be sitting there
staring. No, people just really underestimated it. They really thought they had this
in the next half hour.
Yeah, and of course the big question is what he's going to say. Obviously,
never underestimate whiteness.
Likely and not take the stage. That's behind us. It's already a room that's filled with his supporters. We'll be waiting to see what they say. Jake, obviously something that we've been watching closely, as ever since a few hours ago when those Virginia numbers were coming in. That was what first gave that sense of confidence to the Trump campaign, and obviously that only continued to grow.
Count every vote. I would
North
delay
Carolina,
it until they counted every
Senate candidates are doing also, and those numbers there in Pennsylvania, Jake.
Yeah.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much.
I don't know.
So,
she might take the high
as
ground.
we prepare for what we think is going to happen,
she might take the high ground.
Coming out and speaking.
Oh no!
It is a good moment for us to take a measure of where the night is at this moment. We're still, of course, waiting to call several of the battleground states, 6 out of 7 of them. But Chris, right now,
she doesn't want to. You don't want to look like Hillary.
Anybody watching,
yeah, and she decided to be
would
Reagan.
rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if he declares victory, he hasn't won the race yet. There is still a potential path.
She will.
Yeah, you know what? You're
270
right. I am
electoral
putting
votes.
the
None of the
captions
blue
back
wall
on, 'cause
states
what the hell?
have
We
been
are here to
called.
be accessible.
If he says the trends are looking very good tonight, you can't argue with that.
And I'm going to go to Jake for a major projection.
That's right. We have another major projection for you now.
Okay, y'all.
And CNN can project that Georgia,
Ah.
Georgia, a very
It's over.
highly contested battleground
It's over.
of 16
Georgia.
electoral
Can't win.
votes. This is the second of
She can't
7
win.
battleground states that we have called, and both of them have been for Donald Trump. Let's take a look
Hate
at what
to
that
see
means
it.
for the electoral math. Donald Trump right now has 246 electoral
She
votes.
can't win it.
Kamala Harris right now has 182 electoral votes. There are 270
She can't win it.
needed to win. As of right now, CNN is not ready to project who is going to win the presidency.
These are all
but-
projections.
I'm sorry for so rudely interrupting. Donald Trump has now.
You have to remember,
been
these are
projected
all
to have won
projections.
The
We
second
do not actually know.
of 7 key battleground states, with 5 more to go. And obviously, the blue wall states, as you were saying, are crucial.
And this is a
He is all to remember
because
that
in,
America
2020,
wants this.
Joe Biden.
for
They want
themselves.
No,
America wants
despite
this.
the fact that Donald Trump tried really
One of his
hard
slogans
to
was
find
"Take
those
America back,"
11,000
and the
plus
fact that
votes,
he
they
doesn't
weren't there.
understand that also means
And
taking
this
America
time
back
around,
in
the
time.
projection that you just made is that they are there, plus, who knows, however many votes there
America
are.
does not want to
So
grow.
this is even more evidence.
I think the
why
nation
we
is tired.
heard, the
And
Harris
this is
campaign
the
manager,
self-destructive
Jen
way
Malley-Gillen,
to
say
throw it
to
away. Like, that's
reporters
it.
Well, the
maybe
nation
an
hasn't been
hour or
taking
two
care of
ago
itself,
Right.
right?
Right.
the
And
Sun
so,
Belt is
yeah,
basically
self-destructive
gone, and
is
they're
the, you know what I
looking
mean? Like,
at the blue wall, and
if
they're
a
still
country's just trying
We're
to
gonna have
survive,
to, our community living is
but
gonna have
this
to get
is,
tight,
again,
y'all.
a very,
That's
very
what got us
bad
through the
news
first time.
for
Yeah, I mean, we went
Mm-hmm.
into the night.
We
with a
genuinely
lot of
had
people
to. We had to
talking about a
form
potential
pods, right?
realignment
Like,
with both parties. Who would be the
the
mix of people in
situation
each
got so
coalition?
bad
But it's
that you
actually
had to
looking
rely
pretty close
on
to what we know in the
whatever
past.
limited community
have
you had,
white women
because
voters with no college degree going for Trump in our exit polls.
but
Similarly,
oh,
with
crap. Who was the president that had everybody living in shanty towns? Which was that?
You
Was
said
that
what?
Hooverville? Hooverville. Herbert Hoover,
Hoover.
right?
Herbert Hoover? What did he do?
He had all the people living in shanty towns.
Yeah.
Sometimes America chooses wrong, is what I'm saying. Historically,
America
been choosing
chose wrong when it picked Donald Trump the first time.
Yeah.
Biden
Realized that
barely
mistake and
beat
then
him
repeated the
second time.
mistake.
Biden barely beat him the second time. Harris
Right.
didn't beat him the third time.
Right.
This is insanity. I just hope everybody understands this is pure freaking insanity.
That's America, baby.
Oh my God.
It's very American. It to me, it's very American. Yep, tired and unregulated. Yep.
Next, by 8 points.
Can I just add one other thing about what this Georgia projection means? What it means is that she's got to win Pennsylvania. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's over.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially with the fact that he is leading right now in the 5 battleground states that we have not called. He is leading in all 5 of them:
man.
Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump widening his lead in the race to 270 electoral votes with this new win. In Georgia, ballots are, of course, still being counted in these crucial battlegrounds. We can get you reporting on votes at any
Herbert
time.
Hoover,
We're going to
our
squeeze in a
president.
quick break. We'll be right back.
Excuse me.
There it is.
I remember this with Hillary.
We've done this before.
We have.
So we know how to do it again. It is possible. This is just a thing. America does not deal with its ills. I mean, Donald Trump's entire campaign was to blame brown people. I always say that America paints its ills in colors. It would rather not face itself. It would much rather point at an other and say the problem is on them. And so guess what? You put an other, Kamala Harris, at the top of the ticket, and Donald Trump was able to point at other brown people and to use that to stoke fear and xenophobia. So yeah, America was like, absolutely not, because that's what America is. Like, to ignore that is to ignore what it's been my entire life. Oh, yes. No, I remember in 2016 when like we literally had to do on campus a talk for trans people and LGBTQ people because they were so devastated and worried and afraid of what this meant for them and their lives and their safety. And my heart does go out to them because they're not going to feel safe because they have not felt safe now for a long time. And it can feel as if the moment you get just a little bit of solace that something gets yanked from up under you, but like America never grows in leaps and bounds. It always has to be forced to change every time, always. Like we can't just be like, yeah, okay, this is wrong. We need to fix it now. We're like, nope. They will cling to that little bit of power, that little bit of supremacy until it has to be wrenched from their hands. It's generally no other way to do it.
No, and that's the thing that I've been trying to tell people as an activist. I've been an activist since I was 19 years old, and I said, listen, none of this is going to be going to happen by shaking hands and hugging it out. People will not give up power. It must be taken by force. We must pry it out of their cold, dead hands. Nat Turner, when he had his revolution, he did not only kill the white men, he killed the women, he killed the children, because he said we have to end this, cannot let it perpetuate to these babies. Like he understood the assignment, okay? And so y'all, if y'all ain't ready to take sides, if you are not ready to take up arms, if you're not ready to fight with all of your might against what they are promising, I don't know what to tell you. The rest of us are. The rest of us are.
It is election night in America.
46. That number just keeps going up.
We are right now with 270 electoral votes.
It needed to be decisive.
Donald Trump is in the lead with 246. Kamala Harris.
America, if it wanted to be better, could have chosen to.
There are still
end his
run. Only needs 24. This is crazy to me.
Let us go and look at where they are. Pennsylvania.
I mean, and if you think about it, Writers Republic, why would you give up power? Like, why would you have power and then say, nah, I'm gonna let it go?
Of the vote. Donald Trump has more than 165,000
human nature.
Let's go to Kamala Harris.
And I live in Cincinnati, a place that is named after Cincinnatus, which is like the ideal for power. The idea that someone picks up power and lets it go. But it doesn't really happen. I want to say good
evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond.
That hurts. Can't hear you. Are you muted? Am I muted? Is everybody muted?
I'm muted because I muted my mic.
I'm muted.
It's over. Oh, I'm not worried about the viewership. It's fine. I know Mark is up doing his thing. It's fine.
When we get the rest of the votes, but
In the immortal words of Bob Dylan, you don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing.
Right.
And this very much felt.
Let's be
I mean,
real.
you know, we
Let's
talked before
be real.
about whether this felt more like 2020 or 2016. This felt so much like the Javits Center, and specifically her campaign chairman, John Podesta, came out at almost exactly this same point 8 years ago and made almost exactly that same speech. And the next day, Hillary Clinton came out and conceded. Now, again, he is not at 270 yet. She has not lost this race, but you don't have to be a weatherman.
Right. And just to go over where we are right now, so there are 7 battleground states, and we have called, CNN has called, projected that Donald Trump will win 2 of them, North Carolina and Georgia. And it's so of the 5 that are remaining, there's Arizona. Trump is in the lead.
Still isn't the count.
With
Also
0.72% of the vote. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is in
She
the
didn't
lead
have to
with
lose this.
2.6% of the
Did
vote.
not.
This you know what I mean?
Wisconsin,
Like,
Donald
this
Trump
is
in the
why I'm
lead,
upset.
by
She didn't have to lose this.
3% of the vote.
She did
There's a
not
way to not lose
Michigan,
this.
have
Donald
to
Trump is in the lead
lose this
with
race.
6.12%
Kamala
of the
from
vote. There's also
2019 would have won
Nevada, which I
this
don't see
race.
on that list there, and I haven't committed it to
But
memory.
then
But
October
there
7th
wasn't
happened.
enough really percentage of the vote that had come in
And
yet for us to
everything
be
changed
definitively saying
for the
anything. In any case, the
Democrats.
point I'm trying to make is of the 5 battleground states that are outstanding, Donald Trump
She,
is currently in the lead in
in
all 5.
favor of
And
keeping
like
APAC
Nevada, the
money
demographics
secure,
is something
lost
that is
her
more
goddamn
favorable to them.
race.
That's an electorate that has more male voters, more Latino voters,
She
and
could
those are
thank her
2 groups
husband.
we're seeing who are leaning towards him.
And I just want to go back to, even though we don't know where the blue wall states are yet, we're still waiting for votes to come in. Some of the
That's it.
underlying
All she had
themes
to
that
do
we are
was
seeing
not
that
be
Audie, you were
a
talking about a
Zionist.
little while
And
ago, that
people
I
like
think it's
me
important to
would
go
have
back
voted for
to.
her.
One of the
She
things
had to
that we
not be
started out
establishment.
the evening with was about the women. The
Very
She, and this is
question
the
about
thing that
whether or
bothers
not
me.
women
A
were gonna
black
come
woman
out
got this
for
far
Kamala Harris,
and
whether or not
didn't
men
take us
were going to
in the
come
right
out for Kamala
direction.
Harris in
And that's
a
insulting.
post-Roe world
It's
on
disgusting.
that
It's
issue.
vile.
And
And
if
she
you
just
look
paid
at,
for it. She
for
threw away the
example,
election because she
suburban
didn't.
women.
She decided not to be a
According
black
to the national polls,
woman.
they went for Trump.
She
It
decided
seems like
to be
abortion
a
was not
woman
the
of the
animating
Democratic
issue. It was
establishment.
the way it was
Because
right
a black
after the
woman would
Dobbs
have
ruling.
taken us
In
there.
so many of these exit polls, I'm
A
seeing
black
that
woman
the
who
economy, the
embraced,
people who are
openly
most
embraced trans
upset
people,
listed themselves as
okay,
angry or
openly
facing
talked
severe
about
hardship.
things other
Those are the
than
people who really went for
our
Trump.
wombs.
Yeah,
Who
I
said
have to
abortion
confess that I always
anytime.
thought in the last
She
week
would
or
have
two
had
of the
all of
campaign, this
our
idea
votes.
of
She would have
trying to
just
appeal to
been
secret
herself.
voters was something of a risk. Anderson?
But she's one of them.
Jake,
And
thanks
so
very
many
much.
people were just like,
Just
oh,
the
you
first
know,
time
maybe
we've
she'll change.
all
No, no, no.
talked, David Axelrod.
She's one of them.
What do you make of what we've seen?
Look,
And you can never put your
I
trust
think
in
that
a motherfucking cop.
this was
And
a
y'all tried to
race
shame
that was,
people like me
very,
and
very
folks
close in
who
the
kept
polling,
talking about
and
her
for
being a
the
cop.
longest time,
That's what the fuck
including
she
up until
is.
last night, I and others said
And she
we
took
had
them cop-ass
notions, we had
tactics,
feelings,
and it cost her
but we weren't going to make any predictions.
$750,000
And
votes.
the truth is, we're sitting here tonight and we're waiting for the 3 states
She ain't got
that
nobody to blame
can determine the
but
race one way or
herself.
the other to render a verdict, and they're
She
close.
don't have
And she's right to
nobody
wait to have
blame
those votes counted. But
but
what was very
herself.
clear
You as a
watching the
black
night
woman
unfold
owed it to
is that
the
rural
ancestors
areas,
and all the spirits of all the
voted
black
for her
women who
in
toiled this
significantly
land.
less
You owed it to them
numbers than,
to be
or
a
percentage-wise
revolutionary.
than they did for Joe Biden 4 years
When
ago.
they handed
And
you
she could make up the
the
difference
nomination,
in
you had
some of these suburban
you
areas.
had to pop
and
out
the
right then
cities.
and show them niggas what you was
And
about.
I think the discussion that
'Cause
John
they
King
wasn't gonna
had
change the
was
nomination
very
again.
pertinent. I care deeply.
She had the opportunity.
more than I can say
She had the
tonight about
motherfucking opportunity.
democracy and what
You
it
think
means.
she
And
garnered
I've said it a
more
million
than
times, I'm the son of a
700,000 of
refugee,
them Republican votes? No, the
and
fuck she
I
did not.
revere
If she got
this country.
50,000,
I'm so
maybe.
grateful for what it's given
She
my
threw
family
away
and
700,000
and everyone
votes
else.
by being a goddamn
But
Zionist.
part of democracy,
And
this
I'm not
is
even going to
my
say it's a
major
disrespect to all the legacy of
difference
all the
with
sisters
Donald
from
Trump,
this
part of a
country,
democracy is to honor
because she was not
the
raised
will
by a
of the
black
people,
woman.
to honor its
Point
institutions,
blank, period.
and I imagine that that's what the vice president's going
It
to
says
do
something that both
when
of
the
the black
final
candidates that have been
verdict
put up
comes
for
in. If
president
it's
are
not
not
raised by Black women. Trust and believe Black women do not betray our people like this. We don't do it.
The reality is
that is
Kamala
not
Harris
who we
faced
are.
tremendous headwinds
That's why
heading into
Shirley
this.
only got
I
us so
was
far because she
riding
said
on a
that's
bit of
not
a
who I
vibe in a
am.
sense in the final
I'm not
stretch
going to
because
do
she
it.
did feel like she had energy.
And she was
but
the
the
first
fundamentals
gen,
have
so
been
that's not
against
even
her,
an
from the
excuse.
outset. Biden's unpopularity
When you are
was driving
raised
her. She
by a
had
Black woman
opportunities to
who
create
was
distance
raised
with him.
on this
And I think
country and
chose
in this
not to. I
continent,
think it's a
you
respectful
fight
thing. You don't want to
for
throw
your
your boss
community.
under the bus.
She had
But the
no
reality
connection to
is
this. Is why she
Donald
always kept
Trump was
talking
going
about the
to
lady
blow
down the damn
Joe
street.
Biden out of the water, and
Because she
she
had
needed to
no
create that
connection to
distance.
this.
There's also just some fundamental shifts that I
And
think
I'm
are
tired of
happening.
people
A
skirting around
realignment
that.
with the parties and within the
Because
country.
no
And I
Black
think we need to
woman
be more
does
in
this
tune
to
with
her
them.
people.
This could end up being the most
doesn't.
diverse coalition that ends up possibly electing
And
Donald Trump, and we need to hear about why that is.
she would have been another. She would have been right of Obama, but she would have toed the line just like he did. He would.
Yeah.
She would have did everything.
She would have told the
he
line way
did.
more than he did. Like I said, she's an establishment. She'd have been a pure
about things
establishment
that Donald Trump
Totally.
feels strongly about.
Totally.
Right? A secure border, the economy, crime. They might not be a perfect messenger, but the
Absolutely,
message
this is her fault.
resonates. And what
Nobody
we talked
is
about
to
this
be
earlier about
blamed
check engine
but
light, all those things.
her.
Democracy
If you hear
is a
people
luxury when you
blaming
can't pay
other
your
folks, they
bills.
want to blame Black men.
And I
Nope.
think,
Want to blame
there are
white
a great deal
women?
of
Nope.
Americans tonight who are
No.
sitting back and saying,
White women
kind of
have
looking
voted
at
53 to
everyone,
55%
that they,
Republican for the last
that they
50
view
to
as the
60
elite and kind of
fucking
sneering
years.
and saying,
It ain't
"We
not.
told
They
you
got
so.
nothing to do
We're
with
not
them.
garbage. We're hardworking people. We believe
That
in these
we
things, right?
managed
People don't
to
like
get
to be
Clinton,
talked down to.
Obama,
This
and all of
coalition,
that with
this
them
is
same
Hispanics.
numbers.
Trump
Okay,
is crushing
so
the
that ain't
Hispanics.
it.
The
Stop
Hispanic
it
vote in
with that
Pennsylvania,
nonsense.
right? He's getting 50% of the women vote.
Lehigh County.
She
he's
ran a
up
shitty ass
from,
campaign.
from
Raised
2020. He was
over
at
$1 billion
45%. He's now
and
at
blew it
Yeah,
on
Allentown.
bullshit.
Allentown is. We were talking about how the Puerto Ricans would come out. He's winning those votes because you know what those people care about?
She
They
can't.
care about
Stacey can't
security.
get
They care
support
about
because she
economy.
is brown
They care
skinned,
about
she
those
is fat,
things
and she
around
has
the kitchen
kinky
table.
natural
So
hair. That is
if
it,
the
and that is
former
all. There's
president
no
is going to
other
be the next
reason.
president,
There's
I think
no
there's a
other
lot
reason.
of, America's going to have to sit back. He's going to win. Looks like he may
That's
win the
it.
popular vote.
And she used to write
right?
in
There's gonna be
romance
There's going to be a
novels. That is
reckoning
it.
in America that people are going to have to sit back and say,
And that's
maybe
all
some
it
of these things
takes.
Trump's espousing are not crazy.
That's
Maybe he's
all it
right.
takes.
Right? Maybe the Democratic Party needs to come back to the center if they want to be competitive again.
What are
There's
you
gonna
talking
be-
about?
there's
They
gonna be a
didn't
part
come
where
back
they're
to the
gonna say,
center.
"We
Well,
need to
yeah,
go
because she
further to the
went
left."
right of the center.
Yeah. The guy that they
I get
don't
what you're
think of
saying.
her as right of center.
And I do see it differently
Jones gonna
because
say
I'm
something.
thinking
Oh,
about
what's
the
Van Jones
people
gonna
who are
say,
not a part of
dumbass?
anybody's elite who are hurting tonight.
He's such a middleman.
There are African American women who know a little bit about being talked down to, and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they're facing rejection.
Word worthy.
And that hurts.
Oh,
They thought tomorrow morning they're
not
going to walk
hurt.
out with their shoulders back a little
Because
bit.
she shouldn't have pledged to
Maybe able to
continue a
breathe
fucking
for the
genocide.
first time.
A black woman
and feel like
wouldn't
they
do
belong
that.
someplace. They
Okay?
did everything.
He's got it in his
I'm not
voice. He's a
talking
little
about
choked
you,
up.
bro.
And it's
A
going to be
black
harder than it
woman
should be
wouldn't have
tomorrow for
done
them to
that
hold their heads
shit.
up.
That's all
And
I'm
they're not
going
the
to
only
say.
people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid,
Van Jones being choked up should have been
your child's face was used
whatever.
As a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elites
Somebody
that's going
said
to pay
the
the
worst
price.
part is all she had to do was say
It's
nothing.
people
No, she
who
couldn't say nothing. That's
woke up
$10
this
million,
morning with a
$20 million
dream
of
and are
APAC
going
money
to
she
bed
would have lost.
with a nightmare.
Ain't no way.
And
Ain't
those
no
people
way. And her
deserve to be
husband is Jewish.
respected
What are y'all
and
talking
held
about?
and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald
What are
Trump
y'all
decides
talking?
to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know
she's
that
loyal
those
to
people
her
didn't
bed.
vote? A large portion of those people aren't part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
Right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women.
The North
party, the
remembers. members.
Democratic Party
They left
those black women
Stacey
down.
out there
Not
to
Donald
hang
Trump.
by herself.
Dave,
Yeah.
We got to go.
Okay.
Let's go back to Jake.
All right.
All right, thanks so much.
Rose
We're going to bring
Anderson.
you a key race alert right now. Let's check in with the states that we have not projected. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still in the lead there. 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 216,000 vote lead there, with 92% of the estimated vote.
Genocide should be everyone's red line. She has no one to blame but herself. That's it. Don't let anybody lie to you and say it was anything other than her.
46.1% of the vote. Donald
It is
Trump with a more
not
than
misogynoir to
203,000
say
vote lead
that
with
this is her fault. Okay, don't let them people psyop you and silence you. It ain't got shit to do with that. She ran a terrible campaign.
Kamala Harris with 47.3% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 110,000 vote lead, with an estimated 86% of the vote in from Wisconsin. Arizona now, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9%.
All right, y'all, it is almost 1 o'clock.
Kamala Harris, 39.2% of the vote.
6 hours, 13 minutes. I appreciate you all for coming out. Thank you for everybody who sent a tip. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Hall, for jumping on. Really appreciate it.
Hi, everybody.
You all
I don't know what I'm doing here.
Goes into the
we are gonna dip out of here. Appreciate you, love you, thank you so much. We're gonna be doing this again because it's not over. All right, so I might pop on tomorrow. All right, just like I said, subscribe, and that way you'll get notifications. Hit the notify me button. You'll get notifications when I go live. All right, take care, y'all. Bye.
And we've got you